Hello, Legionnaires, and welcome to Some Rando RPG Livestream. Tonight, our panel of Dungeon Masters, Game Masters, referees, storytellers, and players will share their diverse tabletop role-playing game experiences to provide ideas, suggestions, and possibly even some advice for your tabletop RPG sessions. Let's get started. All right. Hello, everyone. Let's start right off. This is not a normal rando live stream, so I'm going to start off just by thanking everybody who's here, because at the end of tonight, I might not want to thank anybody. I might be trying to self-delete. No, we're not going to do that. It's going to be a fun night. It's going to be fun. Oh, got my ire up already, right? There we go. I want to thank all the backers, supporters, super chatters, Rumble ranters throughout the night. Remember, if we make $100, there will be, I think it's a $70, I have to look at it, but I think it's a $75 giveaway for either Palladium Books or Drive-Thru RPG. Of course, if you're a subscriber, follower, chatter, lurker, we love you as well. And of course, please be sure to like, subscribe, and share. Leave a comment. And all right, let's get into the fun. So what is tonight about? Over the years... on
Max.
What's that?
Oh, jumping on Max. That's what tonight's about.
That's... Yeah, I think, to put it succinctly, if you want the TLDR version, there you go. I'm going to give you the Max version, which is, throughout the years, I've made some friends, I've made some enemies. There are people who feel ways about things, about myself, Legion of Myth, some of the content that we've presented. I'd say probably 1 out of 10 comments complains about something. And now is your chance to get it off your chest. Come talk to me about it. Now, so here are kind of the rules for tonight before I put the chat out there. Or the link out there for you to join. Oh, I remember what that third one is now. Hold on. I was telling the guys, I forgot I had the third rule, but... All right. So, this is not a comedy roast. At least it's not meant to be a comedy roast. Please don't pop on in here just to kind of roast me. That's just not what this is about. I'm looking for substantive complaints, and they can be about anything. They can be back from the days when we did our rants. They could be how I run my Discord. It could be, I don't know, whatever. It's also not a suggestion show. What do I mean by that? If you're coming here like, I wish you guys would do more Palladium. Okay, that's not really a critique. Now, if you don't like how we cover the Palladium content, completely different deal. So this, and also don't come on in here saying, love the show, man, because I'll see who can click the you're out of here button faster. That'll be a race to see who can click that. It's not some sort of backhanded compliment or anything like that. We really want the critiques. And yes, it's time that if you've really got something, Max, 7 years ago when you're still living in Germany, you said this thing about WotC and I'm going to come get you. Well, come get me. Yeah, here you go. Hungry Ewok said it right. Boom. Speak now or forever hold your peace. So, a lot of you probably don't know what I'm talking about here, so I will explain it. This is going to be done like we used to do RPG Digest Segment 3. What does that mean? It's got like a radio call-in show. You're going to pop in, you're going to make your point. I or one of the guys here is going to counter. You'll get a follow-up, and then boom, gone. To some degree, we'll be a little more flexible about that than we were in that segment 3. But it's like 5 to 10 minutes max. I'm not giving you the whole show to yell at me about everything I've ever done in my life. I got my mom for that. I don't need you. So pick something that you're really angry about, and again, it doesn't have to be me personally. It can be Legion of Myth or Some Rando RPG Livestream content. Don't break terms of service. If you do something that breaks what everybody knows are YouTube's terms of service, you'll be gone, and then I'll even put a ban on you. And if the mods are in chat, it doesn't look like they are yet, but if the mods are in chat, I'll have them just ban you from the channel. And also make sure that you have at least fairly decent audio so we can understand you. If everybody's screaming and kicking around and dogs are barking and sirens are going off, we can't understand you. And you're talking like I'm just going to remove you saying, I don't know what the hell you're saying, and move on. So personally, these guys heard me say it before the stream, and I'm going to say it now. Maybe it's a challenge. Maybe it's Max is always right, but I think tonight's going to be a nothing burger. I don't think there are going to be too many complaints, and those that are going to be some softball stuff going, I don't like how you talk to Malachi. Okay. That's nice. Neither does he. Yeah, but neither does he. Oh, one last thing. This is for anybody watching out there, anybody getting his buddy like, hey, Max is going to take a call. Go yell at him now. We're not here to gang up on you. I have these 3 other guys on here because when there's nothing going on, we're going to be chatting back and forth and just kind of hanging out like the old, kind of like the chill stream, just not that crazy. So that's why. So I'm not just sitting here staring at the camera because honestly, I believe this is mostly going to be a nothing burger. Meow. See, first complaint of the night.
And it's Malachi's.
Malachi's cat of all jeepers creepers. All right. Let me get the link out there.
Well, and I'll point out one thing, folks. If we agree with your criticism of Max, don't worry, we'll jump in and back you up. Yes, we're technically here backing up Max, but you're here to join me, not necessarily back me up. However,
we're here to dogpile on Max. We're here to back up every claim and substantiate it and make him cry. And then if he doesn't cry, we call in Noro to come throw things at him.
By the way, guys, I just won $500. Boom.
Long time listener, first time caller.
Called it. I called it. Okay, so Bear, what you got? What you got for me?
Let's see. I could roast you. I could my microphone. I could get cats and dogs and sirens going in the background. I could, if I really wanted to, reach into my bag and pull out everything that fucking annoys you.
Okay, but what's your critique?
My critique, right there.
That's something annoys me?
Laundry list of shit that annoys you.
Mm-hmm.
Everything fucking annoys you. And we get it. It's your show. It's cool. We respect that. I'm the same way on my show. But for the love of God, man, some of this shit you can let go of. You don't have to carry it all around like it's a fucking trauma.
Okay, give me 1 or 2.
All right. Give you 1 or 2. Bad mics. Not everybody can afford professional level mics. People chewing. People smacking their lips. Human behaviors
that's
that
called
annoy you.
Basic etiquette. If your grandma didn't teach you that, you need to go back to school or get some parents.
You take my grandmother out your mouth, boy. You don't talk about
I'm not taking anybody out of my mouth. Did your parents have any kids that live?
The Irish now. You don't fuck with our family. You come at us. Got it right? Baron G, tell him if he's not understanding.
I believe there's a shillelagh about to whip you about your head and arse if you don't shut up.
You got a problem with me,
talking
boy.
about shitty audio, Baron.
You leave your grandmother out of it. Otherwise, she'll whip your arse. She's tougher than you anyway.
I'm sorry.
So, all right. So because I've had more people complain about this in the past. No, I don't want to say professional. That's not the right word I want to use, but I want to run a show that has some sort of quality and that when you're watching it or listening to it, you're not trying to decipher what everybody's trying to say. Somebody sounded muffled in the background. Somebody's all cracked. Shadow and Son used to have that crap all the time when he sounded like Rice Krispies. And I'd have people send me, it wouldn't even be my stream. Baron would be hosting it. And they'd send me messages like, oh my God, I can't watch because of Shadow and Son. I'm like, don't yell at me, yell at the host or yell at him. No, audio issues are the number one reason people will stop watching videos over the content itself. And I take that to heart. And as somebody who, as a content creator who puts a little bit, I mean, look, I have a freaking Blue Yeti. It's like, what, 12 years old? How old is this dumb mic? There are very minor things that don't cost money that people can do. A noise gate, it's software enabled. You don't even need to learn how to do audio. Little things that people can do. And yeah, if you're going to be on the show, that is my expectation, is that you do some of those things that you were taught as far as etiquette or best practices if you're a content creator. I literally don't understand, because I've looked it up. I've looked up the etiquette aspect of this, why people think it's okay to eat in public. Just do not understand that at all. I know when I was raised, my mom would never let me eat out in public unless it was at a picnic table or McDonald's or somewhere where you're supposed to be eating. And that is actually proper etiquette to this day. Now, this is considered a forum for providing a presentation. Who eats? When somebody's giving a presentation, how many TED Talks do you see with people up there eating? Hopefully none. But yeah, so that's my rationale for that. And believe me, for the folks out there, that's probably my biggest complaint is forcing people to be on camera. The second biggest complaint is complain about audio. But you do realize that I don't always complain about the audio. A lot of times it's the people in chat that complain about the audio. I just hear about it behind the scenes. So
anyway, first one in with the complaint, it was a low ball because really I got nothing against you. So I'm going to be the first one to get kicked out by telling you I like what you do and you do a good job.
Okay, you're bye. Bye-bye, Bear. Oh my God, what the heck? You can dress him up, but you can't take him anywhere, right? All right, thanks for no, and you know, Bear actually did. I did not plan for that, although I did tell these guys. I did tell them. I bet you I get. No, but that is a complaint that I get, and no, I am not going to back down. Like somebody said, this came from a coworker, but somebody said, "Oh, that's some grandma shit right there." Well, your grandma was right. That's why I brought up the grandma thing. Your grandma was right. And just because you have ASMR YouTubers out there and you have ASMR streamers out there, like maybe you like that stuff. You want to watch some fucking horror, sit in a hot tub, you know, swirling spaghetti and slopping it through your mouth. Go do it. Go find that show. But that should not be for a presentation. I've stopped watching various shows that I used to watch for years because they now eat on the show. Like this is a social thing. I don't want to be in your fucking kitchen. Okay, like what are we doing here? I'll come back when you guys are done eating. Oh, stream's over. Fine. That doesn't hurt me at all. So
yeah, I get it. I get where you're coming from.
No, and I agree with Malachi. I understand that kind of concern, especially as a content creator. It's like watching content. You know, if somebody like I get. You know, you're just starting out. You don't have a whole lot of equipment. And so you're just like recording off of your phone. But when the sound like is clearly just reverberating off of the bathroom walls and, you know, just kind of overwhelming itself, you know, it's really, really difficult to watch. So, you know, it doesn't have to be expensive equipment. Start with a $20, like there's got to be like a $20 microphone, like USB microphone that you can get, you know, something like that just that bumps it up a little bit, and then, you know, then go in for better equipment when you can afford it. But there's nothing wrong with expecting, like you said, for a presentation, expecting people to have just basic level equipment.
People who are starting out, give them some slack because they're starting out.
Sure.
Well, go ahead, Malcolm.
I got my camera is built in my laptop. Didn't do anything. I have picked one up for other stuff. And this is a headset I got to play on Xbox Live. Doesn't take much.
And it's decent. And the audio quality isn't great, but it's way better than I hear on a lot of streams. So it's well within acceptable levels.
By the way, just so I'm not having to spam it out there, forgetting or having people trying to figure out what's going on, I'm right now putting the link to jump into the stream in the YouTube description. I'll get in the Rumble description in a moment. So it should be in the YouTube description now. I will still spam it out because I know some people are on phones or whatever, and it's a little harder to see the description. Get this into Rumble as well. Why is this different than? It's weird. And say, hopefully I remember to delete that later, but don't beg on. Thank you for the $5. Don't beg on recording in the bathroom. The intro to Highlander was recorded in a bathroom. And it's awesome. Okay.
Yeah, lots of musicians will practice in the bathroom because of the acoustics.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I get it.
But that's different than voice. Like if you're just going for regular talking, you know, going for reverberations, going for acoustics, you know, that's a completely different story when you're talking music over when you're just talking.
Remember, your critiques are about me, the show, and by the show, you can critique RPG Digest if you want, but the problem with that is Heathen Dog's not here for that part of it. But but you can as well. Since I am on it, I can probably answer most of the stuff. And Legion of Myth as a whole. I mean, anything to do with us, you're welcome to come on and critique. Did we not? No. See, the thing is not covering the game. Okay? Did I promise you we'd cover a game and we didn't cover it? That's a reasonable critique. Did we say something back in the day that you don't like, or that I've now changed my mind on and you don't like it anymore? I don't know. I'm just trying to think of stuff. But it's about me, Legion of Myth, or our live stream.
It's all about mechs tonight.
Well, since we're waiting for another caller, I guess I can propose one.
Okay.
Max,
Mhm.
I think you go a little too hard on your opposition to singular they.
Can we not bring that up? People get mad at me when I talk about this. Like as in behind the scenes, they get really mad at me. They you and also with Heathen Dog talking semantics on words. Like, can you two just drop it?
Well, and the thing is, like, I agree with you, like halfway. Like I think that, you know, using I like the rule of, if you know the person's gender, use it. You know, he, him, she, her, whatever, if you know what it is. But if it's a complete mystery, you're talking about a random person, I don't think it's an issue. You know, personally.
I only have an issue with it because it was forced. That's my only real issue. And I've said that for years. Go back to anytime I've talked about this for at length. It's because it was forced. We all grew up, anybody our age grew up, and if you didn't grow up this way, that means you had an activist English teacher, and yes, they existed. I did 4 years of research on this. Really 2.5 hardcore years, but over 4 years worth of time. He is gender. He is a neutered pronoun. It's just that simple. And in more cases, does singular versus plural matter than he or she matter? The whole they thing was because it's gendered language. Shut the hell up. Nobody cared about that. Nobody had an issue with that. Just a couple of wackadoodles. Now, did people talk incorrectly? Absolutely. Did I say singular they? Yes. I didn't write that way, but I said it. Now I don't even say it because, you know, I'm not going to play this game. I also said, you know, if I was going to go outside, because it sounds more natural, but that's bad English as well. It's like, if I were going to go outside, if you can use the right stuff, use the right stuff. You want to bust my balls constantly? I always say the media is. It should be the media are. Media is a plural word. You know, stuff like that. My only issue is that it's demanded on us. And if you remember the reason I even looked it up, if I pull out that my 3 Kickstarter Earth Dawn books, book number 1, he. Book number 2, he. Book number 3, they. What just happened? And it sounds silly as hell. When a necromancer goes outside, they get a +5. You said a necromancer. A is literally singular. Pronoun antecedent agreement means that you do he. And there are so many other ways. By the way, I'm talking about authors now, not random Joe that's speaking. Hey, try this. It's a little quick right there. All those different ways that you can do it without saying they.
That's the most bestest way to do it right there.
Most bestest way. That's the goodest way. So that's the crux of my issue with it, is that it became imposed around 2016, a little before then, and then they word of the year. And like, shut the hell up. You know, it was done by activists. That's the only reason why I'm like, hell no, I won't go. I'm not going to do it, because not giving in to the activists. If it had just been done naturally, I probably wouldn't even have noticed. Yeah. That's my issue with it. So
yeah, I don't remember it being forced. I don't even know when I started doing it.
So there are a lot of nuances to that. Teachers actually started teaching it in the 90s, except for it was wrong. Universities really started pushing it in the 90s. That's why it became popular in the 2000s.
Maybe that's where I picked it up.
Because in the 80s, you were taught he is singular, but that could be considered sexist. So he or she. Well, people are like, he or she. That's why are we adding words in here? And it just sounds cumbersome. Stop doing that. So most people still stuck with he. But the universities were like, no, can't do that. We got to figure out a way around this. So people just started doing they because they were talking poorly. It's like people who want good. Like, how you do today? I'm good. Well, that should just be, you know, everybody says that. That should just be common English now. That should just be normalized. No, it shouldn't. Learn what a fucking adverb is. And again, I'm talking specifically writing, not colloquial speech.
More technical writing.
Well, even narrative writing outside of actual people's thoughts or words. Yeah.
And maybe that's like. And I know I've heard you say it before, but maybe that's what I was missing, is I hadn't linked it to more specifically writing as opposed to speaking, because I was thinking about how I speak.
Oh no! So sure, I might ask Ace son if he's watching. He'll be at work, be like, "Hey John, drive safe," because he knows that drives me crazy. Safely, not safe. Stop it. And so I'll be Lee. That's not my name. So I mean, people can make fun of it, and I know he's just doing it, to have some fun, and that's fine. But when you're writing a book, when you're writing this whole concept, and this is the crux of the issue. A lot of universities want everything to be creative writing. That's my words, not theirs. They want you write like you, man. Just be you. No, there needs to be rules for writing, and you need to fucking follow them. That's how you have good communication. If people aren't following the rules of writing, it becomes harder to understand somebody. It's just that simple.
Yeah. No, actually, it's funny you mentioned that. Like, speaking of technical writing, I was literally complaining about something at work today where, like there's documentation on how to fix said issue, but like there's like complete assumption of like between step 1 and step 3, there's like 10 steps that are just assumed how to do.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait, why did you not spell all of this out?
It's funny you say that because part of my job in the past, actually most of my technical writing has been in doing things like TTPs and SOPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures. People don't know what they are. So yeah, people make assumptions like turn the box on and log in with your account name. It's like, well, first of all, where does the person turn the box on? Because, it's a little tiny paperclip switch on the bottom that you have to push. That's number 1. So tell them where it is. 2, how do they log in? They're looking at a box. Grab the laptop, connect the network cable, go to this, 127.0.0.1, whatever it happens to be. I know that wouldn't be it, but you get the idea. You have to do all the steps. Don't half-ass it. Well, people should know that. Never assume people know. I'm doing that even as I'm writing my game. I'm never making an assumption that you know what I mean. No, I spell it out at least one time, if not more. By the way, folks, the link to join is in the description. And remember, it's about a critique. I'm looking for the critiques. I see a lot of stuff in chat, but come on in and critique something about me, the show, Legion of Myth as a whole. It's got to be a critique, though. I'm not taking suggestions like as in, hey, can you guys cover more Palladium? Because then I'll have a critique of you. So I'll even put the link there. So right now, two critiques. I mean, Brian's critique was legit. I'm really trying to stay away from that because people get really turned off when I do this. And the thing is that one of the reasons they get turned off on it because they're like, this is how I've always talked, right? Did you get graded down on it when you wrote like that? Activist teachers existed, by the way. Just want to say that. And universities have been trying to change this for many years. They won. So.
No, and I get it. I was just saying maybe I thought you were a little too aggressive with it.
Only because let me finish my Earth Dawn story. So I got those 3 books, right? And I can show you in the books. I've got them behind me.
Right.
So I went and said, whoa, why this change? This is weird to me. Because at this time, while I understood pronoun antecedent agreement, I didn't even know what that term meant, but I understood. It's like, this sounds silly to me. Why are you saying a, nethermancer, they? Like, I went to the Earth Dawn forums, and he didn't change it because he's like, language has changed over time, so we just decided to catch up to modern, or anything like that. He said, I wanted to remove all sexist language, all gendered language from my document. And I'm thinking, stop. He wasn't gendered. The only people who thought he was gendered were the activists. I remember being in grade school, Lutheran school, female teachers. Hey, girls, we're special. Anytime she is mentioned, it's always about us. For the boys, it could be contextually them or us and them. I remember that comment. It was a way to remember that. And I remembered that comment from my teachers. Okay, I didn't care.
Right.
Conjunction, what's your fault?
And actually, the funny thing is, like even in Portuguese, and I'm assuming Spanish, the
Hold on. I'm sorry. Why is Rumble not working? Hold on, I got to get started on. Apparently, on Rumble, it's not. I have it. Yeah, it's saying it's not. God dang it. Hold on. Apparently, using the generic stream key didn't work. Okay, we should be up on Rumble now. For those people watching on Rumble, apparently the generic stream key, I tried using that, didn't work. So that was my fault-ish. Sorry. All right, go ahead, Brian.
I was just gonna say there's a masculine and feminine they, and the feminine version only applies if it's just a group of females, whereas the masculine version is males or males and females. So sure. And you just have to know.
Yeah, and before I bring in the next person real quickly, I'm not fluent, but I speak French, speak Russian. They've got gendered language in there. In the 1930s, 1960s, I posted this on my Discord, and some people found it interesting. In the 1930s to the 1960s, they tried to introduce a word called thon, Thon, short for that one over there. I would be much, much more amenable to that than singular they. But I'm also the person that thinks we should bring back ye and thee and thou. Because I'm so sick of no, there's a reason for it. Because in the 80s growing up, you'd say something like, so, hey, you aren't supposed to go outside, right? And everybody knew that meant the group. Now, if you say it's like, you talking about me? You talking about me? Okay, I mean the generalized you. Why do I have to use that nomenclature in there when you is generalized in its context? But people get so butthurt, like, you better not be talking about me. Oh, I'm not the you you're talking about. So bring back ye and then have you for the plural, ye for the singular, and let's move the fuck on. So I don't have to do that shit anymore. And now we have the Crafting Gamer. Hello, Crafting Gamer. What is your critique of me, the show, or Legion of Myth?
Lack of the occasional let's play of the game. I'm not talking about every game, but the fact you always say, I won't do a live play of any of the games we cover. It's like, it'd be really nice occasionally for you to go, well, here's how it's played. Because you guys always go through the book, yes. But it's, I don't know, I don't think I've ever talked about this on anywhere online, but I'm trying not to complain too much either.
No, you're here to complain. Go complain.
Yeah, I know. It's just, I've always felt that you, for lack of a better term, leave content on the table when you, I'll never do that. Because it's especially the games feels like you could at least do a one thing, but maybe invite a few people on, even if it's this show and not the mainstream. Or it's like, all right, here's how this game is played. Well, for example, you have these guys here with you for a little one shot or something like that. I know you say no suggestions, but it is an actual complaint I have because it would be nice to see these games played instead of just talked about.
All right, so my response to that is a couple-fold. First of all, your critique about doing a little more show, a little less tell, I actually am trying to work on for next year. Now, does that mean Let's Plays? Not for me, no. And there's a couple reasons for that. My style of running a game, I already know this by sitting in front of the camera, would be very boring because a lot of what I do when I run a game at a table is I don't sit down much. I'm up. I'm behind the person rolling the dice. All right, let's go. What do you got? Let's go. Let's see what happens here. Great. And I'm walking around the table. Maybe not all the way around the table, but I walk back and forth. I emote like I do here. And for me personally, it's just not as enjoyable. Plus, I barely tolerate playing online. GM's Alcove, great game master. Bear, great game master. RPG is dumb. Great game master for the games that we played. I still do not have nearly as much fun sitting here as I do there. So now, could I do some scenarios? Yes, but those scenarios, and I'm not blaming you, Crafting Gamer, when I say you and see, I'm already doing it. When I say you in this context, I'm talking the general audience out there, especially the Palladium audience, gets really butthurt when you make one little tiny mistake. Those videos that I've done on how to do, unarmed combat, took me for fucking ever to do because I know that some Palladium guys are like, no, if you open up the Rift source book of page 496, it says right there. Like, oh my God, dude, I'm sorry I don't have every single source book memorized like you fucking autist out there. Jesus. Instead of just showing how the process works, I know you do it, Malachi, and you can laugh, but so for me to do something like that, it's just not my style. Now, maybe we can convince Heathen Dog to do something like that because he's actually run games online and people have really liked him. I am still in that camp. If you can't tell, I can be stubborn. I'm very stubborn about the fact that I just have zero desire. I would rather not run a game. Yes, I'm saying this all serious. I'd rather not run a game than run one online. Now, that doesn't mean I'm against cameras or anything like that. Like if I had a big enough house, if I could put a camera in like my kitchen and run at a table, I'd happily do that. I'm just this kind of setup here. It's not my thing. Going back to the beginning of what you said, just to reiterate so people didn't miss it. Yes, more how and less, and I shouldn't say less what, more how with the what is something I am trying to work on for next year. I don't know how well that's going to work out. What's your follow-up?
Not much, because that pretty much answers my complaint.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, you're not the first person to give that. I've literally had people tell me, well, you can't be good at running games if we don't see any of them. Okay. You can talk to any of my players. You don't have to talk to me. Like, some of them. I mean, that's why a lot of us are still friends, is because we played together. I can go find other players for you that I played with in the past. Some that actually hate me now because, of, we'll just say, recent politics over the last decade or so. But I've never had anybody complain about my game. Nope, that's not true. I've never had anybody who stayed more than one session or didn't have some dumb complaint like, you put science fiction in my fantasy game, I quit. Or come on in and he really didn't know what gaming was. And then when we asked him to role play, he's like, this is stupid. I'm not sitting at a table. What did he say? Anyway, he basically didn't want to do the role playing side of it. So the group kicked him out. I didn't. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you have another complaint, come back in a little bit. No, and this is, you did turn a suggestion into a complaint, but if you're going to do it, that's how you do it. So good on you. I appreciate that. And we'll talk to you if you have something else. All right, here we go.
Now, actually, on that, one thing that I've noticed that you and Heathen Dog did in the past, and you're not doing it as much, is once you get through the character generation part, actually sit down and on camera do the character generation. You did that for a few of them. This has been a couple of years ago.
I'm trying to think what we did that. I don't remember doing, not wholesale. We may have, and I may have just forgot, but I don't remember doing that wholesale. I mean, I'll have him roll dice. Hey, get your D20 out. Let's do this. And he might jot notes down, or I might jot notes down like I did, we talk about all the time, the Nightbane character. But we never did a full character that I remember.
Maybe that's something that you should do then. So do a full character. That's a good way of, showing how it works.
So I do have character creation videos for certain games. They're step by step. They're actually direct to video. They are not from the live stream for various games out there. I do want to do more. The problem is my time for doing videos is low. That's why you get live streams from me. Look, if you want to, this is off topic, but I'm talking again, generalize you. If you want to bitch about something that we do that's lazy, that we could do better, we just turn live streams into videos. I get it. It's a legit complaint. But I don't have time for all the other stuff. So that's what we do. I slice up the live streams, turn them into multiple videos, and we go from there. That's the way we present the content. Is it the best way? No. Nope. And that is something that I could do better, but I just don't have time. Look, I have to make a multiple 30-second intros, and I don't know when the hell I'm going to do it if I'm going to get it done before the first of the year. So that's why there aren't more of those. But as far as doing that on stream, we can look. That thing is, character creation is slow and boring when you go through now, why did you do this? Why did you do that? But that's what people want. They don't just want you to roll dice and say, here are my 6 attributes, 3, 18, 12, they were like, so why did you put them in that order? Why did you do these things? Why did you pick that non-weapon proficiency? Why did you pick that talent? Why did you take this other skill over here? Did you know Heathen Dog, look at his champions videos. Heathen Dog, you didn't do that with the perfect mathematical efficiency. You should have done this other thing, and you would have saved yourself a quarter of a point. Like that shit. It's like, it's really frustrating when you're just trying to show what the process is to get people involved, and they expect absolute perfection.
I think you had Heathen Dog actually make a character in Twilight.
Violence is right. I tried to make a Playing Fantasy 2nd edition character on a stream and gave up and the reason I gave up wasn't because it's too hard, was because it just became too boring. I have to flip through the book, I have to find things,
I tried to do that with a Rifts character, and yeah, that did not go well.
I remember that.
There's a reason I haven't gone back to it.
I was just giving a suggestion.
It's a critique show, not a suggestion. No, but
No,
I hear it. You're good.
No, but
Well,
I mean,
actually,
like,
technically, it would be a critique because you used to do it. Now you're not. Now I know why you don't.
That's fair. That's fair.
So the only thing I can say about it is suck less and do better.
no, but
Now that's the best critique of the night.
Baron, I think you actually bring up a good point, because it is one of those things where, as I've been doing the deep dive through the Eberron campaign setting, it's a lot of just info dumping. So being able to actually show more of the actual game as opposed to the tell side, I totally get that as a critique. So that's where, like, one thing that we're going to try and do is, like, we haven't really talked about it much on our stream, but at the end of the Eberron campaign setting, it actually has a little short adventure, and Seraphis has agreed to run that so that we can show people, hey, this is how that works. So I do think it's a good idea, but also I get Max's point about it just comes down to time. Like, we're 12 weeks into our deep dive, probably should have cut out a lot more, but then it's another at least one session, maybe 2 sessions, just to do this live play as well. So it's like, do we want to cover more content, or do we want to do a live play? So it can be a problem. So nice.
It's a valid suggestion. I'm not against whether it's the crafting gamer asking for the let's plays, or, because some people learn better like that, and I completely get that. Some people are more visual learners, like, oh, okay, that's how it happens. I'm also I'm not against, but I think that one-on-ones don't, like, if it was just me and Heathen Dog, because that's been another suggestion that came in the past, like, hey, just you and Heathen Dog go back and forth. It's just not the same. It's not the same when let's say you're looking at a game like Earthdawn. Earthdawn's a great example for this one, because Earthdawn requires you to declare your action before you even roll initiative. And some people, oh, I'm out. That slows the game down too much. No, it's a game. Remember, there's a game and there's role playing. It doesn't slow it down too much, especially if you're like me and you keep the players going. But the reason you have to do that is because what you declare for your action could literally change the dice you roll for your initiative. So you have to know. So go around, do this. Okay, roll your initiative. All right, and I already know what you're doing. Plus, if you change your action, there's a penalty in the game for changing your action. So it's to make sure you kind of follow through, with what you're saying, et cetera, et cetera. But also the world could change on you. If I'm coming up like this, getting ready to hit, Baron with a freaking, battle axe, right? And somebody kills him while I'm in mid swing. Well, it should be a little bit of a penalty for me to switch up to Malachi, So, I don't have a problem with that. But but you don't get that nuance of, like, oh, changing the action, oh, giving ground, aggressive attack, all these different things you do. Oh, you're spell casting? Well, since it's just you and me, it's going to take you 4 rounds to cast that spell. Let's just fast forward through those 4 rounds. No, all right, as we go around the table, Baron, what are you doing? Oh, I'm doing da-da-da. Okay, Brian, what are you doing? Da-da-da. Malachi, you're still casting your spell. Got it. Let's move on. Like, you don't see some of that if it's just a one-on-one. Does that make sense?
I will say right now, Malachi has never made that decision that fast in a game that I've ever seen play. Just saying. This is the reason I call him Malarkey.
Well, you know what? You'll never get to change your action penalty unless he actually performs an action.
Big brain.
Black Cloud James had a really good one-on-one session. It was really fast-paced. Yeah, I could see that being fast-paced. Yeah.
One-on-ones require a lot more work on the GM to use NPCs.
Yeah, if he's using the NPCs, absolutely. There are, I've only had 2 people ever say this to me, and I don't care. Oh, Max, you're just scared to show your game online because you're not that good. Sure, maybe I'm not that good. I've never said I was the greatest game master. I don't think I've ever said that. I just say what I do, what I did, as a game master. So, my groups, I've always, I've been kind of the forever DM. If that makes me horrible, well, then I'm horrible. Like, I don't. I'm not sitting
That's
here
not
trying.
what makes you horrible, but we're not going to go into that.
Well, no, this critique show critique. So I'm not stressed over that. There are people in the past that we know that used to be, show your game or you got nothing. Okay, then I got nothing. I don't care. If that invalidates everything I say, then it invalidates everything I say. Would I say that I'm out of practice and it's not like riding a bike? Yeah. And I say that because the last Earth Dawn game I ran, I'm talking about Earth Dawn a lot tonight. Wow. Last Earth Dawn campaign that I ran, I bombed. Clip that. Send it out to all your friends. I bombed. The hobby had changed more than I thought it had changed, because I'd still been paying attention to it. And whoa, was I mistaken. And there's some things that I'm going to either have to just say, I'm not putting up with this crap, or I'm going to have to put up with and deal with. All right. What's your critique in English? In English, please.
Yeah.
You let anybody in on the show that can even speak the language. That's I think
So
you're a very flawed human being, Max Liao. We all are, except Brian, which is being fucking Mormon, right? They don't have flaws.
True story.
But the one that gets me is you have a tendency to straw man quite a bit.
Give me an example.
No. And you no, I don't because I'm not done. I'm not even sure if you do it like willing, like in a willing, knowingly. I mean, that's the word I was looking for. I'm not even sure if I'm super hangover. I'm not even sure if you're doing it knowingly. But because also you tend to make your mind, that's like, it's kind of like the two works together. You tend to make your mind on a topics before fully understanding it, which is normal because we can always delve deeper in the topic, but you do it in a very like stern manner, right? You crystallize your mind. You made your mind, you're never gonna come back to it, right? I think you need like to be a little more open mind on some topics, on a lot of topics, right? It's all right to have principle and have stuff that you don't want to bulge from, but like sometimes like somebody like presents you an idea, you judge it right away, and then like by the judgment you say, you can clearly didn't get it, and then you're never gonna come back to it.
I'd have to have an example, and here's why. So, if it's about games, if we're talking about tabletop RPGs, it is based on my experience. And I have a lot more experience than people want to give me credit for. I'm not going to sit out here and act like I play every day of my life and that, I didn't have a break or anything like that. But I've been around the hobby for 30-some years. I played all over the world in many different countries, in many different styles of play. Although, coincidentally, it's not irony, coincidentally, I always ran across people who played like I did. It's just like the role playing, and at worst, we'd have to teach one or two other people. So I've seen a lot of weird stuff happens. I'm not trying to change the topic, but just, Heathen Dog and I, we get critiqued a lot over the fact that it's like, oh my God, did you guys ever have any good players? Almost all of our players were good. The stuff that I'm talking about, that like when players do this or Heathen Dog doesn't trust players, actually happened either at tables we sat at as players or other tables we saw next to us, like at Gaming Store, like when I played at War Games West in Albuquerque, or when I played, I forget what's the name of the club that was on, it's in Germany. I can't remember the name of it, but we see these things happen. So I can base a lot of that stuff on my experience. Now, if it's outside of that, everybody should know, and this goes back to like Bear and I, and maybe you're having the same critique with this. When Bear on the show said, I have to say, I can't say should, or I have to say in my opinion or whatever. It's like, no, everybody should know that when you give an opinion, everybody should just automatically know that's one man's opinion. Yeah, I'm going to be steadfast about it. I don't have to tell you, well, for me, that should just be implied.
That I agree with you. That's not a point of contention I have. Right? Obviously, like, and I say a lot of outrageous stuff also. Like, people need to understand that sometimes people like make jokes, right? Or some people like hyperbolize and stuff.
Yeah,
like
right.
That, right.
Oh, and I'm Mr. Hyperbole, and I don't care, So, and I know that. Maybe some people out there, don't know that, but yeah, I get very hyperbolic sometimes. Like I've had to tell people in the past, like I've never gone to anybody's table and flipped it over.
Yeah.
But I've seen like just like with the 40 stuff, right? Sometimes the way you talk about it, like you're getting some point wrong, right? And just like that, you don't get, like, you made your mind about it, about what we do, and
So my
without,
official
like,
statement about the
understanding.
4D stuff is exactly how I responded to Rick a year ago or a year and a half, whenever that was, when he said, watch this video, and I made a response video to it. And it essentially said this: I get what you're trying to do. I actually support what you're trying to do compared to how other people's play. I mean that wholeheartedly. The thing is, you guys, you get to the precipice of the hill and then you go too far with it. That's the problem that I have with you. Yes, you do. You absolutely do. You've changed it from a game into a role-playing game into a role-playing session. I love role-playing sessions, but I wouldn't call it a game, and I don't want to do it every time.
That's the point, right? You say that, but we still use rules. We still roll dice. We still, it's more transparent if you look at our game, because we know the rules and we just apply them, right? We don't have to discuss the rule during the session. But
that's fair. Most of my games work like that as well. We didn't have to look too much stuff up because I knew the rules. But we understood that it's a game. There is a time when talking out of character is absolutely okay. I don't prefer it, and watch how I play in Bear's game. I try to. I saw her in chat here. Here we go. Yeah, we had some Agatha and Frey, my character Frey. That was the game I say I got kicked out of. I really didn't, but that was the game I kind of got kicked out of. Actually, she role played really well in there as well. We like to do the role playing back and forth. One of the things you never saw me do in that game is say, for my first action, I do this. For my second action, I do that. No, I described it as my character would do it, which drove some of the other players crazy.
Yeah. But anyway, that's like when you said, oh, you're not playing a game anymore, like that's one way that you're like kind of strawmanning, because like people think that you don't use rules, you don't roll dice. Like, people think that we do use dice. We have fucking dice on screen when we play. We do use the rules, right? And that's like the case, because I also like saw you sometimes like retell a story about something else that somebody said that I was there or that I saw, or you comment on the video and you get like some important detail wrong, and just like, sometimes I think you can be more careful about that, because no, it's not about like a debate about 4D or not. It's a critic about you, Max Liao.
Well, no, that's fine. Again, I'm remembering what you guys told me in the past, and I'm also going with what Rick said in that video. Look, I go the same thing that I've said this multiple times. I know you guys do roll the occasional dice, but I'm going to ask the entire panel this one. Do you guys consider visual novels to be games?
Well,
No.
So with me, the thing with the 4D that I don't want to say have a problem with, but is not to my liking, is that the other characters can basically go and force a backstory on someone else.
Oh, no, that would be seen as bad form.
Well, no, but I've watched a couple of your 4D sessions, and you guys kind of threw stuff in as like background, and the other player just kind of had to go, yeah, okay. And I mean, it didn't appear that it was talked about earlier or something like that. It just kind of it felt like a spur of the moment type thing for me. That's my only critique on that.
But I don't want to make the show about the 4D stuff, right? Either, right? That's not what I want to,
No, you're going at the bigger issue of me being stubborn.
Being stubborn, like sometimes you make your mind too soon on a topic without like a full understanding, which, like I said, again, that's normal. Like we all have to, at some point you have to make a call about like put the information you got, but you can stay a little more flexible on that decision that has been made early, right? You make this decision early, and you're very stern about it. You're very like, Yeah,
I mean, there are other aspects of 4D I don't agree with at all. I'm never going to let
4D, it's about you, motherfucker.
but you're talking about, I'm making judgments too early. I'm never going to let a player tell me what's in the game. It's like, now if it's something simple, like, there's a pencil on the desk, I can assume that, but I'm not going to I go to the phone. There's no phone here. Don't you dictate to me what the hell's in my world. You're just a player. I'm not Heathen Dog, but so I'm using the Heathen Dog stance on that. But there are better ways to go in my mind, to go about that. I don't like the premise because yes, I use certain terms that are definitely firebrandish, like you guys are just improv playing. Absolutely, I know that. but that is how I feel about it. Even if it isn't exactly 100% accurate, it leans in that direction compared to how I would run the games and allow people to talk out of character. People tell me the same stuff, like, "Oh, Max, all you doing is table LARPing." We have lots of out of character conversation. They just know when to do it. And there are certain times when, if you do it, like if you disrupt the table, let's say there's like some sort of meaningful moment. We're having a great role play session back and forth with you and me, and then Baron G-Rock just blurts out some joke or something and just completely ruins everything. The fun thing for me was, it wouldn't be me that would really get all, I mean, I would get angry, but the players would get all upset, and I loved it. That told me that they were immersed, they were into it, they wanted that way of playing. And ultimately, I see what you're saying very similar to the way I saw at least a couple years ago. I don't know if they're still doing it. Jeffro and the Bro SR guys with the 1-1 time stuff, which is like, this is the right way to play. Now you could argue, well, that's what you're doing too, Max. I know, we were all doing it. Like it isn't the best. It isn't the right way. And I fully understand that it's the best for you. And you understand that for me, that way I like is the best for me. And that the Bro OSR guys, that's the best for them. We don't have to say for us. We're just conversing like nerds with opinions.
Yeah. But that's not the point I'm making here.
I'm using that as the example, but I mean, it's the same. Doesn't matter what I'm stubborn about. It's going to be the same concept.
Yeah, just like, try to be intellectually honest when you're presented with idea that are new or different or stuff like that, right? Which doesn't mean that you have to agree them, right? And if you present somebody else ideas, try to do them as the best ways you can. Like the same, like if I could have used the same thing with the 1-1 time, right? If you try to explain what 1-1 time is to your audience, when the 1-1 time guys are not there, right? Try to do it in the best way you can, or at least express that, well, that's the way I understand it, right? Like, because that's not an opinion, that's you like relating somebody else's opinion, right? So the caveat is different.
So you're heading in a direction that some people like to do with me and with others, where it's like you research the topic first. Like if you don't, what's an example that I had recently? I forget what I was talking about now, but the person. I expressed, what my opinion based on the information I had. Oh no, it was the citation stuff. Dude wanted me to cite everything. I'm like, dude, I'm a YouTuber. I'm not citing. Yeah. This isn't academia. I'm out here. I'm blurting out some stuff here. If you want to go look it up, go Google search or whatever. And if I'm wrong, you cite that I'm wrong. You're the one trying to prove me wrong. Again, this isn't to you, Mr. Max, but it's the same concept. I'm not on here trying to give out an academic dissertation. So I'm not going to cite all my sources all the time. And I see what you're saying very similarly to that. We're nerds with opinions, and if I feel ways about things, I don't think I've ever changed my mind on the 4D stuff. Where I always have said, from back when Shauner started pushing it to when you and I got into an argument, whatever, a year ago or whatever it was, when Rick sent me that video, I said the same thing then that I say now. I like what you guys are trying to sell. I think you just go too far with it. I think that you hit that precipice, you find a perfect way of doing a role playing game, and then you roll off the cliff.
And I think I don't think you should obviously you're right. You're a YouTuber. You're not gonna cite everything perfectly and source everything, but you talk, which is not a bad thing. You talk with like a tone of authority, right? The way that you present yourself, the way you talk and stuff like that, right? You come off as somebody that's credible. So when you have
there's the first mistake.
Yeah, but people are dumb, so you have to remind them, like, I'm just an idiot on the internet. You should say that. You should start every sentence by saying that.
Well, luckily this isn't a suggestion, so
just like give your audience. Yeah, give your audience a better expectation of like a better understanding of your level of expertise on the subject you're discussing. Maybe
it's funny you say that, though, because what you're asking me to do, I mean, this is how I've been basically my entire life. Well, my entire adult life. I've been like this, and doesn't matter what we were talking about in the past. It could have been role-playing games, it could have been politics, it could have been football teams or whatever. This is just this is who I am and how I talk. So I mean, I'm not making excuses like you have to accept me for who I am. It's not that you're making a bad assessment. At the same time, this is also, you know, this is an entertainment medium, and when people can see me sparring with somebody, I hate to say this, as much as people like to send me messages going, you know, I'm glad you're not doing the rants anymore. Do you know what got me a lot more views?
The rents.
Yep. People want Jerry Springer or whatever the current version of that is. So I provide a little bit of that. The chat, I know Bear's in chat right now. The chat change when Bear and I had our like 10-second back and forth just completely changed the entire show. Chat wasn't moving much for at least the next half hour. Chat was just like it was great. People felt ways about things, and that's part of what this is about. I never judged you for the comments or the games that you liked. I don't think you should ever have got that impression from me. I feel the way I feel about it, but you know, it's up to somebody else to go out there and validate whether I'm right or wrong. This is actually why, you know, you actually helped me segue into something here. The next year, when we change the name of this show from Some Rando RPG Livestream to Game Master Insight, that's kind of the point of all this, is for you to have a perspective, not Malachi, Brian to have a perspective, and me to have a perspective, and from there have somebody go, all four of those guys are idiots, or I really like what Mr. Max had to say. Max Liao is a dum-dum. Or, you know, I could pull a little from Mr. Max and a little from Max Liao and, you know, try something else. So, you know, and if it's something that they remember because we were a little hyperbolic and vitriolic and, you know, you were worrying about if you can eat babies or something, I mean, hey, that's all good.
And like, I'm gonna bounce because like I'm just here to, you know, it's an occasion for personal growth. I mean, I don't want to take the whole show.
No, I should kick you out anyway, but you're making good and valid points, so I want to make sure that.
Two last thing as I leave, you don't talk enough about Earthdawn, and you should bring back a mustache. One of them is alive.
A porn stash. All right, Mr. Max.
Yes.
Thank you for that, and you know, if you come with something else, pop back in.
Take care. Bye.
Okay, so real quick, let me do the TLDR for that for everyone, because I know he's trying to hard to understand sometimes. Basically, it was Max, suck less, do better.
Yeah,
Get good.
That was the entire takeaway from that one.
Get good, scrub.
Yeah. Malachi stole my line. Go ahead, Malachi.
Oh yeah, I just want to bring up the whole citation thing that you were mentioning about somebody else saying. There's one time where I think a citation is good, and Pundit does this all the time. He'll start ranting about something, but he won't say where he got it from. Like, his whole subject of his video is, you know, so-and-so said this and why they're wrong. Okay. Tell us what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you find this? Nope. And people bring it up in the comments. He's like, it's not my job. You go find it.
So now I want to be very clear that I'm not saying that there's never a time where I should, let's say I'm out there. Oh man, I can't believe that Baron said blah, blah, blah about me or whatever. Well, where did he say it? Okay, I should have to at least, well, I don't know which video it is, but it's like 2 weeks ago or something like that. I'm not going to go look it up, but it's on his channel like 2 weeks ago. To me, that's enough to say if you want to put the effort in to try to find it or whatever. You know, you should cite something. And no, I'm not going to bring up another YouTuber's name, but long story short, don't mention his name, but I'm sure you guys know who I'm talking about. What used to frustrate me about him is when he'd go off on me or whomever else, he'd always say certain things and it just had no receipts to it. Like, okay, what did I say that was wrong? What did I say that wasn't obvious satire, hyperbole, you know, or rant, you know, so to speak? Where was the actual wrongness in what I said? And until you show me that, you know,
well, and I do think there's a little bit of a difference between citing your source, like in a discussion like this, you know, being able, you know, just saying, oh, it was in Bob's video from 2 weeks ago about then. Okay. In a conversation like this, totally get it. Yeah. If you're going to throw up an actual video, it's like, here is this thing that I want to address. Okay. You know, then you absolutely should be, you know, citing the specific source. Here is a video that I'm reacting to. Here is a news article that I am reading. Whatever. If you're not citing that source, then you're just your rant really doesn't hold a whole lot of weight, in my opinion. But I will also say one thing as far as Mr. Max complaining about using straw man arguments. At first I was agreeing with him, but then you brought up the good point of sometimes throwing out a straw man argument is at least going to get people talking. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's not the best argument, but it gets a conversation going. It gets the chat going. You know, sometimes, throwing out a crappy little straw man argument is just better.
Yeah. So one of the things, I mean, he makes, if this was, how do I say this? I got like about 50 things rattling through my brain right now. If this was like an Andrew Wilson debate versus somebody else, I think that he would be spot on. I think that Mr. Max would be spot on. We're just random nerds in here. Or no, let me back to one other thing. If I'm declaring that in Earth Dawn or AD&D 2nd edition, this is a particular rule, and Baron's like, no, it's not a rule, blah, blah, blah. Well, maybe there we have to look it up. Maybe there we have to say, hey, this is how I run my games. Or maybe there I'd have to say that he runs dumb games. Oh, it's a straw man, ad hominem. Okay, but he still runs dumb games. I don't care. But that's where the entertainment part of the medium comes in. And that's where chat, somebody put something on here I want to... I never even thought of contacting a content creator I listened to tell them how to run their show. Do you know what's funny? Is I still haven't done that to this day unless somebody asked or I knew that's why the person wanted me to watch. But you'd be surprised the comments that we get. And they come in spurts. It's like if I get one, I can plan on a handful. If I get none, I get none. But it is weird. And a lot of the people, when I'll send back to them, like, hey, post that publicly. Let's see if other people feel the same way. No, this is just between me and you. And it's like, it makes it difficult for me to post it out because either A, people be like, well, that was never said, Max. Nobody ever actually said that. Or it's hard for me to address it because sometimes, at least in my mind, everybody's going to know who made that comment. So I can't really address it directly because everybody will, well, we know that was Brian was saying all through the entire stream, so we know it was something like that. Yeah, people are non-confrontational. That's true, but you run your show how you want. If you've got suggestions for me, today's critiques, not suggestions. But if you got suggestions for me, I listen. But don't just assume that because you sent me a suggestion or something you like that I'm just, I got to listen to it because you're a subscriber. So, what's going on in chat? You guys are loud. What's going on?
I couldn't help myself because some people don't always get sarcasm. I go, you're lucky to get anything, Malarkey.
Yeah.
Oh wow. So the smartest people I know don't get sarcastic. Yeah. So ultimately, I mean, there are different people. There are people who like different types of shows. A lot of my friends, my actual real life friends who I would hang out with on a daily basis, who even play tabletop RPGs, won't watch Legion of Myth. Do you have any inkling as to why that might be?
Because they don't want to give you money.
That never came up, but okay.
Well, I'm just spitballing here.
Oh, okay. No. I'm just. Do you know why that would be? And look, I'll be upfront. Has nothing to do with me. You're muted, Brian.
Maybe they're just not into watching this kind of stuff.
No, that's the biggest one that I get. Most of them are like, dude, I run my game the way I want to run the game. I don't need to watch some other random nerd on there tell me how to play games I've been playing for 30 plus years. Like, fair enough. Another one is they don't like the long form content. Most of my friends are still into short form YouTube content. They want things 10 minutes or less.
Yeah, this kind of format definitely,
This was true. This and 3.3.5 and Pathfinder 1st Edition are, polarizing things for Max.
Yeah. Eberron.
And,
he loves Eberron.
Yeah, Eberron.
Eberron. Look, I liked Eberron when it was called Earth Dawn.
See the smoke rising.
So I've missed some of the chat. So if you thought something was important, you can repeat it again, or if you know. Yeah, wow!
Whoa.
There you go. Okay.
I mean, everybody's entitled to wrong opinions. It's okay.
I'm fine with Ebron. He just did it for the wrong system.
Well, see, my whole thing about opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got them.
See,
So
and
it's
that's
okay.
what I don't understand. Like my friend, it's really weird because even growing up, when I say growing up, going back to say junior high, after I got out of Lutheran school, going all the way back, some of the shootouts that like you and I have, we have that sitting around the fucking table. Just, they'd make me play Magic, which y'all know is, it's such a great game. No, it's not. No. And, we'd be playing Magic sitting around the table. They'd give me some rando cards. I'd just throw them out there. And we would get into these same shootouts that we got here. But you know what we never did? You got to say that nicer. It's like, you need to look into that more to know what you're talking about. No, I don't. I'm just an asshole with an opinion.
Yeah.
It's a fact-based opinion, or maybe I shouldn't say fact-based. Maybe I should say an experience-based opinion. But people still play Earth Dawn. I'm going to be running. I'm actually writing a campaign for it now. It's sad. Well, I have a love-hate relationship with Earth Dawn, and it's unfortunate. I want to love it, but it is very hard in this day and age.
I get it.
I have a sweet spot for vids. Keep it around 2 minutes, 45 seconds. I know a YouTuber you would like.
That's like my intro.
Right.
Oh, but one YouTuber I know, he gets a lot of pushback when his videos are less than half an hour long.
Here, let me put remember, guys, the invite link, if you want to pop on in and critique something, is in the description, but I will put it out there as well. There you go. And once again, for the folks on Rumble, I had it set up to use the generic stream key, and apparently it didn't work. That's why it started late. I had to just switch it over to the real one. I had no idea what Earth Dawn 4E looks like. Oh,
It's a book.
Yeah.
it looks like this. So
Is that digest size?
yeah.
Okay.
Said love-hate relationship with it. It would take way too. Actually, we got time. We can just talk about crap. So my issues with Earth Dawn First Edition, I don't think they play tested high circles. Circles, by the way, circles in Earth Dawn same as levels. So circles 1 through 8, glorious, works well. After that, I'm not sure they play tested it. I think they just kind of slap stuff on and win. I could be wrong, but that's just the way it felt.
Wait. FASA would just slap things on,
right,
and roll with it. That seems weird.
Yeah, was it 3 violence? Oh yeah, you're right. I thought it was 2. Thought it was 2, not 3. Ugh. Either way, so it needed a second edition. Unfortunately, the guys who did second edition did everything bad except for one thing: how they handled skills. And I use that to this day. That is the best rendition of it. Third edition broke the game completely. I have no love for third edition. I love what they tried to do. They tried to respect the game. They tried to stay true. They even didn't use like the main setting. They moved it over to China. There's a lot of stuff that third edition could have been lauded for, but it homogenized the disciplines, and that's an egregious. That's absolutely egregious. Weaponsmiths should not get the same talents as nethermancers and yada yada. No, just nope. Fourth edition unfortunately carried on that tradition, but I can't blame fourth edition for that because third edition did it. Where fourth edition went wrong was by simplifying the mechanics. Now you might be like, how's that wrong? Well, again, people who know Earth Dawn will understand what I'm talking about. People who don't know Earth Dawn won't. Normally, when you roll a success with us. So let's use the target number is 10 because it's the easiest one for us to remember. If you roll a 10 or better, you succeed. If you roll a 19 or better, you get an excellent success. which usually means in like combat, you got an armor defeating hit. So if that dude was wearing armor, doesn't count now. And there's something awesome about armor defeating hits. Anybody who says otherwise is just full of shit. I've been at too many tables where the armor defeating hit just lights up eyes like, yes, armor defeating, where the new system gets convoluted. Now, the new system, what does it do differently? You're not comparing to a chart. If the target number is 10, from 10 to 14, you get 1 success. From 15 to 19, you get 2 successes. From 20 to 24, you get 3 successes. So for every 5 you roll over, you get extra success, which for things like investigation is great. Mechanically speaking, I actually like it. I don't know if that was a Josh Harrison deal or a Morgan Weeks deal that did that, but whoever came up with that was great. But where it dies, where it fails, and I will die on this hill, and I'll argue with anybody on this one, is it dies in combat. And I know this from the tables that I ran. When I play tested, I didn't see it, but when I actually ran tables, I saw it. Normally, if you get an armor defeating hit, you already know what damage dice you're rolling because it's on your character sheet. Now, for every extra success, you add 2 steps to your roll. And all of a sudden, 50% of the time that people were rolling their damage dice, they were rolling the wrong dice. They either picked the wrong step number, or they did the math wrong in the head, or they forgot that they had the step, whatever. And it became frustrating for the players. And I'm talking about players who had literally never played RPGs before and experienced players alike. And I saw it fail right before my eyes. I normally don't say things like, well, that slows down the game, because I don't generally believe that. This slowed down the game because people were sitting there confused at the table. Hold on. Now, it doesn't seem that hard. It's just 2 steps, dude. Just look at the chart. But when you have a pile of dice in front of you and you go from, hold on, it goes from 2d8. Now, I know instantly it goes from 2d8 to 2d10. Got it. Or it goes from a d8, d6 to a d10, d8, because I've got a lot of experience with that. These people, wait, do I have my karma? So 2 steps. Where's the d8? Where's the d8? Where's the d8? Where's the d8? So it was frustrating for them. So what I would say is play 4th edition, but for combat only, go back to the old 1st edition combat chart. You won't go wrong by doing that. Yeah, it's still homogenized disciplines, but whatever, So, anyway, that's you can take that. If you guys know Earth Dawn, you know what I talked about. If you don't know Earth Dawn, you probably just fast forwarded or paused or went to another video.
I did. No,
I took a nap.
There you go.
You were thinking about riffs. Don't lie. Malachi, that's what you were thinking of. You're saying, how can I can totally see this in riffs. How can I move this over?
It's funny. Do you know where I got my first exposure to Savage Worlds?
Savage Earth.
Nope. Savage Earth Dawn.
Savage Earth Dawn. That's right.
I did a comparison between Pathfinder Earth Dawn, Savage Earth Dawn, and Earth Dawn. This is long before YouTube and so forth. And I was like, the Savage system wasn't so bad. You could actually emulate a lot of what Earth Dawn is with the Savage. Pathfinder Earth Dawn, not a chance in hell. So, you repeat that, wasn't listening. No! Just rewind. All right, folks, remember, this is Confront the Critics. So what critiques do you have about me, the show, Legion of Myth as a whole? Again, I'm not really looking for suggestions, but if you couch your suggestion as a critique like somebody did before, go for it. That's what this is about. And, yeah. And by the way, if anybody's going to critique me because I'm not letting these guys talk when somebody's on, it's not that I'm not letting them talk. It's the fact that I'm going to counter the points that are made at me, but they're more than welcome to jump on in and give their 2 cents as well.
But we'll wait until they're out so they can't respond to us.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's all about Matt.
And this is true for me too. 2 months of watching this channel and the viewer realizes everything they thought they knew about RPGs. Well, I was most likely narrow and uninformed, and I can admit there's always more to learn. There's always more to learn for me as well. Also, perspective. The number one thing, I've said this a bunch of times. I kind of said it tonight, but I'll be more clear about it now. The number one thing that surprised me most of all in the tabletop sphere was I have literally played in more than what I can put on both hands, states and countries. And every group I ran into played like we did. It wasn't until I came to YouTube where people played differently. I was like, what? And I might even be in somewhat the minority style of play. I don't know. But it's so weird that I go around the world and I find players like me. So yeah, that helped convince me that my way is the right, it's the right way. It's just weird. But that was probably the biggest thing that I had to learn. Everything else is stuff I'd either run across or I just disagree with, or different strokes for different folks, or whatever. But that one, like, wait, people don't have this expectation of role playing. People don't have this expectation of gameplay. People, that's just so odd to me because I've never run into a situation. I had certain people say things like, Max, I'd never play in your game, because they hear things like, I always keep you poor. I believe in slow leveling. Oh, I'd never play in your game. That's funny. I don't need you to play in my game. My table's full. Thank you. Like,
Yeah, him and Noro do just fine without you, okay?
Nora doesn't play. She hates this stuff.
I know. That's why I said.
No, me, myself, and I. You know why I hate solo gaming so much is because I'm embarrassed because that's me. I don't want to admit it.
So, well, one thing that was kind of funny is that you threw in that, Baron made a joke when everyone was role playing. And the thing is that I don't know if I've told this story, but we were playing in a game in the game room that used to be in Washington, Illinois. It's no longer there, but the store owner was running us. And I was playing a ratkin, and I was like the ranger. So, I was looking around stuff, everything else, had the perception, everything else. I was really good. And he said, "Oh, you see rat tracks?" And I go, like, me track? Like pointing to me. I was like me tracks or like me track or these tracks? And he goes, Swedish. And I turned around to the entire group and went, okay. I pointed to the ground and I go, them? The GM was not amused with me, and the table started laughing for 10 straight minutes, and the game got derailed.
So it's funny you say that, because if people are having fun, I know I'm the guy that doesn't like to have fun, but if people are having fun, I don't generally have a problem with it. I don't like memes at the table. Like, what was it, that Critical Role thing, Mighty Nine, like every day, nine. Okay, that stuff gets old to me. I also don't like, because I will have role playing moments where you're role playing with an NPC who say, her father got killed because you didn't rescue in time or whatever. And sucks for you, toots. All right, let's move on. Come on. Like I don't like stuff like that. But outside of that, a little bit of fun at the table, absolutely. Just don't derail it at that time. Don't take somebody's moment away from him, so to speak. Have we all? Not all, but for another $5, I'll let you come in and do it.
Although, Crafty, I did tell him, give him the best advice I ever got as a salesman: suck less, do better.
Uh-oh. Now that you let G-Rock talk, I have another complaint I'd like to have. Well, come on in, a nerd's nerd, and bring it up.
I love her to death. As I hold the pillow over her face, I just love her to death.
Jesus.
That got dark.
She just got a new box of crayons. I can't blame her.
Yep. She got to eat the purple ones first.
She got the 64 box this time. She got flavors she can't even identify yet.
We love you, nerd.
See, that's what's great about every Marine I've worked with, outside of actually working for the Marine Corps. But every Marine, like my last supervisor when I was in Germany, or one I work for now, they all, yep. I mean, they know. And it's great. People like to give Marines a hard time, but I actually find them to be a lot less antisocial than Navy.
Well, and there's a difference between, ribbing your friends, with a joke like that, and actually, quote unquote, meaning it. I would hate myself if Nerd thought we actually meant any of that. So
What are you talking about? Dude, Air Force here. We know they chew crayons. We've seen it. No, my favorite was when I was in Okinawa working for the Marines. They used to always try to bust my balls, right? So they'd be like, let me guess. You never threw a grenade. I'm like, why the fuck would I throw a grenade? What, are you gonna throw it and lob it at a plane? That's your job. You go get shot. I'm gonna stand back and go, they got one.
I'm in graphic design. I don't even know what a grenade is.
Yeah, but graphic design was part of combat camera, so that was very unfortunate for me. The only critique I have is Mac never gave us detailed tour of his bookshelf.
And there was one earlier that said that they were really upset because you had 2 empty shelves, basically.
Yeah, I saw that one. Well, that's part of the Here Have Max's Crap giveaway because I'm trying to improve. No, you guys,
And the cats.
I was going to say, do you know why I cleaned off those bottom shelves? Is it, no, it's not this one. One of my cats decided to make a habit of pissing down there. And I didn't want my books peed on anymore. So, yeah. And yeah, meow. We got it. By the way, thank you for the super chats, folks. I really do appreciate that. Threw a grenade when I was in Cambodia. There you go. I've thrown a grenade. Well, did I throw a real one? No. They didn't.
Yes.
They didn't give us a real one. No, I didn't.
Not basic?
No, it's Air Force, man. Do you know how many rounds I shot before I was in a deployable unit? Do you know how many rounds I shot in basic training?
30.
More than that.
60.
You had to qualify more than once then because you didn't qualify the first time.
Not true. That's funny, but not true. No, we got 40 rounds to sight in, and then 40 rounds to qualify.
40.
And unlike you guys, we didn't have, we had somebody else's rifle, so it's like, I don't know, go 2 clicks to the left, 1 click, you should be good. Now I hear they don't even do it in basic training anymore. They don't even do a weapons call until they go to like their first base or something. I might be wrong about that. Somebody in the Air Force can. I work for the Air Force. You think I'd know, but can fact check me on that one. But my understanding is they don't even do or maybe it's they don't do it every year like we had to. Okay, wait, quick. Can you point to your favorite book behind you and what make is your desk gun? Well, I'll let you see it. My desk gun is a 45. Yes, I took out the magazine as I put it up here. 1911. That is my desk gun. Yes, it is full, it is loaded. It is ready to go. All I have to do is have the slide go forward. And if you're wondering, well, why doesn't it slide forward round in the chamber? Because my cats like to bump into it, and I found it on the floor a couple of times. That's why. So I would rather.
Wait. Are you a real?
Because Noro has trained the cats that if the slide is forward, she can get the insurance money. That's why.
Maybe.
Look, is he a real streamer if he hasn't had a desk pop yet? No, just kidding.
If I have a desk pop, I'll get rid of my guns. I mean that. Like if I can't be, like I hate looking at those. What is it that Brandon Herrera does? Those Darwin Awards things. I'm like, what kind of stupid do you have to be?
Oh, I was just making a reference to the movie The Other Guys, but
I may have seen it. Wait, is that the one with Wahlberg and
Mark Wahlberg?
Yeah, I've seen it once. I don't remember movie lines that well. Sounds like you have murders cats. No, they like to play and bump stuff. And I used to have the food table here. Like you guys might notice that the white table isn't here anymore. And so she would jump up and knock the gun on the floor and be like, "That's just not cool." And then, you said to point to my favorite games. That's hard to do. I have a lot of the games behind me are games I love for various reasons. Like it's hard for me to say a favorite game because as soon as I say a favorite game today, next week I'll be like, oh no, actually that one's probably my favorite. I know a lot of people like to say the whole Earthdawn thing. Why does Max have a desk gun? Mimics. Oh, that's what alcohol is for. What is wrong with you? So I keep a shotgun. Or I used to keep a shotgun.
Max laughed. His desk laughed. We all killed the desk.
Yeah.
Oh. I told these guys before the stream tonight, and I think I may have said it live when we started, but I'll say it now. I pretty much thought that this episode was going to be a nothing burger. I thought that a lot of the people that have complaints about me would either be too scared to come in and actually talk, either obstinately scared or just scared. Or not want to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fair. That's just fair. You don't have to want to. I wasn't looking for the most contentious people out there. Like, as in, what was it? What a lot of people are like, are you going to talk to Indestructiboy? I don't think he would come here even if somebody told him about that. So no. But yes, I would. One person even had the audacity. Wouldn't it be really cool if you had Jenny D on? Dude, I'm this big compared to her channel. She wouldn't even send her servants to come talk to me like we talk about, but I know that there are people, because again, I get the messages usually on Discord, a lot of times on Twitter, sometimes through Facebook, where I'll get some complaints. I figured I'd just have the opportunity for you to come on in and actually critique me. If you don't like something I've done or said, or think I'm a bad poo-poo person, come on and tell me. Sorry, I can't type.
So, I was going to say one thing, and I actually have a different way of looking as far as like what's the favorite game, and looking at your shelves. I actually would put it more like what won't leave the collection. Like, I can point to games like whether it's my favorite or just one that I like a whole lot. I would be like BattleTech.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter. It's not leaving my collection.
That's not leaving mine either.
Right.
I'd say most of them, because when I did have Max's crap giveaway, I gave away the stuff that I didn't want. Real quickly, just so who is it? Marco S. Yeah, I'm not trying to be rude to you or whatever, but yeah, it's in the description. You can find it there. There might be 2 links. It's just the Legion of Myth one specifically. That's yeah. So you can find it there and join, and welcome aboard. So was this? Oh, really? All of them. Like, I can't see me getting rid of any of them, because I really did take a lot of time before I did the Here Have Max's Crap giveaway stuff to determine what do I want, why do I want it, am I ever going to use it? Like, there's some games in here I might never play, but it has good information that I want to keep.
Right. No, and that's why I say, to me, it people always because I have board games and role playing and miniatures and all that kind of stuff, and people are like, oh, what's your favorite game? And I literally just get stumped.
Yeah.
I don't know how to answer that.
Yep.
But you could look at things like if somebody said, what's a board game that's not going to leave your collection? Oh, Carcassonne. Carcassonne is never going to leave my collection.
Okay. I mean, that would be tough for me, because as I'm just looking over here, it starts off with Hyperborea. Even if I never get the chance to run Hyperborea, Hyperborea is the best laid out game of all time ever. Jeffrey Talanian deserves awards just for his damn layout there. I know some people think OSE is better, and that's fine. I get that. I've seen how OSE is laid out really well. But for my take, as somebody who used to do this partially for a living, I love his layout. That I couldn't get rid of it. And I like the game. It ends at 12th level, which is around the time that, D&D to me becomes more work than fun. I going across. I'm looking at all those games. I can't see me even wanting to get rid of any of them. I even kept some 3rd edition books, by the way.
Are you feeling okay?
There are a couple 3rd edition books that are really fantastic for other resources, like the Familiars book. I think Trollords Games did that one.
Yeah.
That book is absolutely fantastic. I love that as a book that you can put into your... I actually started putting into one of my 2nd edition AD&D games a bunch of years ago, and I had to tweak. Obviously, I had to tweak it because it was for 3rd edition, but it worked out really well. I liked what that added.
I do have the CNC version of that one.
This might surprise you, but I won't get rid of Fate. I hate the company and I won't play the game, but there are aspects of what that game does that's actually interesting. And I like the dice. I do like the dice that go with that game. So, but yeah, I mean, there's nothing up there that I can look at. Like, if I was forced, you have to give up one game. I would probably give up all my Fate and Fate related stuff. Or Cosmic Patrol. By the way, I really think, and I'm not saying this as an insult, I really think that the 4D crowd should look into Cosmic Patrol as a game. I mean that. I think that they would find that that system and that concept works really well for them. Now, they'll probably think I'm insulting them because it does actually have an improv a portion to it, but everything else around that game I think would be something that would fit into the 4D playstyle perfectly.
Well, and rules light doesn't mean no rules. So even just because you're doing more improv,
Well, it's literally got an improv, so you actually swap game masters while you're playing. That's what turned me off of the game. Now, I know the 4D guys don't do that, but I'm just saying that's what the game is. That's what I'm saying. That part of it they might not agree with, but the rest of it, it's a very much a yes and game.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what turned me off to it, because everything else about it, I was like, oh, I'm going to be into this. This is pulp sci-fi, big bulbous-headed aliens, rubber suit lizard men kind of stuff. I'm like, yes. And then I'm reading the rules. I'm like, what? No. Either I'm a player or I'm a game master. I'm not swapping over. And then when my portion's done, Baron takes over. Yes. And then he completely ruins everything I had going on because his imagination is stupid. You know?
I mean, it's legit. It's a legit concern.
I got Fate books before I knew what Fate was or who Evil Hat was.
Well, I will say that the Dresden books that they put out is good reference. If you're running Dresden in a different rule set, there's a lot of that you can transfer over and use for lore-wise in those books.
Yeah, just if you like Dresden at all, they're good books. I am kind of annoyed that, they only covered like half of the Dresden books, and they're like, man, we're not doing any more. It's like, did you lose the license or are you just lazy?
Probably both.
Probably both.
Yeah.
Hi, Kim. I heard dishes clanking, so I assumed that's her.
Nope.
Usually that's Kim. But that's okay.
What's going on over here? Oh. All right. Anything? I mean, I'm not ending the stream right now. It kind of made sense. Anything else? Otherwise, I'm going to go. No. Just anything else you guys want to? It's funny. We have a panel show, and my recent panel shows have been like 30 viewers, which is really low for me. Tonight, I'm like, we're just going to hang out, and people are going to bitch about me. 45. We actually up at 50 at one point.
We didn't say it earlier, but hi, Jim.
That wouldn't surprise me, Patty. That wouldn't surprise me because of those weirdos. Those were, if I remember correctly, those were the same weirdos that put on a full-page disclaimer about how they hate H.P. Lovecraft as they did an H.P. Lovecraft game. I can't stand people like that. And again, if I've missed some chat that you want me to answer, don't think I'm ignoring you. I'm honestly not exactly paying attention to all of it. Just go ahead and post it again. Oh, so you can see yourself keeping everything else. I see how to. No, look, man. I kept Mutineer Zero for my D20. Not Mutineer Zero, sorry. Mutant Chronicles for my D20. You know I didn't like the Conan game. You know that full well. So Crafty, was it Crafty or Omino? One of them bought me the book to review the game. And I'd already done Mutant Chronicles, and I wasn't a fan of the 2D20 system. To be fair, I was actually a fan of most of it. I don't like not the metagame. What do you call it?
The momentum.
The metacurrency.
Yeah, the metacurrency, the momentum. But it isn't just the momentum. It's the momentum, and then you also have those fate points, whatever the hell they're called. It's like, why do you have to stop it? This whole the gaminess within the game, I don't like. It's not for me. Other people like it, but I do see why that the 2D20 system works wonderfully for a pulp fantasy game like Conan, though. Absolutely. That makes, I actually think that Conan should be done in the 2D20 system. That system is just not for me. So, and the book was just poorly written. Mutant Chronicles was written so much better than the Conan book.
Spoke his name earlier, and he appears.
Baldahar. Come on, why don't you? I dare you to come in and tell me that to my face. Always lurking out there, Baldahar, huh? Baldahar is probably our longest viewer because he goes back to the obviously to the video game days, watching me die over and over again. When I played MechWarrior Online. Come and seen what you've done. Hey, you know what I've done is on video. I can't take it back now.
No takesy backsies.
Yeah, right?
That's the rule.
I was going to ask you guys a question, but it would have resulted in a positive answer, and I can't have that debate. That's not. By the way, folks, next week, just so why I'm harping on the whole critique thing this week is because next week we're going to have positive. It's going to be positive vibes next week. So this week is about critiquing me. If you're new, because I see a few people have jumped in. If you're new, if you have critiques about me, the channel, the show, whatever, critiques, not suggestions, please. Unless you are smart and worded into a critique. The link is in the description to join the show, and you can pop on in here and complain to me about whatever you think I'm a poo-poo word about. Wait, Grim Jim's in chat?
Yeah, I said hi to
It's been
him.
for a while.
Oh, hey Grim, haven't seen you in forever, man. Next week's show is going to be 3.4 minutes long. Can I critique the fans?
That's the week after.
Yeah, show up when Max just insults all of his listeners.
Well, no, that's perfect because that's the members only live stream. So
That's the members only live stream. Right, so pay me so I can yell at you.
Yeah, there you go. No, pay me so I can yell about you to the people who pay me.
Right.
We pay for the abuse.
But okay, off topic. Are we doing a New Year's Eve show again or no?
I doubt it. We'll see.
Okay.
I doubt it because it depends. One of the things I have to. What day is New Year's Eve on?
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Tuesday. Who streams on Tuesday?
Nobody now.
Nobody at the moment.
TV's Wednesday afternoon.
Wednesday. Oh, that's right. He changed. If nobody is streaming on Tuesday, maybe. But I'm not gonna step on somebody's stream that I know.
Nobody. I
think the only people that were doing Tuesdays were Biggest Geekus.
A Four Color Cafe was that Tuesday or Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Wednesday. Okay. Yeah, I thought somebody took. No, Brian, aren't you doing Tuesdays now?
Wednesday.
No, Deep Dive is on Wednesday.
Okay, well, I could have sworn somebody took over the Biggest Geekus spot. Okay, if there's nobody doing it on Tuesday, I may. I may do a live stream. We'll see. I'm not focused on it, but.
Well, yeah, actually, Bear's got a point. Tuesday.
We're streaming on Tuesday now.
Well, that's when we used to have the Tuesday night game, but obviously that stopped a while back.
He's gonna go stream now. Dick, T-shirt historian. You know what? I like T-shirt historian, but I haven't talked to him in well over a year. I kind of don't consider him as part of somebody. Now, I wouldn't go out of my way to step on his shoes or his toes. I like him. But I also think that his show is different than mine. He does more of an overall geek thing. Yeah. Now, to be fair, I don't know what his Tuesday show is, where like that would frustrate me. Like, I don't think I could be on his Saturday show because they talk about a whole bunch of stuff that my eyes would glaze over. But, a lot of people like it. And I think you should go watch T-shirt historian's show. But I wouldn't look to his to see if I was stepping on his toes or not. I kind of don't consider him in this. At the same time, if say half you guys, because didn't Victor used to be on the show, and I don't know who's on the show anymore, but I wouldn't do that to compete with you guys. I don't want to take viewers from you, and I also don't want my viewership cut in half. So,
and I think T-shirt it only goes for like an hour on a Tuesday anyway.
Okay,
and it's usually in the afternoon, like 5:30 my time.
Oh, you're going to be on a show tomorrow? Patty, if you post on the Discord, there might be some folks that go over there and watch it. So, wait, what is today? Today's Friday. Oh, crap. I'm all thinking I got to go to work tomorrow for some reason. That's cool.
Okay.
Post on the Discord if I'm not outside my backyard, which I probably won't be because it's winter now, but or doing something else, I'll try to
We'll try to send some of the snow down there to you, Max. How about that?
I had frost the other morning. People here lose their mind. By the time I got to my truck, those are. I mean, I've had to scrape my windows now twice. I mean, come on. I know. Not enough memory to open it. I just lost all of my YouTubes on Google Chrome. Everything. All right. Reload. This has been happening more and more. For like the last month or so, this has been happening. Okay.
I get it too. If they did one of the updates, it's been stupid.
There we go. Yeah, somebody else that I was watching said that YouTube was doing updates behind the scenes. So don't know if it's true or not. But by the way, I switched over from TubeBuddy to vidIQ. And for those of you who pay for services like that, holy crap, vidIQ is a million times better. I've been using TubeBuddy for 5 years. And, you know, I'm kind of brand loyal. So once I start something, if it works for me, I keep with it. But I'm like, I'm paying for this. I'm not really using it. Almost everything I got out of TubeBuddy, I get out of ChatGPT now anyway. So I don't need this. But I just said, you know, vidIQ's got a sale, like 50 or whatever it was, 80% off. Or whatever. You know, I can try them out for a year. Holy balls. vidIQ is so much better.
Yeah, and you can actually go to different people's videos and compare your videos to their videos with scores and everything else. It's kind of cool.
TubeBuddy has that as well, just not as good. I guess the things I'm looking at for vidIQ is vidIQ does a better job for titles. Now, I still do my own titles, but video ideas, I use vidIQ, and I now have about another 2 months worth of Friday streams. I had to tweak it a bit, but I have for Friday streams, like, I didn't even think about covering that. That's awesome. You know, like... So, yeah, like vidIQ is just so much better. Look, you don't need to use that. I'm not saying that, oh my God, you know, Max is trying to make $1 million. No, there are reasons why I use those things. They just make my life easier. I can get keywords in there quicker. I can get better descriptions and so forth. Yeah, I am going to try to do best practices as much as possible. And if those things will help me out, I'm going to do that. Some people think, oh, you're just trying to be professional. Okay. You know. Yet at the beginning, we talked about what? I cut live streams into videos. Is that professional? I don't know. But, man, look, me too, man. I mean, to be fair, I knew the worst of the worst were never going to show up. Unless you know them and can convince them somehow. And there's a couple reasons for that. Number one, to be fair, do you think they care? Chances are no. Like, I'm not going to sit there. Do you think if there's a channel out there that I hated and was like, I'll confront my haters, all of you, come on. Do you think I would join? Well, I might. To be fair, I might. It would depend on if any of like these weirdos were watching, or you guys out there were watching. Like, well, if you guys are going to watch, I'll go on and do it. I think that somebody might be like, look, man, it's 1 versus 4. Are you kidding me? That isn't fair at all. I could see somebody thinking that, even though these guys aren't here to back me up, they're here just to help me pass the time. Well, you know, there's nobody in here. You know, so I'm coming up on your own. That's awesome, man. No, that's really awesome. I appreciate it. And yes, I do know you raid that, and I thank you for that. You should pass me on Rumble. I'm not even trying on Rumble, and that doesn't mean like if I was trying, I'd beat you. No. I'm not saying that. So I hope you do pass me. I really do. You know, it's weird because there are a couple of YouTube channels out there who were much smaller than me, let's say like a year or two ago, that are bigger than me, and people tried to use that against me. Look at that. This person's bigger than you now. I was like, do you remember when I was on that person's show and said that he was going to be bigger than me? Like, you know, like, yeah. I know the content I make. I know what it's good for and what it's not good for, you know? And guess what it's not good for? It's not good for having 100 people watching right now because I'm not getting all your panties in a bind, okay? It's just, if I'd stuck with the rants and actually researched those rants a little bit. See, that was another thing that was troubling me about the rants. I don't care about what Gygax did in 1964. I don't care who's the recent WotC person wore the baseball hat all the time. I can't fucking think of his name.
Perkins.
Crawford or Perkins or whatever.
Perkins.
I don't care what they do. Like these guys, the other folks will dive into. Sure, Perkins said this back in 1916. I'm like, I don't care. I care what he said at this moment in time, and I'm moving on. You know, so so doing a lot of that stuff just was meh. I know one in the chat is watching. I'm expecting a video about Max as soon as the stream is over. Oh, okay. I know you're talking about. Maybe. Or you know what? You ruined it because you said that. Now he's not going to.
Yeah. Good job, nerdy.
Yeah,
Which is sad, because why make a video when you can just come in and, like, think about it. You could come in, say your piece, and then make a video reacting to you saying your piece.
my personal opinion on that
Inception
is
level.
because he probably doesn't think he'd get a fair shake. And I can't change somebody's mind on that. So,
If
But the
you're
link is in his-
watching, I can promise you'll get a fair shake. We said it at the beginning. If we agree with the caller, we're gonna back him up.
Mm-hmm.
We're
yeah,
not
you already
100%.
backed up Bear and Mr. Max. I should kick you guys out, assholes.
But to the opposite, if you come in with a dumb one, I'm going to call you an idiot. Then Max is going to boot you out.
Agreed.
Wow.
And I'll tell that person to suck less, do better, and then we'll kick him out. There we go.
I missed
Yeah, good
everything
job,
in
bro.
response to. Oh crap! I don't know what did I say to your comment? Which comment about the being on Rumble? The quick version is if it's that. The quick version is this. Congratulations, you're going to pass me. I hope you do, and I wish you honestly all the best. I want you to have the biggest audience you could have, man. So, and if it's about the T-shirt historian thing, yeah, go ahead and post it on my Discord. If you're on my Discord, go ahead and post it on my Discord. So, in the shout out channel, when it's about to start, if you have the link for it, so that people can watch tomorrow.
Yeah, nothing good comes from hating people for having success. So go get it.
And I will say, I figured out what I watch on a Tuesday, and it's not even on YouTube. It's on Twitch. It's a Troll Lord stream.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Yeah. I stay away from Twitch now. Two
That's
reasons I won't try to download my audio is garbage. While I do disagree with Max off and don't really have any great criticism to offer. Hey, besides being a dirty Capellan. Yeah, I'm surprised nobody's come in and done that. My critique about you is you're a dirty Capellan. but let's be honest. Gunther, I appreciate the message, not busting your balls at all when I say this. Again, guys, tell me if I'm lying. Didn't I kind of say at the beginning I was
You're
expecting
wrong.
more softball than anything else?
You're still wrong.
Okay, but I was at least right about that.
No, completely wrong.
Fair enough.
And I think Biden got more hardball questions and comments.
Critique the panel, not Max. That's what this audience would do. If I said critique the panel, they would all critique
look at
me.
the time. Look at the time.
No, they wouldn't do it. They would critique me. If I say critique me, they want to critique the panel. That's you. That's on you. You. What's going on? Try hard. What was that? Who's a try hard, Mr. Max? They all needs show taint. Oh, gross. Things to hate Max all over. Okay. Is BDIs? Well, and my Hubble telescopes. I'm sorry, James Webb. I've upgraded. That I have on here. Gravitational lensing, baby. If you look close enough, you can see beyond.
Oh my god!
I think Crafty's a little jealous right now.
You know what I don't like about you, Max? You play with your balls a lot. Larry Bird doesn't do as much ball handling in a single night as you do in an hour. Hey, man. You know what? You got them. Enjoy them, right?
Just remember, it's all fun and games till you hit yourself in the eye. Then it burns. All right, I'm just going to put that out there.
I've got a critique about my panel right now. You know what makes you happy? A few extra balls, an extra set of fingers. Huh. Well, this is legit. You might be joking, you might not be, but that's legit. I even don't even like it.
No,
Yeah, I
man,
can't listen.
people that like their own voice.
The thing is, I hate when I actually do videos and I go through and edit them. Yeah, no. Hey,
I am going to disagree with I believe it's pronounced Rafael. I'm going to disagree with his comment a little bit.
Which one? so I can put it on the screen.
Here's an actual critique, Max. Your new format with questions and answers is great, but I think it lends itself more to pure YouTube videos instead of streams. I'm going to disagree, because part of the fun thing about doing this with the stream is getting that audience reaction. You know, being 100%. Able to see the comments, things that even as a panelist we may not have thought about. You know,
and the amount of crap that the panel gives me.
Yeah, I mean that's all fun too. So it is nice to be able to have them to go back to, like this particular format. Like this is still good long tail content, stuff that will last a while. But it doesn't. Yeah, but doing it live is still a bonus.
I know people are popping in and out here. I don't know if it's the same people, different people, whatever. Just want to remind folks the link is in the description. If you have a critique, I'm standing by here for your critiques. You know, if I don't get a critique, maybe in like the next half hour or so, may have to just get close to wrapping this up. But I'm looking for some honest critiques from you folks. Go ahead, Baron.
And the one thing is that going with the format you have now is that I've also noticed it's not with the question and answers. You get a lot of, sometimes you get some of the same people going, yeah. And then other times you get one that's over here, one that's over here, and one that's way out there. And, you know, it's really nice because, you know, you're getting actual different opinions about things. Whereas it's not just a bunch of...
Go ahead,
yes,
sorry.
man.
So Raphael made a comment that is actually being addressed. So I'm putting this on here. Sure, but there's a lot less interaction with the audience now. The panelists speak, the questions are asked, they speak again, and maybe every 10 minutes or so you get interaction edgewise. I have fixed that going into next year. At least I hope I have. So the name of the show is going to change from Some Rando RPG Livestream. That's one to be a little bit more searchable on there, like Rando RPG, whatever, you know. But the Game Master Insight, that might be something I want to watch. I'm hoping we get, you know, that pretty sure that's number one. But I'm also changing the Q&A format. I had a few people, and really what convinced me, honestly, and Malachi was there, was one of the after shows we had, because a few people had been kind of mentioning this, like, oh, Max, you know, it's kind of lecture mode, but one of those after shows turned into a freaking intervention. Like, I'm sitting there and I felt like everybody was just like, no, we know that you're feeling bad, but you've got to work on these things. I'm kidding, but I took that to heart. So the question answer format is going to change slightly. It's still going to seem similar, but it's absolutely going to be set up more in a format to allow people to go back and forth a bit more quickly. Because the idea was that Baron was supposed to answer the question, then answer a follow-up. Then I moved to Brian, same thing, answer question, answer follow-up. Then Malachi answers question, answer follow-up, right? And then open the floor. Like, well, Malachi doesn't like how Baron runs the game, so Malachi should probably start asking him questions. But it never happened. And there's a couple reasons for that. One, unlike me, these people don't take notes. Because, you know, that's just a thing I do. I'm always writing stuff down. Like, I'll get back to that. Okay. And so they forgot what the person was talking about, or it wasn't relevant anymore. Some things are a matter of timing, right? So it's better to address right at that time. So the way the Q&A is going to be done, it's going to be a subtle change, but if you look closely, you will see it there. But it's going to actually allow for more of that. But it took me months of these roundtable back and forth. Like, why didn't I do that right away? Because I thought that, you know, with a bit of experience and with panelists that have been on more often, that would happen more. It just didn't. So now I know, okay, it's time to change the format up.
So basically you're making this Gatekeepers 2.0.
That's what this was.
Yeah.
So I was struggling with the Rando stream, and I wanted to do something more gatekeeper oriented, but I didn't want to step on Jade's toes. Coincidentally, that week, because it wasn't because I sent them off or anything after him, he's like, I'm putting Gatekeepers on a hiatus. And I was like, yes! Because then it allowed me to do what I was doing, what I turned this into. So yeah, that I was open about that yes, now the Gatekeepers, because I didn't want to compete with it. I wanted, you know, Jade to have what he was doing because he's putting a lot of work into it. But once he put that thing on hiatus, absolutely, that's why I did what I did with this. So Not going to hide
Well,
that fact.
Yeah, he's still been working 60, 80 hours a week. Has been for almost a full year.
Yeah, this is an honest critique that I appreciate. I am a jerk. Legitimate critique of the new format. Ask the question, let the panelists answer, and then if the other panelists argue, that's what I'm doing. That's what the change is, Crafty. Is I only had, instead of two questions, a question and a follow up. Actually, I'm actually gonna have a lot more follow ups. But the way the follow ups are going to be done are going to be keep probing the conversation. It's still going to be a little bit of lecture. It's still going to be Baron answers the question, but if right off the bat Brian wants to say, wait a second here, he absolutely can come in and do that instead of waiting for everything to be done. That's going to be the change. But what I don't want is Brian to give his entire full answer at that point, or especially Malachi, since we'd be going in order at that point. Save that portion of it for your turn so that people can counter you at that same time or probe into your questions at that time. Does that make sense? So
it does, and I think it's just going to take some practice and getting used to it. So
yes, because we have to probe Malachi to try to get emotions that actually show on his face.
I don't think he knows what those are.
Wait, what's that?
Emotions from Malachi. We don't really get a lot of emotions from him.
I don't think Malachi knows what emotions are.
He's like next gen Data first season.
Yeah.
So we're gonna discuss this next comment. GM Cody says, my one and only critique, and you've been moving away from this. I like the show better when you're not ranting and bringing things down. I'd say that at this point, a year or so into doing it, trying to move away from the rants. Because remember, I tried moving away from the rants even before we went to this specific format. I think I finally culled, so to speak, or they've moved away, the people who are just here for the rants. And I'm kind of building the more organic audience for this now. But as a YouTuber, and I know some of you folks out there don't look at YouTube as a business. I only partially look at it as a business. I'm certainly never going to quit my full-time job. Even if somehow I got 1 million subscribers, blah, 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 I still wouldn't quit my full-time job because this is a fleeting thing. If you go watch the channels that rant and also know how to build an audience, there's that second part to it. They do way better than I do. I don't get the complaints much anymore, but I received a ton of complaints from people when I stopped ranting. No, I have no intention of going back to those necessarily. Doesn't mean I will never rant. Just means that is not going to be the intent of the show. Most people now are happy with that. They prefer that. Me too. The rants got boring. I've heard other YouTubers talk about me on the side, whether it's through, again, Discord, Twitter, YouTube videos, whatever, that I'm either hiding them or I'm afraid of them. You realize that if you follow me on podcast, we have everything going back to 2017. Nothing's been hidden. That's where people that really go after me, they go to the podcast because I haven't shut any of that crap down. What was I saying? Oh, so yeah, I'm not going to go back to it. But with that said, people want Jerry Springer, man. Jerry Springer was freaking popular for a reason. And I may not have liked it. You may not have liked it. We all may not have liked it. But for my final thoughts, let me tell you.
I watched it.
Yeah. It's that kind of drama. Just it sells. That's what it is. It sells. But no, I'm not going back to that. And I appreciate. The more I hear stuff like this, Cody, whether it's from you or anybody else, the more it reminds me that I'm glad I'm not doing that necessarily anymore. But I want to be very cautious when I say that. That doesn't mean I will never rant again. But it's got to be at the right place, the right time, for the right reason.
I think Nerd hit it on the head. Small rants are fun. Yeah.
Let me scroll. Sorry, a lot of chat happened because I kept that one up there. Oh, here we go. Yes, small rants are fun, but it needs to be dressing, not the main course. That's fair. And there are channels who rant better than me now. They just are, because I screamed, I was shrill, had foam at the mouth. There are other people who do it in a more just a better way. And I just don't feel the need. I'm so bored of that stuff. And what happened was we were just repeating ourselves. Oh, look, somebody else is saying there's no representation. Well, let me scream about that. What did I say last time? Oh, look, you could just basically clip this video and that video, and it's the same damn thing. Why? It just got boring.
Well, and look, another way to put it, like, honestly, how many times do you want to listen to somebody just complaining about, oh, Watsy did this stupid thing, Watsy did that stupid thing? Sure, but I'm just saying you're not the only one who's tired of it.
What did Watsy do this month?
Right. Like I'll tune in, like I might watch, like, say Professor Dungeon Master, does a video complaining about Watsy doing something stupid.
But even he'll complain that will be some of his most watched videos. Sure. No, I know. But it's like, I might watch one, but I'm not going to watch everybody talking about it. I don't care. Right. And at least he presents it, like, in a more informative format than a lot of people do. So, well, this explains a few things. Bear, we're critiquing me, not you today, sir. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, look, you can look at a couple other look, how do I say this? I don't want to mention any channel names that might not feel that they agree the same, because some of them don't necessarily rant, but they're borderline rant, and they're people I like, and they'll tell me, oh, I don't rant. Yes, you do. You just do it at a nice, softer tone. But then you've got channels out there. I mean, Pundit's definitely been ranting, right? And Diversity and Dragons does a lot of ranting, and he does it in maybe a more stoic way than I did. Yeah. And to be fair, Diversity and Dragons was one of the reasons why I stopped ranting, because he was doing it better than me. So I was like, you guys are watching him. Why do you need to watch me say the same thing, other than maybe I'm a little bit more comedic about it because I'm like, whatever. But no, his channel was growing wonderfully. That helped become part of the impetus as to why I don't rant anymore.
Because people like dragons and not spider monkeys.
Yep.
That spider monkey thing was funny. That was man. Rob will always have a place in my heart for that. By the way, if you guys don't follow Adventures with Dice, I think it's all capital letters. Rob's a good guy out there. I actually haven't watched any videos of his recently. I don't know if he's been putting them out, but I'm not getting notifications if he is. But good gaming channel. We disagree on a few things. He doesn't like racist class when he's playing basic D&D, and it makes me want to throw dice at him. But when he did that spider monkey thing, it was such an awesome. For those who don't know the story, here's the quick version of it. I did a kind of a reaction video to somebody, and then Rob was like, "I feel called out." Joking the entire time, right? I feel called out on that. And so I sent him a message, like it's in the YouTube comments. You should make a video on this. We should just have this reaction thing go back and forth. You make a reaction to my video. I make a reaction to your reaction. I make a reaction to your reaction. Like that. We're going to do this thing. And he's like, that sounds fun. Let's do it. So we did. Well, one other person thought that included him, which it didn't. But whatever. But right off the bat, so Rob in the middle of that thing, because I was like, oh my God, he's like, you look like a spider monkey or some crap like that, right? It's like, that was a good burn. Knowing he doesn't know, but I hate monkeys. It's like the only animal on the planet I hate. I hate monkeys. I hate them. Kill them all. I can't go. But if you have a monkey, I hope it rips off your face, because you should have killed it. You should have ripped off its face first. I just can't stand monkeys. Well, I don't know where the monkey touched me. Going to get that out there before somebody puts that in the comments. But I don't like monkeys, right? So that even made it more hilarious that he did that, because he didn't know that. Well, all of a sudden he started losing a whole ton of subscribers. I'm like, dude, I'm not going to be responsible for you losing subscribers. He's like, oh, I don't care. Like, no, I do though. I'm not going to be part of that. So we came clean. I thought it was obvious, but it came clean that no, this was just going to be a back and forth thing that we were doing, having some fun on YouTube and so forth. But I didn't want him losing subscribers over just having some fun. So
I think I know what's up with Adventures with Dice.
What's that?
I think I know what's up with Adventures with Dice. He may not have internet right now.
Oh.
Yeah, he has a post on YouTube from a month ago saying about reviewing a game if he ever gets his internet fixed.
Oh, okay. Well, is he North Carolina? Was he part of the hurricane?
I think so. He might be Florida. I think he's Florida.
then I hope he's okay. Yeah, I thought most of that stuff was already fixed and done by now.
Wow. I mean, look how, if anybody who's a fan of Mr. Welch and heard about his issues with his internet, yeah,
Okay.
it could take a while.
Yeah, because I've actually got a buddy who he lives in the greatest spot ever. It's called Bat Cave, North Carolina. All right, so that right there is just amazing. And yeah, they had actually ran him a temporary line about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. He finally got back on after the first hurricane went through, and it's dropping like crazy because he's like on my Minecraft server, and he's still him and his kid get on there, and they still have issues with it. So.
Oops. So here's what I'm going to do. If we don't get a couple of critiques, legit critiques, that is, in like the next 25 minutes, I think I'm just going to call this portion. I mean, we'll probably do just a hangout segment 5 type thing. But I don't want to sit here and waste everybody's time in the hopes that somebody says some poo-poo words about me. So I'm going to give it 25 more minutes. Now, if all of a sudden people jump in and they're critiquing all over the place, I'll do this for another 2-3 hours, whatever. But if we don't get any real critiques for 25 minutes, then I'm probably going to call it. I was honestly hoping. And we got a couple good. Look, I'm not going to say that what Mr. Max said was BS. I think that what he came in and said was legit. Whether I agree with it or not, it's a different story. But at least it was a legit critique. Bear started it off, and
I mean, with Mr. Max, you only understood every third word, but that was okay. You're actually able to put it together.
That's fair.
It's okay. No,
the crafting game, his critique actually was, it's one I've heard a few times, so I get where he's coming from. And, there are things that we can do to work on some of that stuff, like I told him there. You're just not going to see me run a game online. At best, and I actually tried to set this up. When I was in Germany, I tried to set this up. Some of my camera equipment that I have is because I tried to set up where we played, because I actually ran the conference rooms over there, is that I was going to set up cameras in the conference room. And actually, when I was at that point, I was going to be running Mutant Gen Lab Alpha until they bailed on me. We only want to do D&D. Well, after I set the game up and we had been talking for weeks about this, now that it's becoming real, we only do D&D. Okay, whatever. But I actually was setting all of that up where I was going to film the sessions. I much prefer to do that than I do online. Kind of address my main critique, which is the show has become less organic. Yeah, well, to be fair, that's intentional. That is intentional. I'm trying to move away from the Friday chill stream, but I'm going to make the panels a bit more organic, if that makes sense. So there's still going to be some structure to it. Still going to be four segments. Still going to, there's going to be one primary question instead of 2 primary questions, but it's going to include more organic back and forth. That's what I'm going to be promoting. And I'm going to keep my mouth shut talk about Jerry Springer until the end of the show, where I have my final thoughts. I'll have to call it something else because I'm sure that's copywritten, but I have to convince you. I still have not segmented that out from the 24-hour live stream. Keep telling myself I have to do that. Yeah, people liked. I even reached out to Sean before he went overseas and asked him. Sean Owen Robertson from Palladium Books, for people like Sean. Well, who cares? But from Palladium, and he said that Heathen Dog ran a really awesome game. So everybody liked Heathen Dog's game. Heathen Dog's style is a bit more conducive to doing this. I mean, theoretically, I could do it. I've had people say, Max, so you can't walk around. Just sit there and, you gesticulate enough. You'll be fine. I'm like, it's not the same for me. And while I've given in on the playing side of it and I'm doing it, look, I love Bear to death. And, Jim Zelkov and, Jim Fritz, and RPG's Dumb Games, those are great games. But if I had a table game, I would drop my online game in a heartbeat. It's just that much different. It'd be tough for me to drop a Thane, though. I'm really liking the Thane character. So, by the way, why isn't he?
And an online game isn't. I mean, it's a different experience. It's a different way of doing things. It's a different way of interacting with people. Even having cameras on everybody like you still miss some body language cues, things like that.
Mhm.
So it's not that it's not that everybody can or even wants to necessarily play that way.
Hey, real quickly, Patty, what's that link? Because if that's to your channel or whatever, I have no problem showing it off. It's a link I don't recognize. And then somebody said something over here. Oh, this is a good question. Why isn't Heath Dog more involved in this part of Legion of Myth? Is time availability thing or something else? It's a time availability thing. Like anybody who watches the members only streams know that we're supposed to go for 2 hours, but an hour and a half, he's like, gotta go by. Also, to be fair, I mean, he does spend a lot of time researching the games and so forth that he does, but Legion of Myth is me. It's my business. I own the LLC. That's the link for tomorrow. Okay. All right. Let me copy that now because otherwise I'll forget. And put it here. Sit in here. Sorry, I got to do something. Otherwise I'll forget and it won't get on there.
Well, and let's while you're doing that, let's not forget it's Friday night, folks. Like one reason that I haven't been on for quite a while, Friday night is date night. That's when I have every week at least a little bit of time for me and the wife to go out together.
Well,
so
that's your problem, not ours.
All I hear is blah, blah, blah. Got a wife, blah, blah, blah. Screw you guys. I'm going out.
Right. But that's exactly what it is. Yeah. So yeah, unfortunately, like not everybody can commit to that. Max obviously has a different home situation that does allow it. So great.
Yeah, and to finish up what I was saying, at least what I think I was saying, is that the business is mine. He does, when I ask him to do something, he generally does it. We'll talk about it if necessary, but he generally does it. But I mean, I do the graphics for the show. I do the annotations for the show. Yep, I do pretty much all the stuff for the show. But at the same time, he, if I say, hey, we need to cover this, or hey, can you reach out to these folks to, like, when he's going to do Wretched Flesh at some point next year, I think it's going to be in the first episode. He does that. So at least, when I ask him to do something, he does it. But the show is mine. So and to be fair, well, the company is mine. And to be fair, RPG Digest, I kind of treat 50-50. Like his input is absolutely valuable to me on RPG Digest. He's not going to change the format. He's not going to change everything up. But, if there's something he wants to do or is like adamant that he's not going to do, we'll work around that. Friday is me. That Friday is always 100% me. It started off as a joke with the Friday night chill stream. I just wanted to see if I could stream on a Friday night, if something like that would be interesting. It became completely popular. So it turned from a joke into something that, as time's gone on, become more and more serious. Heathen Dog just really has nothing to do with the Friday night stream. It's just not his thing. And Nerdy Ogre, you're not actually wrong necessarily. So
I mean, snoo or hang out with the bros in an online chat. That is not a hard choice.
He also, the reason he leaves early is because his kid's got a bedtime and he tries to be a good father and so forth as well. So I mean, but I'm sure the snoo at least that's the story I'm going with, because I think that's did I miss? Link is in the description if you want to join. And critique. Remember, it's only for the critique. Next week, in case you didn't hear it earlier, next week is going to be, was it reaching out to the fans? I forget what I called it exactly, but it's going to be basically thanking you guys. So we're going to spend a lot of time letting you come in and say hey and talk to us and whatever else. And we're going to say thank you to you. And so Patty, I posted that on my Discord, so hopefully that gets a few views. I don't know what T-shirt gets for views. I know when I used to watch, he'd get like about 15 to 20. So my guess is he's got to be up in 30s, 40s.
I don't think so.
Next week is brown nosing week. There you go. Well, you're supposed to make me feel bad today, and then I thank you for it next week. I'd like to try to get in next week. I need to see if my setup is even minimally viable. Well, you don't have to be on camera for to come in and just say hey, but you're welcome to.
Yeah, the call-in portion just needs to have like just a decent mic.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the beginning of the stream when Bear was, his critique was of me worrying about audio issues. I mean, I think I get more critiques about the fact that I force people to be on camera. This is an interactive medium, okay? Yes, I professionally work in video conferencing, okay? So that maybe that jades a little bit, but this is an interactive medium. To me, I think it's important to see somebody's expressions. This is why, like, I would accept a nerd's nerd because her avatar is expressive. But you're not just going to be a circle with a little volume thing, going around it. People need to see, that you're joking, and they need to be able to see, that you're exasperated. That, not just assume. So. Okay, that's cool. Hey, you're obviously welcome to show yourself. I don't know what's being talked about there. Where are we now? So yeah, about 15 minutes. If I don't get any substantive, basically, I don't want somebody coming to joke just to extend it. If I don't get any substantive critiques, I'm just going to assume that I am the best YouTuber out there, and that Legion of Myth is nothing but utter perfection, and everybody needs to bow down. Well.
I mean, it is now.
I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? I thought I kept that. I'm sorry.
I mean, nobody's got
reading my mind
about the perfection. I know.
No, about the lie.
Okay, sure. All right, I'll tell you what I tell somebody else. Where's the lie?
Yeah, he's sitting. He's not lying. He's sitting.
Yeah.
So it still begs the question. You can go either way with that. Where's the lie? So I'm either not lying or I'm not lying.
Yes.
Correct.
You are correct, sir.
Wow. I imagine my headset won't sound any worse than Malachi.
But will your face be, but if you do go camera, will your face actually emote more than Malachi? That's the real question.
Are we saying that Malachi's nickname should be Botox?
No, the funny thing is, if the audio isn't any worse than Malachi's, that's exactly what Max is looking for.
Yeah.
Like, we literally addressed that at the very beginning of the show.
Yeah, there are some things that there are little things that I wish people would understand a little more. Like, some people have headset mics. Every time they move them, it goes scrape, scrape, scrape. It's like, I wish they'd understand that. But if it happens a couple times, I don't say anything. If it continually happens, like somebody, I forget who it was, like a year or so ago, it's like he was chewing on. Was that you, Malachi? It was like he was chewing on his microphone. No, I don't know who it was. I'm like, what's going on there? You chewing on your microphone? I forget who it was, but it was like, and then another person, and I think this was you, Malachi, your beard kept scratching into it at one point. I think that was you. What's that?
That may have been me. I remember Crafty telling me the shortcut on the keyboard to mute rather than using this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, I don't use the mute button here because every time I use it, it goes clunk, clunk.
Yep.
Many YouTube stream has been ruined by bad audio. My first YouTube outings were a disaster due to lag and people meddling in the background. Not mine. Yeah, audio is, it's more important than people give it credit for. And I love when YouTubers are like, I don't care what's going on. Well, you don't care. That's fine. You don't have to care. Nobody requires you. You will care if you're on my show, but you do what you want. And if people still watch it, because some people don't care. Look, there's one very, very good friend of mine, and he's the only person that takes this stance. But he is exactly 100% opposite of me when it comes to watching like video game streams. I'll turn you off instantly as soon as I hear click, 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 click. And he's like, no, I want to hear that. I want to know how frantic the person is playing and so forth. I don't know anybody else who has that same take, but he's like, he looks for those keyboard clickers. I'm like, nope, if I hear it, I'm out.
And if you've got a NVIDIA card, the NVIDIA Broadcaster is free, and it does help with a lot of the background noise.
Yeah.
I've got 2 fans running in the background, and you can't even hear them.
Yeah, anything from a noise gate to an expander is all you really need. So where's this? Somebody's asked me, what microphone do you use time for a new purchase? I have a Yeti Blue or Blue Yeti or whatever the hell it's called. It's an older one, but it's semi-popular for people who aren't professional YouTubers. I am looking at getting a new one. The problem is that requires me to actually get a new mixer, and it would require me to, it's going to require me to do a few things to do that. And contrary to popular belief, Legion of Myth does not make a lot in profit because I have a ton of overhead, which I'm hoping to mitigate in 2025. So
Almost like he runs this like a business.
minimally, yeah. It's a weird balance, man. Like, as somebody that truly did this as a business that had all types, 100,000 plus subscribers, blah, 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 would look at me and be like, no, he doesn't. But I listen to these people with 1,000 subscribers. Don't take offense to this when I say this, if this is you, because I get it. It just confuses me. Like, well, I don't care. I'm not looking here to grow. I'm like, well, then why are you doing it? like, even if it's just to grow so that more people hear what you have to say. I mean, I understand that maybe you don't want to do it to get $1 million or whatever, but like, why you can hang out with your friends on Discord or in Zoom or whatever else. Why YouTube? That's just, it seems weird to me. Now, everybody's always got the reason, well, you can't tell me what to do. I get it. I'm not judging you personally. I just don't understand it. So yeah, I'm going to try to do things within the content that I make. I'm going to try to do it the best way I can. I hope that makes sense. Okay, get rid of the gum and you can come on.
Double deuce. I wanted to come on so I can, because also you're going to be, fuck, this is it, you're done.
In 9 minutes, yeah.
Yeah. And I wanted to address your thing about why people do this when they don't want to grow. But go ahead.
Do you mind doing that after, because you've been on already? Somebody new, but I will let you stay here. But somebody new. We got Gunther the Mad, who's. Do you mind doing that after? I need you to mute your YouTube audio because I hear myself talking 5 seconds after I say it. Just the YouTube stuff, man. You should be good. If
okay, did I get my audio fixed?
Seems like it's good. Yes. All right. What's your critique, sir? Well, nope. I still hear me.
YouTube. Just mute the video on YouTube.
Yeah, you'll hear me through StreamYard.
Okay. And there is a delay here, so you're gonna have to work with me.
Doesn't Gunther sound like Crafty?
Yeah,
a little bit.
So, well, we're waiting for him to fix that because I'm not going to push him out. Oh, yep, go ahead.
I do have one. It's a minor criticism. I've noticed that when you're speaking about different RPGs, you have in the past declared an RPG unsuitable because of a preconception. I say this specifically as an example. The BattleTech RPG, take whichever version you desire. You stated that it's not a good RPG because who wants to play a mech warrior? Well, mech warrior is not the only profession in the universe. Why not play, a spy, an intel agent, some sort of merchant, or just whatever? I think you may be, for lack of a better term, locking yourself out of a good RPG experience just because of a preconception.
All right, so I don't think I said that, and if I did, I didn't mean to. That sounds like a misconception to me. Let me tell you what I've said about BattleTech, and Brian, you've heard me hopefully say this a bunch of times. Tell me if I'm wrong on this. So there's two parts to this. The first one is, especially old BattleTech. I mean, the original MechWarrior First Edition was nothing but BattleTech with a couple of skills added in to pretend like you're role-playing. You're just playing a MechWarrior. What is the point of just play BattleTech, right? But as you said, starting, especially with second edition, you could play all these different. You could play an Aztec. You could play third edition. You had the life paths and so forth. The problem is most people, what ends up happening when they play is they either just turn it into BattleTech again. And what you run into is you find that there's only one or two good mech warriors in there. Everybody else is good at other stuff. Or it's the opposite. The two mech warriors never get to do anything because they're essentially playing Traveler. So my mentality is that either play Traveler or play BattleTech. Now, I'm not saying they're bad games. I played a bunch of MechWarrior 2nd Edition. That's the one I played the most, 2nd Edition. It's just those are how, everywhere I played it, that's how the sessions turned into. It either turned into a mercenary company, so we may as well use the Merc's Handbook more than the MechWarrior role-playing stuff, or we were just playing BattleTech and we added some other skills on there so we could negotiate with a bartender or, score the hot chick or something. That's my point with that, is that most of my exposure to BattleTech or MechWarrior as a role-playing game is either you'd be better off playing Traveler or you just end up playing BattleTech. That's the stance that I take on that. Hopefully that clarifies that a little bit.
Oh, and that is totally fair. It may have been a misconception on my part. I just wanted to bring it up as a note for possible personal growth.
Sure. No. Do you enjoy playing the MechWarrior RPG?
Some versions yes, some versions no. I agree with you on first edition. It was, BattleTech, and it wasn't really an RPG. The latest one, what do they call that?
Destiny or whatever.
Destiny or something like that.
No. Destiny is the rules light version. Time of War is the
Time of War.
The new
is that still?
RPG.
Is that still the? Oh, I have the current version. Wow.
Yeah, I thought that was it's a perfectly serviceable RPG. Personally, I prefer second or third, but hey, that's personal preference.
So the reason why I asked that is if you've played and you've had fun, and I'm not saying this to be snarky, though it's going to sound that way, but if I ever come over to your table and flipped it over,
not to my knowledge.
Okay, so I respect the fact that people play differently. Even if I sit up here and say that, the way you play a certain game, that's effing retarded. I would never do that, blah, blah, blah. Play the games the way you see fit and play the games that you enjoy. So I honestly, like people don't understand that you can be of two minds. I can sit here and say that's freaking retarded. It's, because they want me to say on top of that, because it's not for me, even though it should be directly implied. And still, we used to do that with Dungeons and Dragons. We used to set up our table when the other weirdos came in. We'd actually help them set up their table, even though we couldn't stand the game. I guess my point with that is, I think what you took was a misconception, but you also made a valid point in there. And Brian, go ahead.
So real quick, I think Gunther might be confusing something, because I know that I have actually made that point either on one of your streams or on one of the 4-Color Cafes with Bear, where I have issues with those kinds of games where, let's be honest, in BattleTech, quote unquote, everyone wants to play the Mech Warrior or the Aerospace Pilot, which are not really role-playing characters. Yes, you can do it, but it's like, well, we have to sneak into the facility. Okay, you're a Mech Warrior. Why are you sneaking into the facility? That's not your skill set. That goes to, the military specialist or the spy or whatever. So I know I
played a diplomat.
Yeah, right, exactly. So I don't think so. Unfortunately, sometimes those don't fit in there, and that's why they end up being just devolving back into a game of BattleTech, because everybody wants to play the Mech Warrior. Well, we're all in mechs. Let's just play BattleTech.
Yep. Go ahead, Bear.
BattleTech is stupid.
You're supposed to critique me, the show, or the channel, not BattleTech, sir.
Actually, I was stupid. All right, so I'm actually going to critique you on something right now, if that's okay. If Gunter doesn't mind me, because you just brought it up again, and I thought the thought earlier while I was watching, so I wanted to say it. You cannot continually vacillate between being an ultimate pedant and expecting everybody to understand your intentions and implications. Those are opposite sides of the coin, sir. The pedant goes, I'm just saying this because I blah, 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 blah. And the non-pedant goes, well, you should have understood what I was saying and what I implied. And you do that. And it's fucking infuriating when you do. There, a real criticism of you, Max. A real honest-to-God, non-comedy criticism. I love you, man.
Okay, I've been called worse by better.
Oh, yeah, Carl, you've never met better.
That's fair.
Why you met people idiot.
Gunther, any final words on that?
Okay, yeah. Well, and Brian, I do appreciate your input there. It's evidently I did misunderstand what was stated, but that's cool. Yeah, my intention was just to chime in and say, hey, give it another try, man, because it's a great universe. It's wonderful to role play in my experience, and I want other people to share that love.
No, don't get me wrong. I love the BattleTech universe, and I think there are plenty of opportunities to role play stuff in it. I'm just picking out a couple of quote unquote classes. Because again, it's BattleTech. Why do we play BattleTech? Big stompy robots. Big stompy robots are not the infiltrate the enemy base.
Brian, have you ever had that group where one person is like a mech warrior and that's it? Like all the skills are the hot shot in second edition or whatever, and then everybody else isn't. So basically, you've got one mech warrior. Like, well, what are you gonna do with your one mech? What are you gonna do? Well, I guess I could send 2 tanks after you. That sounds like a good raid, doesn't it? Like, what the? Well, maybe you're out there fighting bandit kingdoms, but you have that guy complaining that he doesn't get enough. I was built for BattleTech, man. I was built to be in mechs. Isn't this universe of mechs where everybody else is like, well, actually, I made my character a soldier so that I could sneak in and do something. I made my character a diplomat. I made my character a politician, whatever. And it's like, you just got this weird eclectic thing. And sure, you can get around that. You absolutely can. Now, Gunther, actually, I'm going to hold you on for just one more moment here. The critique I get more from BattleTech is that people get really irked that I'm a 3025 era purist. And I think everything to do with 2750, the clans, everything's it's a very strong word. Let me change that. Most things to do with 2750 and 3050 and the clans, it's all garbage. It ruined the game. It's not even a tactical game anymore. Now it's he who alpha strikes first wins compared to the 3025 era, stuff. I get more critique about that than I do about Mech Warrior.
And if that's somebody's opinion, that's cool. Personally, I prefer to play War of 3039 and below. But
sound like my friend Von
hey,
Zerk.
man,
he does that too.
Your game. If they don't like it, they don't have to play you.
Yeah, I don't play much BattleTech anymore. Last I did a lot of Mega Mech for a few years, but then even that's died off. Go ahead, Brian. Sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say, but that's like saying, well, in Star Wars, I like playing Rebellion era, or I like playing Clone Wars era.
Yep.
That's you can acknowledge that BattleTech has all of this other stuff and just be like, sorry, that's not what I want to play. I just want to play 3025.
To his point, Star Trek, I prefer movie era.
Yeah.
Star Trek 2, 3, 4. That's the era I love to play in. Doesn't mean I have to, it doesn't mean Voyager can't exist or any of the other garbage, but that's the era I love. So, lots of choices.
All right, Gunther, I'll let you have the final word. Then we're dropping you out. But thank you. I mean, that's the type of critique I'm looking for. So
okay, just 2 things. It's actually a response to your question. What do you do with one battle mech? Oh, you take over the Capella Confederation because that's all you need.
You're not even going to get your second comment now. Pull button. No, go ahead.
And technically, it is Gunther. There is no A in my name.
Yeah, Gunther, not. I think you might have been
Guntar of the hill people.
I think we're just.
No, actually, no. I'm saying it in my head. I guess I am saying Gunther. Yeah, I don't know why. That's just maybe that's my Minnesota accent coming through because I read it as.
Personally, I just think it's funny.
Hey, ask me to say. Never mind. I'm not going to do it.
No. You know what? You know why I think you're saying it that way?
Why?
Because of our good friend Hungar.
Maybe, but no, I mean, I read it as no, I'm just finding it hard to say. I actually am. Like, I'm reading it as Gunther, but I know I'm saying Gunther. Like, that's just how it comes out. It's Gunther, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's that Guntar the Barbarian there. Oh,
all right. Gunther, I appreciate your comment, and You have a good night, sir.
Goonta.
All right, I'll take care.
There you go, sir.
You do Goonta.
Now, to answer your question as to why someone would do this without wanting to grow their audience or make money or all that, some of us are hobbyists. Some of us do this as a hobby, as a way to have fun, as a way to make new friends, as a way to talk to people all over the world, get a little attention thrown our way, which relieves our loneliness here in our old age and things like that. Not all of us are ambitious, super go-go gadget streamers like you, sir.
I guess this is my point is actually deeper than that. I actually get that part of it. There are people who will either complain about channel size or talk about channel size and then follow up, but I'm not trying to grow.
Well, that's different. Those people are idiots.
Right.
And
It's
they're
like
basically virtue signaling. They're trying to show that I don't care.
exactly.
Cool, right? Subscribe because I'm cool. You know, like that's what they're doing.
Exactly. Or there'll be channels that are perpetually small, like we were for the longest time. Now, to be fair, I never said, well, we're not trying to grow. Yes, we were. But we were perpetually small for the first few years. And I'm not going to say it's because I wasn't on there, but I'm kidding. Go look at those videos. I wasn't on there. But we never sat there going like, well, we're not trying to grow. Yeah, we were. Yeah, we were trying to go. We made some mistakes. I made the worst one. You know, we made some mistakes, but we wanted to find the things that help us grow. But we want to do it within our framework. We want to cover the games we want to cover. We want to talk about things we want to talk. And no, we're not going to do. We could have done 5e content our entire time and probably had a lot more subscribers if I could have pretended to at least like it. It just, no, I want to be more authentic than that. So I think there's a balance between the authenticity. But the people I'm specifically talking about, maybe I do need to be more clear about this, are the ones who are like, yeah, I don't have a lot of people, but I don't care. I'm not trying. Then why are you streaming every day? Why are you putting out 4 videos a day? Why are you, why am I getting notifications constantly of whatever it is that you're doing? And, you know,
Very small peni.
Okay, now that we're done talking about me, I'm trying to talk about other people.
I brought it back to my biggest complaint about you. You just can't satisfy me, you little midget.
Well, why do you think I married a Japanese woman?
I was about to say that.
You're big in Japan, son. You're big in Japan. No one understands the joke of that song, by the way. It wasn't that they're popular in Japan. It's that he's big in Japan.
Yeah.
The song's about a gay guy, by the way. Anyway, neither here nor there. Yeah, no, I think you do well. I think the show is good. I miss Fox RPG a lot because it was kind of fun to just come in and let all my vitriol out and argue with people. It was nice. You were like the dark, shitty, seedy bar I'd go hang out at on weekends.
All the stevedores are working, and
it's like I'm over. I got like a fancy club where we wear suits and shit, but over here, man, it's all bikers and people telling you we're gonna go fuck.
So it's the gentleman's club versus the strip bar. Got it.
Yeah. I run the gentleman's club, and you run the peeler joint. You know what I mean? And it was more fun to hang out at the peeler joint sometimes than the gentleman's club. That's all I'm saying. But I like what you're doing with it. It's okay. You're not great yet. But
I don't think I ever will be because I am who I am.
You're learning. Listen, you have to remember something, and I'm not trying to I'm amazing. I studied fucking broadcasting. I went to school for this shit. You know what I mean? They teach you how to interview, how to do this, how to do that. And a lot of that stuff you're coming to on your own, which is good because you're making mistakes as you're getting there and you're stumbling, but you keep getting back up and keep going. So I'm impressed by that. That's actually.
You want to hear a dirty secret that's embarrassing?
Go for it. You use YouTube as a guide?
No. Back in the 90s when I was a graphic artist in the Air Force. Well, part of what we were doing was also photography because they were trying to merge us, and it was also public affairs. I actually was trained slightly, not in an official capacity, but in the training records, I was trained how to interview. The thing is I find interviews like that boring. Let me use another example. I was in sales for years. Guess who was a very horrible salesman? Because I hate the scripts. And the second you come to me and say, hey, can I talk to you? Nope. Like, I've shut you out before you even do those things. And if I'm going to shut you out, I don't want to do those things. But do you know they even taught us this? The best people to get into sales are the people of lower IQ. And we don't mean that insultingly because they know that they're dumb and they'll follow the script and they'll get the fucking sales. They're like, don't hire intelligent people because intelligent people will fight you the entire time and they won't do well. I thought I was in between somewhere, and I wasn't allowed.
You're a dumbass. Well done.
I'm a dumbass.
Yay!
Yeah, but I couldn't sell, so I have to be intelligent because I couldn't sell. No, like the those things work, and I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. And so I hated the interview process that we were taught. Now, to be fair, we were taught the military interview process when you go up to a commander and try to get, a clip for the paper. We were taught like how to, like if I was deployed and you were in war, like what questions to ask you to get the most information right away so you could duck your head again, crap like that. But
Right.
But still, like I just don't like any of it. So have you noticed, and anybody on the panel, have you guys noticed that I try not to call these things interviews? I try to call them conversations.
Yeah, well, I try and call myself an astronaut. It's not working out.
Well, but I don't.
Well, I identify as a conversationalist, sir.
I don't. I mean, I don't look at a panel as an interview.
Never.
No.
Like when I do topics and tangents and have one person, maybe two people on, but just have one person on just to talk to them. That is an interview.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you think Why do you think I stopped doing the 4-color cafe, John? Max.
You didn't say John.
Because it was no longer about this. It was no longer about us just getting together and talking about crazy nerdy shit. It was all, who can we get next as a guest? And that bored the living fuck out of me. I was like, I don't care to have guests. I want to go back to where it's just me and my buddies hanging out, making jokes, and talking shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Big
Yeah,
difference.
I'm not one for. I loved it when you guys invited me on to talk to Larry Elmore. That was great, Brian. When you invited me on to talk with Blaine Pardo, and let's not forget Brent Evans. Like that stuff was awesome, dude. I loved it, but I don't want to do that personally. Like I would love if any of you guys ever get Weiss or Hickman on, please, for the love of God, I'll pay you. I want to be there. Like
$10,000 and I'll make it happen.
Well, not that much. But no, I would love to, but I don't want to host that show. I want to be part of that. And there's just a bunch of people they're joking over in the Rumble side, like, oh, if we send Max a book, he'll cover it. Well, it's kind of the same thing. There are people out there I just have no interest in talking to. That's not a dislike thing. People send me a bunch of messages, dude. You could get Ed Greenwood on. He talks to anybody, but I have a background, like there's one aspect of Forgotten Realms I love, but everything else I don't like Forgotten Realms. I don't want to sit there and talk to somebody like, that thing you made that's like your dream and what you're known for. I can't stand. That's rude. I don't want to do that. And I have very little interest in knowing where it came from or so forth.
Hey, you just want the ice cream. You don't want to know how it's made. I get you on that. So I have to say something to Brian really, really quick. I got a message from my friend in Vermont going, who the fuck sent you a BattleTech box? Like, she was shocked. I'm like, I went, Brian being funny. And she's like,
no. Okay, I was not being funny.
Oh, I just figured you were. Because, here's all that Star Trek stuff in a BattleTech box. Tee-hee-hee-hee-hee. Like, that's
okay, Number one, we were talking about that box set. I'd already ordered a second copy because they had it on sale. Okay. And I was asking, do you want it? And
I don't remember this. I also did a lot of fucking pot back in the day, bro. Come on.
Hold on.
Well, he's trying to jog that memory, get that one brain cell firing again.
Okay,
and there's a second thing to it. Yes, all the Star Trek stuff was in the big, heavy BattleTech box that was also now very dense and thick, so it would also be nice and protected shipping to you.
Dense and thick. Oh, cool, man. I just figured it was a funny joke, so I was like, damn, that's fucking clever, and I really appreciated it as a joke. But now I feel like...
Now that you're serious about it, now he feels like he has to use it.
No, just appreciate it as, okay, Brian was thinking about me. That's all it was.
I was going to lie in my bed with a bunch of BattleTech books and just rub them all over myself.
I mean,
Kerensky, take me. Oh,
I can think of worse things to do on a Saturday night.
Yeah, this stream. See, Leo, it's not all love and kisses.
Yeah. All right. Well, just for the folks out there, I'm going to give one last call for somebody to jump in and critique. Otherwise, we're going to basically end that portion of it. We'll hang out like this for a little bit, I think, because people are having fun still and people are watching. I do appreciate everybody who came on, and Bear twice, Mr. Max, Gunther. See, I said it right that time. I have to like, actively say Gunther.
Now Gunther. Barbarian.
The crafting gamer. I think the points that you guys made were good. Whether I agree or disagree, you got my response to them, but I think they're good. Thankfully, it's Friday. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, if anybody else wants to pop in, I mean, here, I'll put the link out one last time. It's in the description, to be honest. Anybody can grab it. But I'll put the link out there for folks one last time. If you've got any final critique of me, the show, or Legion of Myth as a whole, and if you're one of the cowards out there that likes to talk about me behind my back, and
you make this sound,
and you, what? What was that?
I don't know what the bird sounds like, so I'm just going to make it sound like that. That's what it sounds like. You said we're not allowed to say names.
Okay, it took me a second to figure. Yeah, there were a bunch of people who were hoping that he'd pop in. I knew he wasn't going to, but I also wasn't directing this at him. So, now I forgot what I said. Oh. No, I was, if you're one of the people out there that, actually have some real beef about me and, you've made videos trying to get me kicked off of YouTube or whatever in the past, you know who you are. Yep.
But none of that beyond beef, folks. Not just real beef.
Or if you have problems with yogurt and don't want to come back anymore, whatever your reason is, I gave you your opportunity.
Look, just no war crimes, folks. That's the only thing we ask.
It's only a war crime. It's not a war crime the first time. Remember that.
Only a war crime when the Canadians do it. There's two people that you alluded to, and I'm going to add a fourth, a cigar-smoking fucking pizza wizard. And ultimately, for all four of them...
He doesn't say about me.
Fuck, if you're watching, I don't give a shit what you have to say, because fuck you, you're a waste of humanity. As my friend Arisha used to say, well, you little bitches! And that's all there is.
Oh,
yeah, but that's weird. Like, I don't have any real issue other than the Mr. Max Boy Vaughn. I was going to point, he's not here. The Mr. Max Boy Vaughn thing that happened, however long ago that was, I haven't had any issues with him. But I also at that time told him to go fuck himself as well, and I don't answer to him. So, go ahead, Brian.
I was just going to say, Bear, it's not a cigar smoking pizza wizard. It's a pipe smoke. Right. Oh, I thought you said I thought you said
cigar.
You said cigar.
I said cigar.
It's because Connell's messaging me, that fucking loser.
Right, I thought you were talking about Connell at first, and then you said Pizza Wizard. I'm like, oh no, I know who that is.
Yeah, Connell is a basic bitch. We can just accept that fact.
I just wanted to make sure we were giving him his proper level of pretentiousness.
Yeah, I mean, he's only 2'4". I mean, come on.
No, we're talking about the pipe smoking pizza wizard now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Get it, Baron? Jesus, my son.
Keep up, man.
Somebody put this up here. That's not it. Where is it?
That's not it.
I mean, it was a good one.
That couldn't possibly be
that couldn't possibly be it. Actually, Dragonlance is a playable setting. Yes, I actually love Dragonlance as a playable setting. First edition hardcover version of it is the best one. Even though I run it in second edition, the first edition hardcover, it's absolutely amazing. But I skipped the War of the Lance and I changed the world a little bit. What do I mean by that? Just because it happened in the novels doesn't mean it happened in my version of it. I used the landscape, I used the gods, I used the Knights of Solamnia, the moons. I love the moon phases. I love the morality chart at the end of the book. So lots of things about the book I like. I just kind of take out the history of it so that people can't be like, no, Minotaurs don't actually. Oh, shut up.
Do you have a moment for me to tell you about the newest craze in gaming sensations? It's called Starlands. And it is a great idea. It's basically Dragonlance in space. It came up on a stream one night, and
what stream that was?
And I'm not going to get too far down that rabbit hole, but I think Max, you would really, really like Starlands, especially if we use what's premium edition Earth Dawn called? Eberron rules. I think that would really work well for you.
Get some of that Spelljammer goodness in there too.
I'm sold. You know what really angered me about Spelljammer? A lot of people don't actually know why I don't like Spelljammer. Because my reasons for not liking it are different than a lot of other folks. I didn't have
in space.
That didn't bother me. It's a fantasy setting. I didn't mind that. I didn't mind the Spelljammers themselves. I didn't mind the dumb phlogiston stuff. The thing that bothered me, the first thing that bothered me were Imperial Space Hippos. The second thing that bothered me was Skrull. You couldn't even come up with a new race. You just had to spell orcs backward and make them smart. Like the laziness they took with it. And then I read the novels, and each novel gets worse and worse and worse. And by the time you get to that sixth one to finish the series, I was like, I wish I had never bought this game. But yeah, the idea of little galleons in space and whatever, that didn't bother me so much. But
Space clowns.
Nerd makes a good point. She goes, okay, why does Kitiara, the dragon riding space pirate, sound hot AF? And she's right. And I'm telling you, as a writer, there's something that I've run into, which is I so desperately want to make a Kitiara character because Kitiara is my favorite character in Dragonlance, and you can't. She is such an amazingly iconic character with the entire path of her character's arc and story. Anything you do that even teases that type of stuff immediately is you're just fucking writing Kitiara. You might have carved off her name and wrote in, Malachi, but like it's still Kitiara. Yes,
what I like about Kitiara, she's my favorite character, but what I like about her is she seems, at first when you start reading, you seem like, okay, black and white, she's evil, blah, blah, she's twirling her little mustache. Come to find out, no, she is actually a pretty deep character. The reason that she's on the evil team is almost understandable.
She's very pragmatic.
Yes.
You know what I want more than anything else in this world? If I ever found myself talking to Weiss and Hickman, my entire thing would be like, could you please go write a 3-book series about them as a group of adventurers before they go and break up and go searching and looking for the gods that they hear have returned. Just do a series where they're...
Isn't that what Preludes is?
No. It's all after they fucking break up stuff. I want when they're just like they're adventurers. The first 5
I got you.
Actually, that was written.
By who?
There were 6 books. But it wasn't Margaret Weiss and
Tracy. Exactly. So it doesn't fucking count. It's horseshit like all other Dragon.
Yeah. I'm not gonna argue with that.
Bob.
It's funny that Bear says that because I don't want to agree with him on this one because but I kind of do. It's not that it's I take some stances sometimes that might be a bit steadfast and single-minded. I can't necessarily agree with Bear, but I understand where he's coming from on that.
You are a flowing water of tolerance and understanding. You weave your way through the nerdosphere, bringing love and joy to all around you. You are a river.
Louder than words. How about that?
You are a bitter bitch, and that's just the way it is. I now use the word clown shoes in everyday conversation, and people look at me like there's something fucking wrong with me. Oh yeah, that's just clown shoes. What? Never mind. It's just
That's awesome. I say it at work, and people look at me funny too. So
Wow.
They are not relevant, Injun Joe. I disagree. If they're not written by Weiss and Hickman, they are not real.
I just need to check here. Max is okay with breathing in space, but is not okay with a cyborg in the West. I call bullshit. They actually had oxygen bubbles around the ship. Yeah. There's a magic reason why it exists. I am not against cyborgs in the West at all. I've never said I'm against cyborgs in the West. I'm against the motif of a cyborg with a cigar in his mouth wearing a poncho going, we don't like your kind around here. Ding. That doesn't make any sense. Okay?
Well, okay, actually, hold on. All right, you know what? I'm going to argue against that.
Yeah.
Okay? He's a cyborg. Maybe he wants to disguise a little bit that he's a cyborg, and so he just puts a poncho on. What's wrong with that?
Maybe he doesn't want to rust.
What are we talking about?
Ponchos.
There's nothing wrong with a full conversion board in the Wild West. I just don't like that dumb motif of yeehaw Western when you're a cyborg. I just don't.
Maybe he's overheating.
I also want to be clear, there's a lot of that crap that I didn't like in Spelljammer either. I didn't like a lot of what they did with the race. Like I said, Imperial Space Hippos, come on. That's stupid.
Where's Poncho Cyborg from? Where is this from?
Riffs. New West.
Oh,
New West.
Well, there you go. Riffs. That was all you had to say was riffs, and then my brain just takes that word and goes, "Oh, absolute stupidity," and then I move on with my day.
Clown shoes.
Clown shoes. The role-playing game. Oh, I see you play riffs. I'm just doing that because I hope Nerdy Ogre's in the chat so you can get all mad at me again because I love to just shit on Palladium when he's around, especially Rose.
Well, he was watching earlier. No, it's funny because actually talking with Kevin has kind of convinced me, because before we talked with Kevin and Sean, I would tolerate riffs barely. All right, I know the riffs is the common one, or it's the famous one. Everybody loves riffs, yada, 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 whatever. But actually, after talking with Kevin, okay, I understand it more now. I'd still do After the Bomb before I do riffs, and almost all the riffs book I have behind me are things that I want to incorporate into After the Bomb. But I don't hate it. I never really hated it. I don't dislike it anymore, but it's still just too much for my taste. It's like, that's what a lot of people like about it. But, it's the same thing I don't like about, say, 5e D&D. If I liked everything just to be allowed anywhere they want, I just play 5e D&D, and I don't like it for the same reason. I think limitations actually breed creativity.
I agree.
Earthdawn's amazing for that. Earthdawn is absolutely amazing for that, especially if you get the Adept's Way, which is the absolute best book. Outside the core books, I say get the Adept's Way from first edition. Absolute best book ever written for Earthdawn, because it dives into each one of the disciplines and their schools of thought, like why they think the way they think. And people go, oh, every archer's the same. Every archer has similarities. Yeah, they're not all the same. You can take that box that gives you and find which part you want to be in there. Every sword master is the same, really? So second edition did a good job by creating the stick master. I think I did a pretty good job creating the axe master. I've got videos on this. Like there's that box. Yeah, a sword master has to be a showman. That is the one rule. You have to be a showman. Does that mean 24/7 or just when you're fighting? That's up to you. What does that showmanship mean? That's up to you.
24/7 is an odd cut of wood, by the way.
What's that?
24/7 is an odd cut of wood.
Yeah, we use weird sizes here. 2x4s aren't even 2 or by 4.
I'm just saying 24/7. What the fuck are you building with that? A very strange birdhouse? Oh, or is it 24 inches long by 7 inches thick? You can do some damage with that, son. Injun Joe, you should have been on the Four Color Cafe panel then, or on the chat when we had Steve Winter on. You could have talked to him. He's a nice guy. Very nice guy, actually.
Who is that?
Steve Winter. He wrote one or two of the books in the Companion series, which is a sextet of how they met, but it's not what I've asked for. Everyone always mistakes that. They always throw the companions at me. I'm like, I'm not looking for the companions. I don't want to know how they met. I want to see a trilogy about the adventure that they went on that led them to break up and go their separate ways.
Yeah, what made them want to go look for everything for the Disc of Mishakal and so forth?
That's what I want.
I got you. That makes sense. I wonder if there's some short stories out there in like Dragon Magazine.
Sorry, go ahead.
I wonder if there's some short stories out there in like Dragon Magazine or something, because they used to write a bunch of. They also used to have that series where you have Elminster, Dalamar, because Rayson was dead at that point, and Mordenkainen all sitting around. I think that was either Dragon or Dungeon Magazine, one of those two, where they had those articles with them talking. I wonder if that ever came up.
Don't know. I also just want more Kitiara. I just want more and more.
That's fair. More. Yeah, I did not like her. Like, she was like, oh, I don't like Kitiara when I was a kid when I first read it. But as I got older, I really started liking the character more. I still, she isn't my favorite, but I definitely like the character more.
All right, let's do it real quick. Around the horn. Who's your favorite Dragonlance character? I've already said Kitiara for me.
That's a tough one.
Malachi.
Tanis.
You fucking basic bitch. I mean, cool. Yeah, the protagonist. Very cool. Brian?
Haven't read it. I disappoint everyone. We know this.
Yeah, we've talked to your wife, Baron.
I haven't read it either.
Oh
wow!
That I'm surprised by.
I don't care for the setting. That's why the setting never grabbed me.
Read it. You don't know. You might read it and go, "This is the greatest setting ever."
But I'm not maxing out.
See, now that's obstinate, sir. Not liking it just because of me.
Yes. I will bring back the point. 3035 Pathfinder Fritz edition.
Boo boo. This may or may not surprise you, and this is more of a recent event. My favorite character from the original trilogy now, believe it or not, is Flint.
Yeah, it's a good call.
And the reason why was because, you know, I like how and why what happened to him in the third book.
That's fair.
As a kid, though, it was always a toss-up between Tass or Raceland.
Neither of them appeal to me. Sturm's cool. I like Sturm.
Yeah, I did like Sturm.
His romance with the elf chick is so fucking tragic. Like it's a heartbreaker. But Kitty Aaron, man, because I would totally fucking have been like buddies with her. I would have been hanging out with that bitch and like totally had a crush on her at the same time, but never tell her because I'd be afraid, you know, like because she's just so cool.
Uh-oh. Do we have a critique coming in?
Or do we have a random Frenchman? Oh, it's Walter MC. We're just getting some autistic shit shouted at us. All right, go ahead, Walter.
What's the critique?
What's the critique?
Yeah?
What's the frequency, Kenneth?
Oh, shit. Sorry, I'm delaying really heavily right now. No, wait. I didn't turn this off yet. Goodbye. All right.
Okay. All right, so I'm still inviting people in to do the critique stuff. So yeah,
my critique is how you don't vet people on before you immediately let them on the.
Well, that's just today. That's just today. And you know, the thing is I can easily correct that by going boop, and you're gone. So yeah.
You're on thin ice.
Well,
real quick, I have to. Sorry, I prefer Zifnab to Fizbin. If you know, you know. Go ahead.
Well, my critique is how you don't actually have enough real explanations of certain mechanics in, say, Rifts that everyone's calling for.
Like what?
Hint, hint. You haven't gotten back to that combat stuff yet, even though I know that it's a lot of work.
That's the problem with it. It's not fun work either, because dealing look, I see what you guys post on Discord when somebody has a question and you'll rage about one thing, then somebody else will rage about another thing. And I'm sitting there going, I'm opening up the one book of the one game that I'm looking at. So I picked Heroes Unlimited, right? Everything I did was straight out of Heroes Unlimited. And the amount of comments I got, well, Rifts fixes that over here, but Beyond the Supernatural does it better. You need to read Dead Right. No. I picked fucking Heroes Unlimited. So I'm going to go with what it says there. And based on the rules that it says there. And again, it's not just you, but I mean, it's the Palladium fans can sometimes be quite interesting in their expectation of what you know. And while the Palladium universe does work together, I am not a believer that just because it's in that third book, the third source book over there, that it belongs over in this game. I think that Rift's world book and source book stuff belongs in Rifts. Doesn't belong in Supernatural unless you want to bring it into Beyond the Supernatural. The rules for Beyond the Supernatural belong in Beyond the Supernatural, and if it's unclear, then the game master makes a ruling or can use something like a different game, different book or whatever. Like, well, this game does it like that, seems to work. We can do that as well. But God, and again, when I say you guys, I'm talking the generic. You go look at the comments I have on that video. The people were spazzing over some things, especially my take on simultaneous attack, like just freaking out over it because it's like I took their baby away from them. Like, guys, this is just, we presented what we presented, and it took me weeks to do. And so, Jesus.
Speaking of simultaneous attack, I have finished about half of a spreadsheet going into so much detail, every nook and cranny of simultaneous attacks you could possibly think of before I would cross-eyed and put it down for a while. I haven't picked it back up yet.
Well,
it gets kind of like wonky if you really try and look under the hood, but once you get there, you understand why everything is.
The thing is it starts to cause some issues. So, like in Bear's game,
what
my character had paired weapons. It had paired weapons, which gives him the special ability, like I can parry and attack simultaneously, so on and so forth. Well, what the hell does that mean? Does that mean only if somebody's using simultaneous attack? Does that mean because I have two things in my hand, I go blip, blip, and it causes arguments with people? Now, I don't care how Bear rules it as long as he's consistent, fair, reasonable, and consistent. It never came up in his game, but that's how I look at it. As long as what he did with me, he did with Malachi, he did with his NPCs, I'm in whatever.
No, but see, that's impossible because I role played with you. And you couldn't roleplay with Malachi. You were there.
But the point that I'm making with that is that instead of allowing a game master to make rulings based on the best judgment in the book, the people go like, did you not read his forums? No, I don't read forums. That's like when people say I have to go to a wiki to learn how to play a computer game. That's a bad computer game. Either you give me a good tutorial or you give me a fucking book. I'm not going to your stupid wiki. I'm trying to play a game here.
Or you die 20 times before you finish the tutorial. Or
you die 20 times, yeah. Or you break the tutorial like I did with EVE Online and never played it again. That was back when it was in beta. Anyway, no, I want to do those things, but they're frustrating because while they get views, they get a lot of negative feedback on those things because somebody would be like, well, you missed this part here. And Heathen Dog, honestly, to his benefit, handles that stuff better than I do. When somebody critiqued him for his champions characters, and when I said earlier in the stream, it was like, did you know that if you did this differently, you could have like spent a quarter point less, so on and so forth. I'm sitting there, who the fuck cares? Shut up. He brought the guy on, and they actually worked out a character together. I'd have been like, get fucking bent. It's good enough. You get the idea of what we're doing, building a character. I'm sorry, I didn't do Pythagorean theorem perfectly and check my sine waves out here to make sure that I had the right percent. It's go to hell. And that's what happens with a lot of the Palladium stuff. And it's funny because if you ask Kevin about any of this, what does Kevin say? Every time says the same thing. Do what you want. Yeah, do what works for your table. Do what works for your table. I answered one. Well, somebody asked me a question one time. He's like, you need to ask Kevin this question. I said, I already know what he's going to say. And so I asked Kevin behind the scenes, hey, Kevin. And guess what he said? Yeah, whatever works for that group at the table.
So, and one thing that I'll point out as far as, saying that, well, Beyond the Supernatural corrected this rule, or, if you read the Rift's Ultimate Edition, it clarifies this particular rule. The problem you also have to look at is from a consumer perspective. I've bought a book that has told me this is the game. This is all of the rules that you will need. So it should all be contained in those rules. Now if they have to do a second edition, if they have to do an update, something like that, it should apply. Or
a universal system.
Right, or a universal system. It should apply. But yeah, nobody should ever have to say, well, you're playing Heroes Unlimited, but they clarify it over in this book. Because again, that person probably doesn't have that book.
True. There is, though, a lot of stuff that people flip through the various books to try and find that gets all condensed together in the GM screens and the GM kits. So, you kind of have to shell out a little bit more, but it's all there condensed for you in those handouts.
So just to be clear, what I referenced when I did that original one is I actually referenced every book I had behind me just to make sure I wasn't missing something. Maybe it's just in a better spot or whatever. But the two primary sources I used for the Heroes Unlimited stuff was the Heroes Unlimited core book and the Heroes Unlimited Game Master Guide. Because outside of that, I shouldn't need anything else. As a game master for a game, I will accept the argument. Well, a game master guide probably helps. Okay, fair. For if I'm going to be a game master, it's not necessary, but I get the point. But anything else, there's no need to tell me. The screen, sure maybe, but if the screen has something that the rule book doesn't have, that is a bad book. Now, I don't know if that is true for Palladium, but I'm just saying. But if, it's right there on the screen, but is it in the book? Is it written as a rule? No. Well, then no. I'm not going to accept that. But I'm also not going to go into world books and source books and so forth. People wanted me to dive into use the Ninjas and Super Spies books for some vehicle stuff. I'm like, no. I would use Roadhogs anyway, not Ninjas and Super Spies. I'm going to look at what it says in Heroes Unlimited. where there's actual aircraft, not blimps. For things like that, because that should be the rules that we use for it. But that's the reason now I get it, because I actually do want to do more of those how-tos, or have Heathen Dog do them. He's not really interested though, because he saw how much work I put into that. He wants to do it a little bit more organically, which means let's just we attack, roll initiative, do this, whatever. But he knows full well that won't be perfect, and that everybody will be like, well, that's a horrible video. You didn't teach me nothing. So.
There's also one thing I find. There's a lot of people, they might get, what's the term? They get frozen. They get panicky when there's too many rules, or they conflicting rules.
Yep.
That's it. Analysis paralysis. There's too many rules to pick from, and they're like, well, these contradict this contradict this. Which one do I choose? And the very simple answer is pick one. Just pick one.
Or
whatever
just
one you want.
The thing is I think Palladium might need to state this better, even though I don't know if it's Palladium's intent. But for my money, Palladium is actually the best framework for a game system out of any game system. And for the folks out there who don't exactly know what I mean by that, the rules say something like, hey, if you're driving this fast, you get a -20 to your control roll or something like that, right? But none of those rules are necessarily written in stone. They're set up for you to say, hey, if you're driving really fast on a dirt road, you're going to have penalties. Don't try to look up the dirt road penalty, the driving fast penalty, the it's night outside penalty, all that stuff. Just understand that there's a penalty there and make it reasonable for your group. And move the fuck on. The framework is penalty for driving fast on an area where you don't have a lot of traction.
Well, there's a lot of about Palladium's system that is implied.
Yes,
because it's from a day when you didn't need to explain it directly. Everyone knew these limits, but nowadays people are like, "Well, these rules are different." Like they don't know They got to use the rules in context.
Well, also, they're looking at games like 3rd edition Dungeons and Dragons, and I think this is where it started. Yeah. I could be wrong about this, but 3rd edition D&D and Pathfinder turned rule books from, because I'm reading through Rule Cyclopedia right now to prepare for next year, and I'm reading through Earth Dawn for something that I'm writing, and Earth Dawn is a bit rules heavy, but it's still written as somewhat of a framework. It's not an encyclopedia. Those books were written like freaking encyclopedias. And it seems like that's what people want now, are encyclopedias. I don't want an encyclopedia. I want a game book. Go ahead, Bear.
I don't know if Connell in the comments means goes to Reddit or goes to Riddick for a rules call, but I think if you went to Riddick for a rules call, it'd be way more interesting.
Wow. Yeah, that would be nice.
Wait until they're asleep and then shine your eyes and sneak up on them in the dark. You know, what? I just wanted to know how to resolve AC, man. What the hell? Why you gotta be killing people?
All right, final follow-up, Walter.
Like talk.
Walter, do you have a final follow-up for that? Otherwise, going to release you to the hounds.
Nope.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming with that critique. That is something, like I said, that we are working on. I make no guarantees. I do want those other ones to be done, but we'll see. All I can say is we'll see. They're frustrating to do. That's the biggest problem, is they're frustrating to do. I would rather do them in video format than on a live stream also, but I don't have time for that. So.
Let's say all my critiques, I understand the reasonings why.
Well, you hang out with us, so
yeah. Well, I also know how much work it is, and you're a working guy. You work for the man.
The man's man. Yeah, I do.
I, on the other hand, am a hermit that has really not much else to do. So
crap! I didn't realize. I'm sorry.
Hours on a deep dive looking at one rule and every incidence of it.
I just realized I didn't realize that was you that sent me the Discord message. I thought it was somebody else. Yeah, you can hang out with us. I thought seriously, I thought it was somebody else that was in chat. You can hang out. like kicking you off, even though I was like, yeah, come on, join.
It's like, that's why I was surprised when he put me in so fast. I'm like, I thought I was going to hang in the green room until after the segment.
No. The critique stuff is mostly over. Like I said, people didn't come in with a lot of really harsh critiques, and I didn't expect the ones that would. I know. Yeah, Look, you guys can say all the names you want. Let me put it that way. I'm not saying the names because I don't want anybody to sit here thinking that I was targeting those folks. You guys, and I don't mean the panel, I mean the folks out there, either Discord or whatever, were more targeting. The amount of messages I got that mentioned 2 very specific names. One I get, one I don't understand at all.
Is one of them beans?
No, one of them was J. Scott Garibay, and that one I don't understand at all. I have like no relationship, good, bad, or otherwise, with him. He was on the first ever Friday Night Chill stream, 2-3 years ago, and that's it. But people are like, oh, Max, are you going to get Garibay on? I'm like, I literally have zero relationship with him at all. And then, of course, everybody would want to see Condor on here. That's up to him. I already know he's not going to do it, but that's up to him. I actually told the guys before the stream that if he popped on, I'd do $500 to charity. But I didn't want to make a production out of it. I don't want, like, he wouldn't feel compelled anyway. But I mean, I wouldn't want it to turn it some game like that. But anybody, I had a chat critique, but it was overlooked. I'm waiting on a new mic to show up, so I couldn't call. You can go ahead and repost it, Law Dog. Sorry, I missed that. Yeah, I have not been actually paying attention to chat quite as much as I normally do, but that's one, me focusing my thoughts, and two, a lot of conversation I'm seeing just kind of back and forth with folks. So if I miss something, I said it before, I'll say it again. If I miss something, you can go ahead and retype it. Just don't spam, but you're a mod. You know that anyway. So there are a couple other names that were mentioned, but those were like the 2 big ones. And I'm just thinking, like, I'm not going to go reach out to them. That's up to them. And no, I didn't suspect that anybody would go on. There's only one person I was kind of considering, like, maybe somebody should reach out to this guy because it'd be fun to hear what he has to say. But I think he and I have been so distant, and that's Ked Hupp. I like Ked Hupp. It's we had the. So for Bear's Quizzical Look there, so he did a history of Dungeons and Dragons that.
This wasn't a quizzical look.
Okay.
I apologize. This was a. But go ahead and explain. I like what you explain. Shit, I don't care.
There we go. So
your show, man. You didn't give a fuck what I think.
He did a history of D&D that we'll just say wasn't that good, and instead of saying, "Hey man, that wasn't quite accurate," this was back in our rant days, so we did a bunch of rants. But after the fact, I've talked to him a few times, and apparently and this got used against me for something else that I completely don't believe in, but apparently some of our members went after and sent him death threats. I would never, ever, ever, even back when I was ranting, I never would have approved of that. Baron and Malachi, you were around when I was ranting. Would I ever have approved of anybody sending death threats? Did I even ever tell anybody to go after somebody?
Nope, on both.
Well, you did dispatch me against
Not on air, but I mean,
You ask people not to.
Yeah. I mean, I'd actually tell people, go subscribe to the person, find out for yourself if you like this guy or not. I don't care if you follow all these people. Pundit, because that was mentioned earlier, Condor, J. Scott Garibay, OGGM, Indestructiboy, Cat Up. I don't care. Go subscribe.
Don't subscribe to Connell's Cigar DM.
Apparently, don't subscribe to Connell the Cigar DM for some reason.
Or Bear the Gen X GM.
Oh, fuck, never subscribe to me. Please leave me alone. I don't want you. It's like the end of the movie where the kid's throwing the rocks at the dog. Go away. No one wants you. It's that kind of feel, okay? It's finally working, by the way. I lost 20 subs this month.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm not even doing any videos, and I'm gaining subs. I'm like, wow, how am I gaining subs?
Whenever you see a sub drop like that, it's bot cleanup by YouTube. That's what that was told to me, was that when you see a dramatic drop like that, and there was nothing particular, like, no video you made that blew up for being controversial, it just means YouTube finally getting around to clearing out some bot accounts, and you lose them because they're gone.
Yep.
I'll read that in a second, Law Dog. I really wish that YouTube had a function where I could click on it and say, remove all subscribers that haven't logged in a year, or who haven't, I don't know if they can do this part. They probably could, but haven't watched a video in a year, something like that. I really wish I had that feature where it's like, I don't care if my subscriber count goes down to 3,000 or 1,000 or whatever. I want a more legit number, that's for sure. As long as the number's legit, I want it to grow. But I really wish there was a way, I could bump subscribers that just really aren't subscribers, right?
Yeah, you can only do that on Twitch, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh, the controversy we'd hear about if YouTube all of a sudden gave channel owners the ability to just like kick subscribers.
Manage their own channels?
Kick subscribers. The amount of people that be like, I was subscribed. Why'd they kick me? And then like, create all kinds of
because I can. No, that's the thing. But like I said, for me, I would do it just for the purposes of like, if you haven't been here in a year, you're not interested. So I've used the suggestion box to say that when they send the creator things, the two things I ask for YouTube is I want a Twitch highlighter. It's the only reason I use Twitch at all is because its highlight function is absolutely amazing. And the YouTube editor doesn't do the same thing that the Twitch highlighter does. At least not as easily. So I want a Twitch highlighter, and I want well, I didn't call it purge, but we'll call it that. We'll call it the purge for now. I want to purge people after murdering. I mean, after after they haven't been around for a year or something like that. I'd like to do that. Now let's get to Law Dog's comment here. It's a two-parter. So I have a critique that isn't exclusive to Max. When people, the host and the panel, are challenged, they tend to get defensive and spurg out with explanations and reasons why they're correct, rather than just accept that people have different perspectives and opinions. Sometimes it's productive, but most times it devolves into I'm right and you're wrong, and that's that. Oh, you're definitely talking about me. What are you talking about? I intentionally say that. I do that in real life. I do it at work.
Yeah, I mean, he's right. We all do that sometimes, but also sometimes the way that we're challenged is pretty fucking insulting. We've all had someone in a chat more than once be just rude towards us. And I can speak for myself. I don't fucking particularly feel like being nice to you if you're going to be an asshole to me. Now, not you, Law Dog. I mean, sorry, let me be Max for a second. Now, when I say you, I mean the general you. I don't mean you specifically, Law Dog.
Yeah, because you were attacking Law Dog mercilessly right there. What the hell, man? You can't attack my mods like that.
Look, it's the royal you.
The royal you, right?
It's the Spanish usted.
The Spanish usted.
Law Dog's a great guy, actually, so I would never say shit about Law Dog. I like him a lot.
Yeah.
Even though we don't go for law and order around here, Law Dog.
Well, sometimes some of you can put a little too much venom in your banter, and so the audience, some of the less knowledgeable audience, some of the less knowledgeable audience isn't aware of that, so they might assume that it's actual vitriol instead of just like.
Ironically, though, the people that we most tend to spurg on are the ones who've been here for a long time. And it's not new people. So
yeah, but I think a lot of them, Bear, are people who know, like they remember the Friday Chill stream, they remember the stuff, so they know that we'll spurg back. And, it's some of the newer people that actually send me, like one of the more recent complaints I've been getting that's kind of consistent is and it's probably been for about 3 months now. Like, oh, your channel looks like it'd be really awesome, but you guys curse too much. I'm like, look, I'm not gonna ban it. I've asked us to cut it down. I've cut it down, but I'm not gonna ban cursing. I'm sorry. It's Friday night, but that is one of them. And that comment is from new people that I'd never seen before.
These farging ice holes are violating our farging constitutional rights. Okay?
You bastards!
These bastards, the son of a beach, they can go farg themselves right up their ice hole. Okay, that's all I have to say about that.
Ice hole is the one where
their penis out of ink.
Whoever's rubbing a microphone, please stop.
It was me by accident. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I apologize for violating your airspace. Please don't invoke a line of death and then launch a counterattack.
Oh, it'll be slow. It'll be razor blades and salt water. But no, I think Law Dog, makes a.
No, he does.
No. Is that true, Rob?
Is that true?
Is he doing one right now?
I must know.
Can we watch it while we're doing this now? And
I'm not going to stream snipe him.
And then it becomes condorception.
Okay, I think I was very. Hey, okay, for the 3 people who were on beforehand, did I state at all in any way, shape, or form I was expecting him to come on?
He's not really doing it.
No.
He's not doing it.
He's not
showing up in his live stream. The last thing he has in his live stream was 10 days ago.
But he said Rob says he just finished, so maybe he's processing.
42 minutes ago. Hang on. There it is.
No, I did not. in any way, shape, or form.
Dude, he put your name in the title as expected by some. My response to Max from Legion of Myth. Daddy, can you watch the stupid video? Daddy, it's only 8 minutes long. Please, Daddy.
How long is it?
8 minutes, 10 seconds.
Oh, we'll be here till midnight.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
No,
midnight. You're being generous. We'll be here till like 2 a.m. my time.
I'm in Arizona. It's only 8:30.
For somebody who used to,
Mormon.
for
Oh, I
somebody who
heard.
used to say that I lie and I'm disingenuous or whatever the fuck it was constantly about him, I never once ever. In fact, I've been so adamant about this tonight that people have sent me messages about J. Scott Garraway, about Condor, and so forth, that I said from the beginning that I knew he wouldn't come on.
Well, I think Saro has it right when he says, "Notice me, senpai." Even though he spelled it wrong. You are his senpai, man. He just wants your approval. He lives for your approval. What do you look? You got a stalker, bitch. Accept it.
And then he turns around and goes, "Yes, Daddy." And then it's all weird.
Notice me, Daddy. I'm a good boy. Please. You know, he doesn't understand. You went out for cigarettes 10 years ago and you're not coming back.
God.
Just like his real dad. Oh.
No,
I don't give a frick anymore. I don't give a fargan flip hole anymore. I'm so done with all these fucking frickin' haters. I'm so done with them. They could, you know what, download videos to hell, frickin' talk shit, frickin' talk snag about me anywhere you want on the internet. I don't give a crap anymore. I'm just gonna hang out with the people I get along with, and we're gonna do our little live streams, and we're gonna have fun, and y'all can go F off up the model village and be big men there.
Just go to Dan over by the bridge. He'll show you what to do.
Condor or one of Condor's lackeys, if you're watching right now, just the title of that video is wrong. Now, I know you used to say stuff all the time. People don't watch my videos all the way through. They only watch the beginning of them, and so we'll give you it here. We'll watch and see what you say here in a moment. I just have to determine. I'm not in that kind of a ranting mood, but don't put me there. But if what these guys are saying, and I haven't gone to your channel yet to find out, is true, that was not in any way, shape, or form an expectation. Yes, people have talked about, oh, it'd be great to see Max and Condor. You know people are going to say that. You just know it. Look at the videos you've made in the past. Probably the ones you still make now. I know you've made one recently about me. I saw that one like a week or so ago. I know you've made one about Bear. You like to hide him in at the end. People send them to me. I take a look. I've actually looked at your channel. I'm not even going to lie about that. Sometimes after live streams, we go check out to see if you've done videos about us and be, oh, look at that. There it is again. Yeah, go make a 10-minute video about what I just said right there. Tell me I'm a liar. Again, we've got receipts, dude. Here's the thing. Don't be such an obstinate coward. Because that's all you are. You're an obstinate coward. You act like, I don't have to do what I want. Because I don't have to. I'm Condor. I do what I want. There are no second chances. Okay, nobody gives a fuck, dude. Your obstinance shows your cowardice. You're a little bitch that couldn't handle it any group, any circle that you come into, because you think you can walk in there like a wrecking ball and you get thrown out like a fucking beach ball.
I like that.
You are. I don't know what else to say. I don't care about your channel size. I don't care about the content you make. I don't care about any of the nonsense you do. You do you on YouTube. But for the love of fucking God, if you're going to call me disingenuous and a liar, maybe, Mr. Hypocrite, you should probably look at your own content and look at my content and see exactly where it is. My content is literally out there for everybody to find. Even the hidden stuff is there. You don't even have to be a member if you know where to look. It's there to find. I don't think I have ever once lied about you. I don't think I've ever once said anything disingenuous about you outside of hyperbole and joking. And if you've watched this live stream, which I don't think you would, but if you did, you'd find out that that is a point of consternation from a lot of people. Sometimes my hyperbole gets taken as fact. Weird. But I don't know what else to say. I don't dislike you. You're not my best friend. I wouldn't treat you like crap if you came on. I don't give a fuck if you come on. Like, it doesn't matter to me. I'm having a great show tonight. Everything is good. Hopefully everything's good with your channel. But I don't know why I live so fucking rent-free in your brain. Clean the place up. Remove the oil can.
And that's one to grow on.
And truthfully, I've told you this once, and I'll say it again. If you need a villain for your story to look like a hero, I'll play that villain all the way.
I got a better one for you, which is this. I can go ahead and be the villain in your story because it's all right. You're the clown in mine. So it's, we'll just trade them out, baby. Fuck you. Like I did nothing to you, Condor. I said nothing to you. I didn't talk about you. We had a conversation about player agency on Yield Geeks, and you spurred all over me and made it a personal thing. You attacked me. Didn't attack the argument. You attacked me. And what did I do as a response, Condor? I watched your video and told you you were right.
He did a video about you. I don't know when, but basically, well, for somebody who doesn't like drama, he sure brings up the drama or some crap like that.
Drama queen, baby. I'm a drama queen and a suicide king. Bring it on. Look.
Well, here's what I'm gonna say. Here's what I'll say. The link is still in the description. If he wants to join, he can join. Call that an expectation. But in the meantime, I'm going to do it. Now that we've talked about it, I've got to fucking do this.
Are we going to Wally World, Daddy?
No! You can only look from the fence.
Wally World is closed.
You shut your earthy whore mouth, you Mormon prick.
By the way, for the love of God, never look up AI. I did it again. I looked up some AI stuff for both AI art and for AI prompts. And now I get this shit on my... Fuck, I hate this. Jesus Christ, I'm going to go to jail just from what's in my damn YouTube. Look at that crap.
Yep.
What
That's what happens. Yep, that's what happens.
So
Listen,
don't recommend.
Nothing will teach you how vanilla you are.
Over on the right, too.
NSFW.
That's
Facebook.
not underage. I only block the underage ones. That nonsense, whatever. But all I was doing was trying to figure. Every time I.
Dude, okay, I look up like 50 UFO or ghost videos a week. Okay, I look up one how to make a cabinet video, and then suddenly YouTube goes, "Oh, you apparently are very into making cabinets, aren't you? Here's 50,000 fucking recommendations for cabinet videos." It's annoying. The algorithm is unfunctional.
Wow, he did this video an hour ago. When the hell did we talk to him about him an hour ago? Whatever.
He's come up a couple of times. Don't ask me to give you timestamps.
Everybody whose name's in our circle, and by circle I mean people who are YouTubers who talk about Dungeons and Dragons or whatever, comes up at some point. We talked about Professor DM, talked about Mr. Welch. We talked about, like, what the fuck, man? Talked about OGGM, DM Bloodworth, like names come up.
Talk about Rob.
Talked about who?
Rob.
Rob?
Can you stop?
Oh, yeah, Adventures with Dice. Yeah, like, it's because the name comes up doesn't mean we're just constantly... I don't know why I'm doing this. Why am I bothering?
Then don't.
Yeah.
Save your sanity.
It's at this point, even my curiosity is getting to me, so... 8 minutes, all right.
So 4 hours, you think, guys?
We'll find out.
I'm not getting to bed till 6 a.m. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
As expected by some, my response to Max from Legion of Myth. Is it really a response to me?
I'm still here, real quick, just hiding the camera so I can eat my Christmas tree cake.
And your microphone.
Yes, sir.
No,
Thank you.
no, don't eat your microphone. What the fuck are you doing, Max?
You think Matt hates clown shoes? This is clown face.
All right, here we go.
So I know someone who is watching a stream tonight. I warned him the stream is going to hint strongly towards me. They might not say my name. They are going to suggest that I am watching the stream and that I'm some type of coward for not going on the stream. And he comes back to me.
I don't think you're a coward for not coming on the stream. Not for that purpose. I don't think anybody said. Did any of you guys say that?
He lacks the courage of his convictions.
I didn't say it, but also we didn't talk about mostly him. I think
Yeah.
he came because
I mean,
I forget
he
exactly.
came up.
Right. No, I forget exactly how he worded it, but he made it sound like this stream was going to be all about him. No, you got mentioned twice, bro. Get over yourself.
Did he say that? Did he say the stream's all about him?
Yeah,
Or am I
you're
not
only
to
20
that point
seconds
yet?
in, replay it.
Oh, jeez.
Oh no.
And I thought he said that somebody was watching this or whatever. Yeah, okay, here we go.
So I know someone who is watching a stream tonight. I warned him the stream is going to hint strongly towards me. They might not say my name. They are going to suggest that I am watching the stream
You are.
and that I'm
Don't have that
some
many
type
friends,
of
dude.
coward for not going on the stream.
He's Canadian. They do that kind of stuff.
He's got his spy.
But thank you for the $5. He doesn't have a spy.
That's Walter.
Or no, his spy. This would be hilarious. But no, his spy, and I'm going to do this. I apologize up front, but I have to do this. His spy is Rob. Rob's a double agent.
Probably.
No.
Either that or he's one of those shit disturbers that just likes to stand in the middle and like cause state stuff.
To be fair, to be completely honest, and you can think what you want about me saying this, but I think he's clout chasing on this, and he'll act like he's not. But that, which is probably what I would do as well if I were in his shoes. So, and he's getting what he wants right now by us talking about him, and that's fine.
Sorry, I was
Oh,
in
he's
the
he's
kitchen
probably
getting
about ready to
something.
get another video drop.
What was that, Bear?
So I was in the kitchen getting something, and I heard you shitting on Canada.
No. In Canada, you guys were actually for decades taught to use singular they. It's only an issue in American English.
American English, an oxymoron.
America.
Well,
was
you guys
about
will
to
be
say-
Americans
And
soon
he
enough.
comes back to me and he's like, man, you can read these people like a fucking book. I'm like, yeah, I know. Well, first, let me make it clear who I'm talking about. Legion of Myth is doing a stream tonight. I'm pretty sure they're going to hint towards me. I've been told that is true.
Among other people, dumbass.
Yes, but you have to understand the secret person he had watching the stream was
It's him.
himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was his split personality, Mr. Touchy Fingers.
No, somebody
Thank
told
you
me
for the
about this.
view.
He's probably about ready to make another stream now that he knows that we're talking about him again.
Care? What he wants. I'm doing my best right now to not rant like I did back in the old days.
Bite away.
Who
Bite your
knows?
tongue, bite away.
What's up?
Bite your tongue, bite away.
We'll see if this gets really good here.
My Jamaican friends say, turn your tongue 7 times.
Who knows? Because I haven't watched. To be clear, I have no case to make against what Max and Legion of Myth is doing with their stream. And from what I heard, it's all about, if you have an issue with what they're doing, you go tell them about it.
A couple things for folks in chat who are asking who this guy is. I don't care. Somebody can put the link in the description. It's Condor DM. You can see his channel. It's just called Condor now, I guess. And if you go there, don't fuck around with him. Okay. If you want to watch his stuff, watch his stuff. Maybe he's got something you like. Go watch it. But don't fuck with him. Don't come from here to mess with his channel.
Keep Legion of Myth out your damn mouth. No, I'm just kidding.
Trust me, none of his stuff is worth watching.
No, I
don't know.
disagree. No, I disagree with that. I think he can put. I don't know a lot of what he's doing right now, but I know in the past, especially before he deleted his channel, when he was talking about Dungeons and Dragons stuff, I didn't agree with everything, but I thought it was he put out some ideas for people to think. My two complaints about him when it came to his videos were he was very lacking on the specifics. And what do I mean by that? Like, well, you think your game's good? Well, let me tell you, my game's better. How? Oh, I watched a 5-minute video and you didn't tell me how it's better. You just said it is. Well, that's great. Like, even if you want to argue that here, well, you don't show me Let's Plays. I'm not asking for Let's Plays, but give us a scenario where your stuff is better. Give us a scenario where the 5e crowd sucks or whatever it is that he's making. But and a couple of times he did that, and one of them was actually what caused the falling out between me and him. He effectively said that at the end of a dungeon, I'm paraphrasing here, but at the end of a dungeon, there should be like some sort of gem or something that the characters tap, and when they tap it, they go up a level. Well, anybody who knows me knows I hate milestones, and that sounded really video gamey to me. And I let him know. I didn't think I was rude about it, at least not at first. But then he said, "You didn't watch my entire video." So I literally copied and pasted using my freaking tablet. It sucks. I copied and typed in exactly what it was that he said word for word, and he still got got butthurt that I didn't actually watch his video and so forth. I'm like, whatever, dude. Then he left our group. Yada yada. Who cares? So no. But all told, I mean, does that make that the video that he did was bad? No, just I disagreed with him. I let him know I disagreed with him, and there you go. One thing led to another.
5 hours to watch a 10-minute video with Max.
Well, hey, in order to make it transformative, we have to talk over it. So there we go. But now, this is the thing I am going to say, because when he made the last video about me, he said that whoever's been talking to me is a flat out liar. Well, let me tell you I'll tell you exact words that were said, but I'm going to give you the exact scenario of what was said and why I believe the person that it came from. The person doesn't know me from Adam. Doesn't know Legion of Myth, doesn't know me, probably doesn't even watch my shows now. This person was allegedly, in an online game, I think a Discord game, with Condor. Now, nobody knew at this time that it was Condor that the person was talking about. But I guess he went to a Discord or a Facebook group or something and complained about it and said, "Oh my God, I just had a 4-hour session with a guy who spent 3.5 hours of the game just complaining about the OSR and specifically said, stay away from Legion of Myth." Now remember, this guy doesn't know me at all, doesn't know Legion of Myth at all. Somebody in that chat, whether it's Discord, Facebook group, again, whatever it happened to be, said, "Oh, you must have been playing with Condor." And the guy was surprised. Like, wait, what? How did you know? Because it sounds exactly like him. That was the first I had heard of Condor talking about me in a long time, because I kind of thought we had a detente. He wouldn't talk about me, I wouldn't talk about him. Not to be fair, all things come up in passing, right? The spider monkey thing came up. Well, that whole spider monkey video came as a reaction video to Condor. I didn't even say that earlier. I just said I made a reaction video to somebody. But that was a reaction video I made to Condor at that point because of that initial thing that happened, right? And then Rob from Rob's gaming group at that time, now called Adventures with Dice, made his reaction video, and it turned into this fun thing. So when somebody who doesn't know me from Adam and then gets all surprised when somebody else says, "Oh, you must be talking about Condor," like, WTF, how did you know? I'm apt to believe it. Does that guarantee truth? No. But I'm apt to believe it. So that tells me that Condor is talking shit about Legion of Myth still. Now, do I care? Does it hurt my channel? Not at all. I'm still gaining subs. I'm still doing what I do. He can do what he does. I don't care. Have I watched some of his videos? Yes. Have I sought out some of his videos? Yes. Do I have people send me videos when he says crap about me? Yeah, because I don't go to his channel constantly. But be like, I'll watch a video and be like, oh crap, he posted this about me last week. Weird. Or he'll mention me. At one point, I was getting messages for Bear. That's how he was talking about Bear. Because people will, I will be honest, people will ascribe some of the things he says to me that aren't to me. I'll respond back to you and be like, why did you think this video was about me?
You're so vain. Yeah.
Like that wasn't about me at all. It sounded like he was talking about DM James or Bear or somebody else, the bro OSR. He doesn't even know how to say bro OSR. Something like that. So yeah, sometimes I get access to videos that aren't about me, and I'm open about that. I know his beef with DM James. Apparently, DM James guys and Bear. I think you were there. Please be honest if you were there, and tell the truth if you remember. It came up in our after chat one time about, that Condor got divorced from his wife because she slept with his brother. And I seem to remember sitting there saying, Condor refuted that, not perpetuating. What's that?
I remember you saying that Condor refuted it, yes.
Yeah. So I wasn't, passing on any of that nonsense. Plus, I don't want to get into his personal life with that. I'll attack him, if, again, not right now, but maybe right now. I'll attack him. I'm not going to attack his personal life and so forth. That's just, but and people would act like I got lumped up into that. It's like, no, I think he's pretty much just mad at DM James, and apparently he's mad at Diversity and Dragons from what people are telling me. Because I think Diversity and Dragons, a year ago or 6 months ago or whatever, did some sort of hit piece on him. Which is, you're a YouTuber. It's going to happen.
He's constantly searching for clout.
That's the way it seems to me. But
all right, let's watch the video.
Oh, when Condor and Sean are fighting, it's fun to watch.
Well, I don't, because I don't watch and I don't care. So if I have nothing to say, why the fuck am I going to show up on the stream with people that
care
hate
enough to make this fucking video?
Also, I believe he has a rule where you got to go on cam, and I refuse to go on cam. I like to do commentary, and if I want to go on cam, I'll do that when I'm damn well ready. But
actually, tonight you wouldn't have had to come on camera. That's for the panel show. But even with that said, you had videos in the past where you showed yourself sitting on your couch smoking a cigarette. I mean, did you stop doing that? With his oil can, yeah. You stopped doing that? That's fine. Double D mentioned. Okay, for $2, we got $2 super chat. My ear trumpet has been struck by lightning. Wow, that's a long name like that. Double D mentioned him in his latest live stream. Okay, that's fair. And by fair, I mean it's if they're having kind of this back and forth thing, that's fair. I mean, look, before you go here, Bear or whomever, Malika, just real quickly. No, I forgot what I was going to say. Go ahead, Malika.
Just in case anybody was wondering, that is Mercurius. He changed his screen name.
Oh, that's Mercurius. Okay.
Oh, hey, Mercurius. What's up, man?
That's okay. What was I going to say? I forgot what I was going to say. Something about being a YouTuber. I don't know.
Press play, man.
Yeah. I'm not your tool, Bear.
Oh, sorry. Press play.
It's not going to be anytime soon. And honestly, I don't like Max. Right? I don't like the people on his show. When people spend years lying about you, it's really easy to not like them.
So this is where I've got the problem. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying show the receipts. Now, if it is me, I'm specifically saying, tell me where I lied about you. Show me. Give me the clip. You want access to my videos? Fuck it. I'll somehow give you access to my video. Again, there's other ways you can get a hold of the sound clips that you wouldn't even have to do that. Where did I lie about you? I'll even unprivatize the 2 reaction videos I did to you in the past that talked about our history. Tell me where I lied about you. Now, if it's somebody else, well, I don't control that, and I'm not even concerned about that. I don't even care that whether you have a guest on your show that says crap about me, or I have a guest on my show that says crap about you. Everybody's got opinions about everybody. We say what we fucking want to say, and so on and so forth. But if you're going to accuse me, and you didn't verbatim there, but I'm just saying, if you're going to accuse me of lying about you, you need to show the receipts. Because you love to do this thing where it's like, people are lying about me. Where's the lie? Oh, who do we lose?
Baron.
Oh, okay. Like that's the thing. If you're going to accuse me, I did the same thing I'm doing now. I went right through the reaction video and went right across the board as to what I said, what happened, and so forth. It's easy to accuse people, but if you're going to accuse them, just show the receipts. You did a good job of that with DM James when I saw a video a few months ago. You called out exactly what he said and what your side of the matter is. I mean, I don't know the truth, but I'm apt to believe you when it comes to your life. Show the receipts. Where did I lie? Now, if it's somebody else on this panel, we'll take that up with them. I'm not, there are people on the panel in general. I have to be careful on every damn panel I make because there's always some asshole out there who doesn't like some other panelist. Oh, I was going to be on the show, but I don't like that guy. Well, some bitch. So, but you guys all figure that stuff out. That's not, I'm going to schedule the panel. I'm going to talk to the people. And there you go.
Well, it's a well-known fact. I hate Malachi. But
And I hate Baron.
Yeah, exactly. But we'll still go on a panel together.
But you still fuck.
Well, it's not really fucking. It's more like prison.
Yes.
I got you.
And Malachi always drops the soap.
No, Malachi is the soap. It's a different game we're playing.
Oh.
Huh. Let's do a quick count of how many panelists there are.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I think she said that when Baron wasn't on for a minute.
No, she said
No.
6. It's 2 seconds ago she said that.
Oh, come on. I was
for
trying to
someone
be
who's
funny.
afraid to show her face to the world, that's some tough talk, lady.
Oh, yeah.
I seriously, I just want to hug her while I'm holding the pillow over her face. It's okay.
Mr. Max, you have
your head under the water till the kicking stops. It's all good.
Well, Mom used to say, I'm going to hold your head underwater 3 times and bring you up twice. She said that to me as her kid. Mr. Max, it was Max Liao and the Legion of Marge Simpsons. Does anybody know who I'm talking about?
Nope.
No.
Baron, do you remember?
I don't, not off the top of my head.
Shadzar.
Oh,
Oh, God.
The only person on the internet that I'm glad is dead.
Wow.
Oh, there's a lot of history of Shadzar. I certainly would not want, I didn't want Shauner to die. I certainly wouldn't want Condor, even Indestructiboy Simpclops to die.
So that's not fair. You talk about people dying, and I'm reading Nerds comment, and I start laughing. So it makes it sound like I'm laughing about people dying. Fuck, man.
I know.
We're gonna leave it at that, and we're just gonna leave it there. All right,
That's shit, people.
I'm hitting play.
I mean, look, I guess if you want to think that I'm afraid to go confront Max over nothing, have at it. Have at it. I don't care.
No.
what
Hold
Max
on. There's a
does, but
difference
if you-
between fear and cowardice. There's a difference between fear and cowardice. I don't think you would be afraid to come on here, but I think you're a coward in general. You're an obstinate coward. So what does that mean? That means you think that your one moral that you have about what no second chances, or that or that you're always in the right and everybody else is in the wrong, and so on and so forth, gives you the opportunity to not have to confront anybody. And you think that by doing videos like this, I've seen those ones where you're like, well, I can block whatever I want. You still have the open square of ID to make a video. That's not how people communicate. This is weird, but we're doing it anyway. You're a coward. You are a coward. Doesn't mean fearful, but you're a coward. You won't confront because you don't have the receipts to show. That's the problem. Okay? So you're welcome. The link is still in the description. Prove me. Actually, it's not a prove me wrong. I dare you. No, I'm not, because I know if I dare another person like that, it's like, oh, fuck off. And I get that. I'd do the same thing. But the idea is if I've done something now or in the past, other than make little fun videos like this, if I'm lying about you right now, just show the receipts. That's my issue. And this whole video that you made was made on a premise that didn't even happen. Or if it did happen, it was a generalization that you're taking on yourself. You're like bathing in it, which is like, yeah, there's some haters out there. And absolutely, your name came up more than anybody else when people are like, oh, do you think Condor will be on? J. Scott Garibay. I don't even talk to J. Scott Garibay. I have literally zero relationship with him. You make more videos about me than in probably the last year than I've ever even thought of J. Scott Garibay, or he's even thought of me. But people put his name out there a lot as well. You know, we mentioned other names, other people, but yep, this is all about Condor because we only care about you.
Who are we talking about?
The guy we meme all the time.
I don't know. Oh, no, he passed away, man. Let's be nice.
Oh. Mono Hand 990, thank you very much. It's getting hot in here. Nah, it's not even a rant yet.
All your clothes. Oh, sorry. Wrong
Hey,
vibe.
if you've seen any of my old reaction videos, I'll make them into 4 hours. I hope you guys are ready for a long night.
We weren't kidding when we said this is going to take 15 days.
Oh, yeah. Hey, be happy it's only 8 minutes. Remember, we couldn't even get through half-hour videos because it'd be like 6 hours.
Chris Perkins. Oh, my God. We clowned on him so hard.
Yeah.
You want to believe that I do, and I was too afraid to bring that to Max and mention it to him. I guess. Why the fuck would I care what they're doing? And I mean,
That's
not
actually
even
a
out
good
of hate.
response.
Just why do I care? What they do has nothing to do with me. Why Max would expect me to show up is just delusional.
No, there is
It's
no.
like, dude,
okay,
you
this
guys
is the
do your
part
thing.
this is the part that's kind of driving me crazy on this. Literally no expectation on my part. Again, Bear wasn't there. Brian, Malachi, what did I say before the stream starts about what I thought was going to happen today?
I love you all in a manly prison way.
You said
After that,
yeah.
you said that you know that there are going to be 3 people which you have named. The persons whose video we're watching is one that probably won't even show up, and you have no expectations showing up. But if they do, you'd give $500 to charity. And on top of that, you said that you're going to guarantee that Bear's going to show up and toss you a slow pitch for you to do, and probably Nerd also. So you were half right on that.
I was half right.
Nerd had the best, and then she chickened out, and I'm going to tell you what she was going to do because it was hilarious. And then she was going to show up, hop in, call y'all fucking losers with bad takes, and then leave before you could even say anything.
Oh, that would have been part of the. But did I also not say that I thought that this stream was going to be a nothing burger?
Yes,
Well,
you did.
I was gonna say
That's
that's
trying to get that in.
That's what I was gonna answer is that you're like, well, we're gonna do this. I don't really think anything's gonna happen, but you know, we'll at least have a good chat, which has been great. This has been a blast.
So this idea of an expectation. Now, if those are the words he just wants to use, I don't have a problem with that. I literally have none. The only reason why I'm harping on this is because, again, he gets so pointed, at least he did in the past, about a certain word that somebody might use, or like I said, was it last week or whatever, that he's got a hate boner for me. It was a complete passing, like I completely forgot I'd said it. It was just something that I said in passing. I say that about a ton of people. And he made an entire fucking video out of it. Like I had something behind that.
Yeah. He says he doesn't care, but he cares enough to make a response video before you've even finished the video that he's responding to.
Yeah. Yep. I know. Now you could argue, well, didn't you say you don't care? No, I don't care what he does. I don't care that he does this. He just gave me some more content. Thanks. Now whether people watch it or not, again, this kind of goes back to the more ranty side of stuff. That's, again, this shit's just fun. This is a meme to me at this point. So, I said hate boner last week. He makes an entire video out of that. Did anybody even remember I'd said those words?
You say it so often. I mean, the Christmas card you and Nora sent me was beautiful, but, Merry Hate Boner?
But I wanted to show. Well, hey, don't forget the picture.
No, and you're lucky I live in Canada, so I can't hand that over to animal cruelty. Because,
well, like I said before, you give it some time. You'll be in the U.S.
Thank you very much. Condor's a drama farming. Nothing he says worth a moment's thought. It's fun. I get what you're saying, but it's also fun at the same time. It's just fun. Like, I don't, part of me misses this. But yeah, I mean, I don't. Now, when I say this, I want to be clear, and thank you for the 5 Australian smoke signals. I don't. Look, what he does over there, he does over there. And he can make all the videos in the world like this. He can go full Shauner if he wants and make a video about everything I've ever done ever. Of course, Shauner went more on Heathen Dog than me, and go after everybody. I don't care. Will I watch some? Probably, because they'll be sent to me, or I will just find them. Yes, I do occasionally go to his channel. I'm not going to lie about that.
I didn't even know that those two were different people until just like a few months
What,
ago.
Shauner and Condor? Oh, they used to have their own little back and forth.
Like whenever you guys were talking about them, to me, like they merged in my mind as one entity, like Limp Bizkit and Korn.
Okay.
Wow. Am I allowed to make fun of Walter?
Yes.
Yes.
After that comment, yes.
But that's because you're retarded, Walter. That's why they blended into one. People, they're just people. I see them on the bus. Come on, man.
Fair. We said you could make fun of them, not insult them.
Or speak the truth. You're right. My apologies.
That's mean.
You got a big weenie.
I'm gonna hit play. By the way, you guys can jump in and I can pause it, or you can talk over or whatever as well.
We'd like to get through
This
the
has
best
nothing
we
to do with me. I'm not in your circle. I'm not in your bubble. Stop pretending that I'm supposed to want to take part in anything that you do. So if you're sitting there whining about me not showing up, I mean, the fact that you'd even expect me to show up, like, why would I?
But hold on.
Why
I already
would I?
forgot. Is he talking?
Why?
Wait, is he talking to me, or is it about the people that were talking to him? Because that
Yes.
literally never happened. This entire live
talking to
stream is
you.
going to stay. This live stream is going to stay out there for the public when I even end it. So you can always go back again. Check the receipts.
I wish Condor was in a bubble.
Oh, Mercurius, you have something really against him, man.
Wow.
He looks nothing like John Travolta.
Wait, doesn't he live up with it? Doesn't he live up there with the Trailer Park Boys? Isn't that pretty much like
Hey,
being in
Nova
a...
Scotia. Yeah, he's an embarrassment. Just let it go, please. Listen. Walter MC is a better representation of Canada than Condor. Okay, let's just be honest.
Wow.
That's one way to set that bar low.
No,
Man, I don't get people. I really don't. I don't understand some people. It's like, look, we don't like
That's
each other.
obvious.
Fair
I don't
enough.
understand
I
anything.
mean, that's
No,
that is that.
I want to actually backtrack on that. He says we don't like each other.
Uh-oh.
I'm not going to be, no, I'm not going to be rude when I say this. I'm trying to find a way of saying this without being rude, because I was about to say, I don't care enough about you to not like you. That's, I don't want to say it that way. Actually,
Wouldn't cross the street to piss on you if you're on fire.
no, I don't feel like that. Seriously, I don't feel that way about Condor. It's frustrating, but no, there are a couple people I feel like that about Shadzar, but again, he's dead, so I don't give a fuck. And I actually said that to Shadzar. I was like, I wouldn't cross the street to piss on you, but I'd piss next to you, so you knew what you were missing out on.
Well, the opposite of love is indifference. And that's what you're really, truly feeling for him.
Well, if I was 100% indifferent, I wouldn't even be doing this reaction video. I don't even know what to say. Like, I don't hate him. He makes my eyes. So what's the word I use when anytime I think about or I see one of his videos or I think about because it's mentioned or whatever, I just have an eye roll. What is that? It's not quite indifference. It's
exasperation.
That sounds way more energetic than it needs to be. But I don't dislike Condor.
You're Gen X.
That might. What's that?
You're Gen X. We call it whatever.
Yeah. That's really what it. Better people have said worse things about me. So.
And worse people have said better. No.
So apathetic. Yeah, again, apathetic almost means like nothing. But yeah, it's somewhere in there. It's just like I just kind of roll my eyes, but I wish him success. Do you?
right. I mean, that That's all there is to it. We don't like each other. Okay. I mean, if Max set something up as if there was an expectation that I would show up, I don't know why he would do that.
Okay, now that's
Look,
fair. That's
I don't
fair.
hate.
It's funny how the first few minutes of the video, it's like the expectation rate, but now it's the if. The if is actually absolutely a very valid point by him. Why would I do that? I set it up for all haters and critiquers to come in. And yes, that would have included Condor. That would have included J. Scott Garibay. That would have included Simpclops. That would have included OGGM or Pundit or was actually. It's funny. I don't think Ryan David dislikes me. I don't, because we don't have any interaction. But I know that he's on a lot of people's radar. That would have included anybody that wanted to come in and either complain about something I've done, the show, or Legion Myth as whole. If some crazy purple-haired whatever weirdo wanted to come in and yell at me about my bigotry from, was it RPG Digest episode number 2 when we went off on safety tools and, neopronouns and all that other nonsense. That all was, on the table. Nobody cares about neopronouns anymore, though, thank God.
The year was 2525. The year of the neo.
The year was 2525.
They came.
And best of luck to him with everything that he's doing. But why? Why put an expectation up that I show up? Like,
wasn't me,
dude. We have nothing to do with each other. Like, that's sad. I'm not in your world. I'm not part of it.
Well,
right?
that part's not true. That part's not true, and I think I know what he's trying to say here, but that's not true. It doesn't matter. We've crossed paths in the past. You're still making videos about DM James, even though I haven't talked to DM James in quite a long time. You're making videos about diversity and dragons. You've made videos about Bear. You've made videos about Basic Expert and Victor. I mean, you are in the circle. When you talk about the circle, you and I probably agree. I've seen a couple of your videos on the Bro SR. We probably agree on a lot of that. So I hate to say it, but we are in the same circles, even if we don't share a core audience. Or maybe we do. I don't know how many hate watchers you get, but with the amount of videos I sometimes get from folks, I think you have a lot of hate watchers. I might too. Bear has a lot of hate watchers. He actually has the receipts on that one because he has all the downvotes from it.
I love my haters. I love you, my haters.
It's
So-
still engagement.
Expectation, I think either he was given bad information or he's trying to embellish the idea that, yes, his name probably came up. Because there were people that were like, I hope Max gets to talk to Condor. I knew it wasn't going to happen. I just knew it wasn't going to happen.
I said it would be interesting, but...
Yeah. A lot of... I've got messages. Again, him and J. Scott Garibay, I just don't get it. I don't get what do those two have in common, but yeah.
I didn't care who it was. All I wanted to see was a bunch of haters yelling at Max.
That would have been fun.
I mean, I had the popcorn ready and everything.
You know what my biggest fear was when it came to the hater thing, and I mentioned a couple times in the stream, is the fact that there were 3 other people on, is that people like, what, I'd go there if it was just me and Max, but there's, I'm going to be outnumbered 4-1. And I did think about that, but I also really knew that this wasn't going to be a long, oh, Max, you suck, blah, 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 across the board. And I didn't want to sit here bored the entire time just talking to myself. So next week, when we do Focus on the Fans, I'll be sitting here by myself because I have no fans.
I think you can get them at Home Depot. They're pretty cheap this time of year.
Oh, shit, you're right. Yeah, they're looking for stuff, aren't they? Hey, Mang, I'm your fan, Mang.
Oh, that's not what I meant. Oh, no, you're racist. I just meant little, room fans.
Yeah, when it's off season, it's better to get your fans then.
I have my ceiling fan going. So that's the only fan I got. It's about ready to drop on me.
Even Noro can't stand your shit anymore.
I know. She never could. What are you talking about? She's obligated. That's her problem.
Maybe it's because of Noro the fan's ready to fall, if you know what I mean.
All right, hitting play.
Besides the old school, like I do WotC. It'd be like Chris Perkins coming out and doing a stream and going, why is Condor not here? I mean, he talks shit about us all the time. Why is he not here? Well, Chris, I'm not part of your circle. I just criticize WotC. I'm not part of what you do, man. I don't take
Chris
part in
Perkins has no idea you were
the
alive. You
same way,
fucking
Max,
moron.
that I'm separate from
Who's
what
Chris
you're doing.
Perkins?
One of the
right?
guys
Like,
from Watsy.
I'm not afraid. It's just we have nothing to do with each other. And when I had that door open for you, you slammed that back in my face. Like, it's, look, I would tell you, hey, if you can go a week without talking shit about me, maybe we can talk.
Literally went months. And that's
Stop
even
bringing reality into his fucking neuroses.
he can think whatever he wants. That's fine. I think he might think that he lives in my brain. Now, to be fair, in the last like 2 weeks or so, because of some things that have popped up, I've focused on him a little more because, again, things have come up. You know, Bear made his reaction video, and like he did the thing last week or whatever. But no.
What happened last week? I made my reaction. What are you talking about?
Last week was when I said, just in passing, they had the hate boner. Basically, ever since I heard about that possible session that he had on Discord or whatever it was, that with the guy that ended up finding out that it was Condor, I've paid a little more attention to him because, like I said, I thought Condor and I had a détente where he wouldn't say shit about me, I wouldn't say shit about him. Not that I care that he talks about me. It is what it is. It's YouTube, man. But, so I was trying to do my best not to talk about him. Yeah, sometimes things come up in passing. You remember that guy who did that thing? Or, hey, we talk about somebody who I've had way less interaction with, way more than Condor. And I'll even mention the name, and we have not mentioned the name in a long time. Mildra. We bust on Mildra's ass way more than we do Condor.
But that's just because we don't want to get accused of war crimes.
All right.
Also, Mildred is like weapons grade woo-woo.
Yeah.
I mean, Condor's just fucking.
Oh, he did another one.
Condor's like fucking dollar store woo-woo. He's already made another video about us watching his video.
Probably.
We're never getting off this
hold
screen.
on.
I told
Called
you,
it.
it's
Hold on.
Condor reception. We're stuck in it. You don't know where reality starts anymore.
Condor
All
just
day.
stream
Oh,
snipe.
no, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Oh,
It's
No,
just
he didn't.
Condor, just stream snipe it. I'm not going to stop you. Just go ahead and just start streaming this stream right now. Stream us streaming you.
And then we
And-
can stream him streaming us
Streaming him.
streaming him.
and then we can have an infinity pool.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
All right.
I apologize for asking you to watch this, Daddy.
Well, you got what you asked for, son.
I did, and I will never make that mistake again. I'll
And
go move on.
I hope your kids grow up to be just like you.
I hope my kids grow up to be just like you.
No, you don't. Don't even lie. Don't even lie. It's not funny.
And you couldn't get 7 days without getting on a stream and saying something horrible about me, or
Horrible.
another lie, or
Horrible.
taking me out of context,
Out of context.
or just carelessly listening to one of my videos, making a statement that just doesn't match the
Wait. It went from expecting Condor to be on the show to taking everything, my word, out of context. When the fuck did we talk about? Oh, Jesus. Fuck did we talk about anything?
He just made you take it out of context. He made it come true.
Oh my God, he's controlling our brains.
Carelessly watching his videos. They were spending how many hours watching this 1 8-minute video?
Dude, have you seen how long I did other reaction videos? They're out there. That's why they do.
Walter, listen, if watching a 5-minute video not taking 12 hours isn't your style, fuck off.
Right?
You
Oh
will
wait,
be
did
unhappy.
somebody say that in chat?
No, that's my
Oh.
point is that we're not carelessly watching the video. We're actually going over it with a fine-tooth comb.
You ain't found shit.
Yeah, but here's going back. So it went from I had an expectation to him being on, which isn't true, which then turned into I can't go a week without lying about him. Dude, I went months without even talking about you. And then anything else that I've said, again, show the receipts. Where's the lie?
And then
I don't
saying,
even talk about you.
have a condor-shaped pillow that you hug and sleep with at night.
He's my waifu pillow. I get the scratchy beard on my balls. It's great. Wow! Thank you for the membership for 25 months, Crafting Gamer. Are we sure Condor brain embolism has a brain? I don't know.
We're sure Condor brain embolism.
I think he's giving us a brain embolism.
I think the reason TCG typed it that way is because Condor has given him early onset brain embolism.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. You said something like that about 30 minutes ago. Which part? I don't even know what the hell we're talking about. Let me hit play.
It takes you fucking forever to watch a video.
Oh. Well, that's just, again, go watch. I have one that took 10 hours. It was like a 20-minute video. It took us 10 hours to go through.
What was it?
I miss those days, man. I want to say that was the one where they're showing off like the Dungeon Master stuff, where they're showing off like the new edition of D&D was coming out and had the map, the virtual tabletop that they were trying to put together and so forth.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, well, I think a lot of people claim to be, take narcissism as a badge of honor, though, too. But all right, so what have we learned so far? I expected him to be on the show, and I lie about him every week. Okay.
Actual argument that I'm making, and then you make an argument against something I'm not even pushing. I mean, you did that a whole bunch of times. But I don't know if you do that now, so I don't have an issue, and nor do I care. I don't care if you do that now. I'm talking about years ago.
You don't know if I do that now. Interesting that that I can find, unless you've deleted them, on your channel, multiple videos that mention me. Now, to be fair, there was some time that in between them. But we're not talking about your old YouTube channel. We're talking about the one that you brought back up, whatever, a year ago or earlier this year, whenever it was. I can find multiple videos of you talking about me, even when I was keeping you out of my mouth. I don't know if what you're saying here is exactly true. You act like, I don't know if he does those kind of videos anymore. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Don't lie, dude. There are too many coincidental facts on videos that mysteriously were made before my live stream was even over that was talking about the content of my live stream. And to the point where you actually quoted somebody in the video. Now, that'd be a little difficult one for me to find because I don't remember the date of it and I don't remember exactly what live stream it was. But I remember sitting on the after show showing these guys like, wow, I don't know if it was Malachi, I'm making this up, but Malachi, remember when you said this? Condor made a video about it. So, yeah. Gross. Don't be gross, Mercurius. I'm still going to call you Mercurius.
When I had the door open for you, and I did give a shit. Now I don't. You burned the bridge between us. That wasn't me. That was all you. Right? We can go back in time. We never had an issue with each other. Some disagreement between me and Bruce somehow made you get dirty with me and start talking shit on the stream years ago.
Dirty McGurdy.
I would say that the issue that Condor had with Bruce exacerbated it because if you knew anything about how I was doing my content back then, by that point, if you want to talk about burnt bridges or whatever, the bridge had already been burnt and I didn't have any issues making fun of you. So if there's another way to do it, I was doing it.
Yeah, and I believe, if I remember correctly, Bruce was actually on the panel and made a comment about it. And you're like, oh, let's pull it up and watch it.
And then 23 hours later.
Pretty much.
I think that exacerbated the problem. I don't think that caused it. Because I remember, I mean, again, I can show the videos that I've got that where I go into detail as to what it is. And that's a 45-minute video that ranted on one of his 3-minute videos yelling at me or whatever it was. Yeah, yes. By the way, for anybody who's a member, if you're a member of the YouTube channel, you have access to the video. If you follow on any of the podcast formats, I can't tell you when it was done or what live stream it was exactly part of, but they're out there.
And then you just never stopped. And I never understood where that came from because we never had a conflict leading up to the moment you decided to lip off about me for absolutely no reason whatsoever. No conflict between us. And it's like, okay, all right, you want to fuck around? Well, okay, you'll find out. And what do I mean? I'm not going to put up with your shit and just go be friendly with you and do a stream later. So the second you started that war, it was like, okay, at one point, if you cool down, the door is still open, I'll talk to you. Well, you know how you were, Max.
I do.
You went on a stream every week for months on end, lying about me.
Show the motherfucking receipts. Find where I was lying about you. That wasn't satire, and my satire, because I'm not good at it, is obvious, or hyperbole. Show the receipts. I think I ever had to lie about you.
Talking shit all the time. And you would listen to videos of mine and accuse me of talking about you in the video, or the video is aimed at you, when it never was. And I would hear your verbal attack on me every time for this reason. Every time. Because you thought my world revolved around you. And every time I was talking, it had to do with you and the little cunts that you were hanging out with. No. Understand there's other people in the hobby that I'm watching and reacting to because I didn't like you guys. So I'm not.
Understand you're full of fucking shit right here, and here's how I know. You literally quoted things from live streams. Verbatim. You literally came up with the exact same topic that I was talking about. I don't care. People, YouTube creators are like, I think OGGM used to complain that Condor is content farming. I don't care. Now, I'm not going to content farm somebody necessarily, but if you got a good idea for a video, I'll absolutely bring it up on a stream. But the timing of it was way too impeccable, too many times to be coincidence. So like the Mage the Ascension has a thing called vulgar magic in it, where too many coincidental acts become vulgar because it doesn't make any fucking sense and you start taking paradox. Why? Because it just can't be coincidental anymore. Is it coincidental? Is it technically possible that it was coincidental? Yeah. It was. It's technically possible. But you know what? It's technically possible that you win the fucking lottery too. Or get struck by lightning twice. So, maybe I was wrong once or twice when I said that. But I'm going to go out on a limb and say more often than not, no. And again, I don't consider content farming but when your reaction is directly related to something somebody said in there, I find it too coincidental if it happens multiple times that, you're talking about somebody else. Sure, I might have been wrong once or twice. That shit happens. Wow, that was a coincidence. Okay. I've actually had that happen where people blame me. And I was like, dude, I don't even know who you are. I became friends with them, but you get the idea. So that can happen. But it was too coincidental, dude. So go make your video about how I'm lying about you now. Oh, the lies that Condor's wife was cheating with. He mentioned one of his. Okay, guys, once again, we mentioned it. We'll mention it again. Did I ever perpetuate this lie, truth, accusation, whatever? Anybody that's been on the live chat or even behind the scenes, have I ever perpetuated that?
This is the first time hearing about it.
Yeah, I know it was specifically discussed on one of the after shows where I actually stepped up and said, no, Condor refuted that. And I'm more apt to believe it, because that's an accusation that's just really weird. I don't know.
Here's the thing. The way the Condor works, and this is just looking at it, is that he picks certain people to go after. And he likes to get them all cranked up, get them all so they do videos and content on him so he can try to get their people over to watch his content. He's actually follower farming more than anything else. To be honest, when he makes
I thought-
videos and stuff like this, that's what he's doing. He tried to do that with me, and I did one video, and I said exactly what I said here a little earlier, that I'll play the villain in your story. If you think you're the hero, I'll play the villain to a T. And he immediately backed off.
But it's my understanding that that he, use his term, he burned the bridges with our community, for lack of a better term. Hell, I don't even get along with everybody in our community. That he's not going after that audience anymore.
Bullshit.
Okay, fair.
Because even a hate click is still good for the algorithm. A view is a view. Doesn't matter what it is. Either way.
Yeah, watch time is the most important thing.
Yeah. And I just looked, and he's on his channel, let's see,
Like
996. 996. So he's almost ready to monetize. So that's why he's dropping these. Yeah,
no, 966.
966. Sorry.
Okay.
But he's
close.
But he's trying to farm watch time now, so he can actually get monetized.
That's fair.
That's
well,
why
you know
he's
what?
starting to do this.
Let him get paid for this. Again, if it works for him, it works for him. My issue with what he's saying right now is, again, he started off, apparently I had an expectation. Now let's give him the argument that he didn't watch, that somebody told him about it. Well, that person, obviously I would stop listening to that person, because that person is full of shit. Okay. I don't know, the hills have eyes. Okay. And unlike what you're saying I'm lying about, again, I have the receipts on this, because you could just watch this live stream. And I haven't asked these guys for anything, and they're saying the same thing, what we were talking about before the show. So
and with me, the comments that I just made, that's my opinion. I have no facts to back that up. I am just giving my honest opinion of
I already forgot what you said.
About that he's farming views.
Oh yeah, okay.
He's farming views because he's so close to the monetization, which, good job, bud. That's,
baiting.
If you want to rage bait him in, that's fine. Cool.
This is only partially true, Nerdy. Just to be, I know a lot of people say this, and I'm not trying to be pedantic with you, but I want to be a little careful about this, especially for folks out there who are, smaller creators. That's only partially true. Yes, especially when you're a small creator, any interaction, as you put there, is good. A simple like, but ultimately, view time, comments, and people staying and watching the next video. Those are the three things. I think it's actually a different. I think it's view time, staying to watch your next video, and comments. Those are the best things. All right, hit play again.
Not checking out your content all the time. So most of the time I'm talking, it's towards other people or about conversations I had in real life, where that's what inspired me to talk about the thing.
That's fair.
And how ironic that there's only so many things to talk about. So yeah, you probably talked about every issue, but when I bring up the issue, it doesn't mean I'm talking about it because Max from Legion of Myth talked about it. There's fucking thousands of people online talking about it.
If I ever said that, which is possible that I did, because I remember a long time ago, absolutely. But I think this was even before the after show. But I would show people. It's funny, we talked about this tonight. Oh, he's got a video on that right after. It's a 10-minute video or an 8-minute video, whatever. 20 minutes after we specifically talked about that, because I timestamped the stuff, because I put markers on some of my videos. That's too coincidental for me when it happens more than once or twice. If it is coincidental, okay, I'm wrong. I'm going with the odds.
This shit, millions of people in real life, right? There's a good chance that what I'm saying has nothing to do with you. It was not inspired. It's not aimed at you. I had a video critiquing people on
being,
streams,
I
on the
connected
stream,
him
of
on the
podcast
stream or some
something like
shit.
that.
He's
And
really
you really thought it was you.
Stuff.
And what I come to discover is just the stream you were on was similar to the one that I was really going on about. And you felt it was aimed at you, and you did a 45-minute video or some shit, again, degrading me. I didn't do no video at you. That video was never aimed at you. Your entire justification for assassinating my character with a...
No, I think I remember that one. That one was a couple years ago, if I remember correctly. I think I remember doing that. I'd have to go look back in at our old catalog of videos. And I remember at the time, he even came out and if I remember correctly, he didn't mention me. He just said, like, some YouTubers think I'm talking about them, blah, 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 when I'm not. That was a very particular video, though. And if I could remember the timing of it or what it was about, I could actually go back and look at that. Yeah, I like I said, it's happened more than once. We've talked about it. Again, Bear's not here. Malachi's not here. They're probably just sick of this. I get it.
Bear's here. Bear's just doing something that will piss you off. So
that's fair. So, but there are some times that we've talked in the after show and I'll be like, oh, look at this. Here it is again. like we talked about it tonight, and you know that he's either quoted somebody directly or refuted literally somebody's very particular argument. That it's too much of a coincidence. But that's more recent than it is past. Not like in the last week or two, but I'm talking like last year or so. The one he's talking about is a couple years ago at least, and I vaguely remember that one. Okay, if that was the one time that I was wrong, I'll admit it. I was wrong. You weren't talking about me. Too coincidental because of how many times it happens. So, but if you don't mind, Bear, again, you don't have to. I don't want to drag you into stuff that. But have we not done that though in the after show and be like, remember when we talked about in that first hour of the show, an hour and 20 minutes after that portion of it, we'll see that Condor has a video.
Oh yeah,
that's happened at least 3 or 4 times. Now, it might not sound like a lot when he puts out like 100 fucking videos, which good for him, but it's too coincidental for me to say that he either doesn't watch or doesn't care.
Well, listen, I don't believe there's anybody watching in the channel right now or that was watching tonight talking about this for a goddamn hot second. He's subscribed to you. He probably has alerts turned on for you, and he came and made up his own mind, right? I don't believe he's got a spy in your midst or anything like that. This guy's an asshat who alienates people.
He doesn't have to be subscribed to me. I mean, I'm not subscribed to him, and I come across his videos. So.
But I guarantee you he subscribed to you. I guarantee it. I guarantee he subscribed to me.
Great. Now I'm going to lose a subscriber just to prove you wrong. Thanks.
There you go. And I guarantee he subscribed to DM James as well.
I don't understand. Then again, I haven't talked to James recently, but I don't know what the big fight is between Condor and DM James. I'm kind of glad I'm staying out of that. I think it's over that whole wife, brother, whatever thing. Hope you're going to bed. All right, have a good night.
Good night, Nora. We all miss you.
They say good night. They all miss you.
Bye, Nora.
How can they miss you if they don't know you?
Bye, Nora. I'll miss you.
She's like,
No, Max.
Yes.
I said, bye, Nora. I'll miss you.
I heard you.
Because I know her.
I know. We'll have a conversation about that later. Right now, I'm dealing with one jackass. I don't need to deal.
Which one of us jackasses are you dealing with? This is a panel of jackass.
Touche, sir. All right.
We're almost done.
I know. The people in chat are making me laugh. It's funny.
45-minute video was completely empty and false. There you go. You did a 45-minute video assassinating my character for absolutely no good reason. And then you're like, hey, man, you can come on and talk to me. I'll be fair to you.
Wait, hold on. I take exception
I don't care
to
if you're
that.
going to be
No
fair
good
to me.
reason?
You are too...
So here's what's funny about that.
He has a character to assassinate?
Please don't talk about murder on my channel right now. This is bad times. No.
No. Yes.
I caught it. I caught it. No, I forgot what I was going to say again. What was he talking about? Oh,
Character
no.
assassination.
Like, how many times do you see like people in politics? Oh my God, they go at it. They go at it. They go at it. They go at it. and then they have beers. Anybody who's a Gen Xer, how many times did you get into literal fist fights with your buddy? And maybe you didn't talk to him for 24 hours, but then you're hanging out again.
Nature of the beast, baby. Nature of the beast.
Oh, this is just a slightly funny story from 8th grade. There was some kid that was picking on me, punched the kid in the face, and so we both got in trouble. And like the next, like they're like, okay, well, you have to come to the principal's office tomorrow morning. It's like, okay. So me and the other kid, we show up, we're sitting in the office waiting, and I'm looking at some book about tanks. And then him and I just start talking about this book about tanks. It's like, oh, that's cool. That's cool. And like the assistant principal, some woman or whatever, she's like, how do you do that? Like you're fighting one day and then you're friends the next. And as I've grown up, it's like, yeah, that's just kind of how guys are. You know, yeah, we're going to throw fists, but then it's usually done.
But that's not very Mormon of you.
Okay, in the immortal words of Max Boivin, you ever look at the guy there and you think to yourself, I want to take him. I want to see if I can, beat him in the fight. And I don't hate him. I just want to know, can I take him? To which the answer is, of course, yes, to the dance club.
Yeah.
You can take him out for ice cream.
So I think when it comes to the whole fighting thing, it's the mutual respect. If one person still holds the grudge, then both people hold the grudge. If both people come to the détente, so to speak, then both people tend, not always, but tend to have the détente. And sure, I'm not saying that everything on YouTube is equatable to that. I'm not even sitting here asking for forgiveness or apologizing or anything like that. YouTube is what YouTube is. He feels ways. But this is where I go back to that. He's obstinately coward, or he's an obstinate coward. It's obstinate cowardice, and here's why: because it's very easy to sit on this high horse that he thinks he's on, and act like no second chances. Never will give you time of day, blah, 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 because you did your thing, because you're principled. It's real easy to sit on there and say, look at me, I'm principled, and avoid the dialogue, and avoid the conversation, avoid the interaction, or whatever it happens to be. That's obstinate cowardice. Do you know how I became friends with Shauner before we had our falling out toward the end? He did a pretty nasty reaction video to one of ours. You know how I became friends with Aaron the Pedantic, even though I guess he's back on YouTube or something now. I don't know, but he did a pretty heavy reaction to one of our story gaming ones, because Shadzar was pissing me off at that time.
Who's more pedantic, him or you?
Well, probably me in real life. He's too milquetoast.
We should do a pay-per-view pedantic off the two of you.
Oh no! He's too milquetoast.
For the crown.
No, you'd have to know his channel. He's too milquetoast. He's too much of a fence sitter, which was sometimes difficult to get an answer out of him because of that. But I mean, he's a nice guy. Don't get me wrong.
So we'll get him a trainer. Bear, how about you?
What?
It's happening.
Huh? What?
The point. Let me go back to the point I'm making. The point that I'm making here is that it was through the fights, it was through the nonsense that I got to meet a couple people that, at least for some time, I got along with pretty well.
Bear, I was saying that Max was saying that the guy sits on a fence too much, so I'm like, so we'll get him a trainer. Hey Bear, how about you?
I'm
Train him how
confused.
to not sit on a fence. Take
Oh, as in I don't sit on fences.
Yes.
Oh, great joke. Jokes are always funnier when you have to explain them, by the way. I don't think they know that's the secret of comedy. If you explain the joke, the hilarity flows.
It was even better. He had to bear-splain it.
Bear-splain it, baby.
Let me backtrack, because I think I missed a couple words that he was saying here, and then looks like we're closing this out.
Fair to you? Well, I don't care if you're going to be fair to me. You are a two-faced, lying piece of shit. That's an accurate statement about you, Max.
Okay. Where was I two-faced? Where did I pretend to be one thing and I became another thing? And where did I lie? Do you want me to, well, I don't know if I can find that particular one because I think that's part of a live stream. But I know I can find the two that I ranted about, the one, the Bird Brain DM one. I know I can find that one, and I know I can find, actually, it might even be the one that I'm thinking of, the other one where we did that 45-minute reaction. I think that actually is its own video. I can publicize those. And you can tell me where I lied. I mean, your thoughts about me are your thoughts about me. They're irrelevant. Going back to the beginning of what you started here, there was zero expectation for you coming on here. There was some hope from some people out there that thought it would be fun to have you talking to me. I said it wouldn't happen. So much so that before the stream, I even said that I would donate $500 to charity if you did.
And then because he's a two-faced liar, he wouldn't have donated the money.
I didn't even, because I'm a two-faced liar, I didn't mention it. You know why? You know why I didn't mention it live? This is a total lie, but I'm going to go with this anyway. For the same reason that I stopped with the whole cheerleader outfit thing, because I knew at one point Crafty was going to donate money. Well, I knew somebody would convince you to go in here just to see me pay $500 to charity. So that's why, right there, and I didn't want to have to do that.
That charity, though, would have been really poignant for you, Condor. It was the Shaken Baby Syndrome charity that helps children like you.
Okay, I'm a two-faced liar. All right.
And that's an accurate statement.
That's an accurate statement.
That's it. There's no complaint about your show. It's just, I know who you are, so I won't bother with you.
He knows who I am over a couple of YouTube videos. All right. Well, he knows who I am. That's funny. Here we go. I'm going to do something that could be somewhat embarrassing. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. I'm going to start at the bottom of the screen because I think Baron has actually known me longer than all the rest. Maybe Malachi, but the rest of them. Baron.
Yes.
About me. And him, he knows who I am. Say something, and I don't mean like, something weird like sexual exploits or whatever. You wouldn't know that anyway. But say something about me that that people don't know, particularly if it's embarrassing for me. Or I'll give you a softball one if that doesn't come to mind.
No. I got it. You refuse to buy your wife a bigger ring because
she's not listening right now. She's not.
It doesn't matter. That is something that I know about you.
Okay.
And she'll watch the replay. No, just kidding.
And she loves me, so it's okay.
Okay. Walter MC, this should be fun. Something you know about me.
Well, you were tempted to push that someone over. I can't remember who it was, that person over the cliff that one time.
Oh, you must have been the members only stream that day. That was this is an ex-girlfriend. I almost threw her off a cliff around the Buffalo River in Arkansas. Yes.
Why? Why would you do that?
Watch that members only stream. You have access. It's there. To remember which one that was. That was a couple months ago. Yeah, I did tell that story.
Mr. Max nailed it.
Now all of a sudden the FBI opens a file on you.
I probably already have one.
I didn't murder her. She lived through it somehow.
Oh yeah.
He tried, but she survived.
Her wily charms got the best of me. No, the reason why I was doing, I'm not gonna go through everybody else, but the reason why I was doing that was I don't think there's really too many of you. I mean, the people who hang out in the after show know me better than probably anybody else. There's some folks on Discord who've known me for much longer than any of you guys who probably know me pretty well, but a lot of people really don't know me. But if there's one thing, and I'll let anybody answer this, you can choose to or don't have to. I'm not going to put you on the spot like that. But how different am I from what you see here to what's on the after show in terms of my beliefs, the way I act, or how I comport myself with regard to pretty much anything that I'll keep it very generic, so you can go any way you want with that.
I'll actually do one better. I've met Max in person.
Mm-hmm.
He isn't any different in person than he is on stream or
Well, no,
even
no,
in our back.
I will-
Oh, no.
And you had gay sex.
I will.
No, we just
admit,
posed in front of the gay flag.
I will amend that, because when Max is on stream, he is also being somewhat of a character, because on YouTube, that's what you have to be. I said somewhat.
Okay.
A lot of what he says is how he feels, but he will pump it up to 11 on some things because it's for the views.
And that is probably I'll get to you in a second there, Malika. That is a very truthful statement there. My views don't change much, and the reason is because I learned long ago that if I try to do that, I'm going to forget, and then I'm just be like, oh wait, what did I lie about back then? Whatever. So there's just no point in doing that. But the other thing is, like you said, it's for the entertainment value. I hold the views, but do you think I scream like this at home? No. I am still a little loud in the after show because I have the microphone in front of me. That's just a habit thing of having the microphone in front of me where I talk a little bit louder than I normally would at home or even at work. I do it at work too. When I'm sitting in front of the microphone at work for a video conference, I actually talk. I do this more projecting energetic thing like this. But yeah, I mean, there are little nuanced differences. And I think you said it perfectly, Malachi, and I'll let these other guys refute it or agree with it however they want. But I have these beliefs. I'm just a little more tempered down. This is for YouTube. I don't think I've ever called, whether for Condor or anybody else, I don't think I ever called for any sort of hate. I don't think I called for any sort of belittling. I don't think, I roll my eyes exactly as I said earlier. I roll my eyes when somebody says, oh, did you see what Condor did now? Oh, what?
Tell us not to.
Yeah. And I don't just do that because YouTube wants you to. I really don't want that. People need to learn to take a little mockery. I know he went off on me a couple years ago, I think on his old channel when he did that. He's like, they call it mockery, but it's not mockery. It's hate. I'm like, no. If it was hate, you'd get a whole different.
I'll put it to you this way. Every time he keeps saying two-faced liar, my thoughts jumps to some sort of weird custom musical instrument rather than Max Liao. There's more of an association with a thing that doesn't exist than with you.
It was a Janos or Janos, the two-faced god. Malachi, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think from what you said, you're actually more quiet in person than you are on stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that I think is the only difference, really. That I can
okay. Yeah, Brian, let's go back. You said that I'm the same here as I am in person. I didn't scream like this when we were in person. Did Bear just say screwed him out?
Only when you needed to.
When did I do that?
You didn't, Max. That was
did something happen that I don't remember? See, we ate at the restaurant. We went to the haunted place that wasn't haunted. We went to the science museum.
Hey! Going down those stairs, that was a little creepy. Where all the water was.
Oh yeah. Actually, what's creepier about that is I was waiting to hit my head on something. Oh, let me get Bear back in.
That's true.
It's gonna hit my head on boom, ow. No, because the science museum specifically, I'm like, well, you know what? I know I wasn't yelling there. Had a little fun, but
no, yeah, you were literally the exact same person. And actually, what I was gonna say is I'm actually kind of surprised that I haven't heard from you or Noro through you about me being too loud. That's everyone's complaint about me.
But I have that complaint about everybody, so I don't even think about it anymore.
Fair enough.
Believe me, I have a couple of friends that give you that. I'd probably, if you guys all started talking, I'd be like, I'm out. I'm just gonna stand over there. I don't. It's okay. I can hear the conversation. I'll be.
I'm just gonna be 3 rooms down.
It was a good time, man. It was all fun. So, all right, let's. No, really, we might finish it up. Oh, did anybody else have want to finish up there? Okay.
7 seconds. Let's all be quiet.
That's it. Anyway, for now. Everyone else, well, fuck even you, Max. Because I just don't care. I don't hate you. Go about your life. Take care.
I'll go about my two-faced life.
That was a great ending. I'm really
I got nothing. I said what I needed to say. Actually, not even. That's what I wanted to say.
That That kind of hit me in the subcockles.
Maybe even in the subcockle region.
No. He already said subcockles. You got to go maybe even in the colon.
Well, okay, if I wanted to go to his colon, I would, but I have no desire to take that trip. Thank you. Wow.
Is everybody being gross?
I was been to England. You sure don't know how to plan a fucking trip. I'm just saying.
Oh, now he's got two things. He's met Max in person, and he's been to England.
Well, when he meets Max in England, I'll give a fuck.
I think he's been to Ireland too.
No, because that's where the leprechaun lives. He's
Yes, I have
afraid
been.
of him.
I have been to Ireland. It was part of the cruise that I took in England.
We're gonna meet in Australia. Just something totally out of the way for everybody.
With Sarah.
Right,
What's
with
that?
Sarah.
Make sure you get your grab boots.
Surfer, there you go. Well, my wife lived there for a year.
You got to get your grab boots though, because you might fall off the earth.
I know,
That's
right?
true.
Shut up. That was the worst joke. Shut up.
I thought it was funny.
I liked it.
You made that joke before. That's why I said it.
Anyway, what are we doing now? Now that we're done
I think we're getting ready to end the stream.
that struggle session we just watched.
The struggle session you asked for.
Yeah.
You know what? Sometimes you ask for things and then you get them and they're not what you wanted, okay?
Hey, no buyer's remorse here.
About that.
No buyer's remorse.
I'm just gonna give my final comments on that entire thing that he did. I already said them, but I'm gonna say them again. Number one, there was no expectation. Anybody, your presumption of that, or somebody telling you that, whatever the truth of the matter happens to be, was not there. You went from me expecting you to if I expected you, which I thought was kind of interesting. Then into how I'm two-faced liar again. Show the receipts. Where was I two-faced? Where did I present one aspect of myself and then come across or then actually be something else? And where did I lie? Lie is a very particular definition to it. So where did I lie? Those would be my things. Thing is, you can't do that, and I stand by my commentary that cowardice isn't necessarily fear. All right. Some people equate the two. They can be equated, but they're not always. I think you're an obstinate coward. You think that your principles put you in high standing, but your principles don't, because your principles prevent you from actually talking with people. You might go, I don't need to. You're right. You don't need to. And you're going to be a very lonely person for most of your life. I have learned in my life that whether, I forgive, but I don't forget. And I only forgive once. Uh-oh. Oh, Jesus. I'm not ready for this.
What? Now he goes up. We're almost done.
Damn it, that just spoiled my
Save yourselves!
Look at the tagline.
Fucking ass Max and fucking ass and the fucking ass. Wow.
Wow.
I thought I'd be nice, come in a little gentle tonight, and just let you know that every show you've ever had is fucking garbage. You're in the wrong industry. You need to keep your day job.
Good news, I'm keeping my day job, so that's there. Funny though, my day job is video conferencing, so I don't know how to take that. And everything else, I'm trying to get better. Trying. How about this? Go watch Condor then if you don't like me.
Oh yeah, I've been a subscriber to him longer than you. Like, I'm Team Condor 100%.
Now I know who's telling him everything. Fucking, it makes sense, because how does he get access to the questions? She's in the after show. It all fucking makes sense now. Condor, I apologize. I didn't realize that. If I'd known that it was somebody in my inner circle of confidence.
Well, here's what Connor doesn't understand. She's just using him too. Because that's what she does. She plays 3D chess.
40.
40.
No, don't put fours. No, God, no. Skip that. Go to 5D, please. In 4D chess, you're not allowed to refer to the chessboard. What you have to do is you move the piece, you say nothing, but the piece can be representative of your failures in life.
You're overthinking it. 4D chess is just you make up the rules as you go. You do whatever the fuck you want, and the other player has to say yes and.
Take that, Mr. Max. Tell me I'm the one that's not. You go talk to her now. Real quick. So I am going to end the stream here a little bit. First of all, thank you, Marco S. I was honestly hoping for a bit more confrontation. Not with people that I really enjoy, like Bear, Nerds, Nerd, Bear, and so forth. But I mean, I was kind of hoping for a bit more confrontation. Oh, I have my YouTube crapped out again. But I think it was fun. Everything was good. Next week, folks, remember, next week is going to be focusing on the fans. I'm going to do the same thing where you get to call in, but no, you don't get to be negative next week. If you're negative, then we're going to kick you out. But it's going to be to say hello to you. You can thank us. We can thank you. Whatever. But we're going to have a bit of chat with you guys, because you suffered through this nonsense. So next week we'll give a little back. We'll just put it that way. How about that? So, all right. Before I wrap up and close out the stream, do you guys have, including Nerds Nerd, I know you got something pent up in there. Do you want to, anything you guys want to say before we close out?
Only you can prevent forest fires. Oh, wait, lightning causes forest fires. You can't prevent forest fires.
I'm pretty sure views can't create forest fires. Yes.
Oh, gee, nope, don't do it. Don't. Bear. We're going to move on. Anybody else?
If you're going to use Utes, you got to do it like my cousin Vinny. That's all I got to say.
Oh, if the Utes discover the secret of fire, we're fucked.
But I'm not allowed to say anything. Fuck you, man.
Go ahead, Bear. I know you want to.
Bear, you're right. Fuck yeah.
Fucking ginger retard talk, but I get silent.
You know what? Will Heathen Dog be on next week's stream? Probably not. I can ask him. Probably not. If I ask him, he tries to make the time, but I don't like to take that time from him. But I'll ask him. So, anything you guys want to finish up with? I don't care. It could be about the critique. It could be about anything we talked about. It could be about Condor. I don't give a fuck. Anything you guys want to wrap up with here?
Suck less, do better.
Who's that toward?
Yes.
You. Everybody. Not just you, but the everybody you.
That's what he says every morning when he's brushing his teeth to the bathroom mirror.
See?
Yeah, I got to practice deep throating somehow. Come on now.
Well, you got to get your day job sucking dick at the factory.
See, this is where false expectations come in, Mercurius. See, now he's going to be told that I expect him to be on because you sent me a super chat of 2 Australian smoke signals in order to... my God, you and your Adobe huts and the Aborigines. I'm telling you, you guys don't speak English out there. No, I don't care. The thing is, if he comes on next week, though, he has to talk nice. There's no critique next week. So,
Nerds, that's my comedy routine you're stealing, lady.
Thank you for the $2, sir. Oh, by the way, yeah, I haven't said this in any of the live streams. Guys, when people super chat, you can like them now. It's been like this for a couple months. I've just completely forgot to say anything about it. So yeah, if somebody super chats in, go ahead and give them, if you like what the person says, go ahead and give them a like.
You can also reply to them.
Yeah, that is true. Oh, Condor, thank you. He's welcome to it. The thing is, the more you guys say that, the more he won't do it, though, because he's got to prove you wrong. I absolutely would. I mean, I would treat him like I would anybody else. If he started Spurgeon or something, yeah, we'd have a different conversation. But if he came in, he just won't do it. I know he won't do it. I've known. That's why there was no expectation. The whole expectation thing just boggles my mind. Uh-oh. Lauda for $5. Stop leaving your piece with the slide lock to the rear. It drives me crazy. It makes Mr. Brownie roll over in his grave. That's all I have to say. I mean, this one? With this one? Yeah, again, my cats like to knock it down. And yes, I have a safety there, and I would put it on, but I don't want to take any risks with that. So, yeah. My other 2 are forward with a round in the chamber. Just not this one here, because this is the one that, for whatever reason, to be fair, I don't have the table there. Maybe I could now, because they knock it over now. I think it's intentional. If they're trying to learn how to use it, but appreciate the $5.
Told you, Noro's teaching them.
Yeah, probably right. Okay, any final words, guys? Otherwise, I'm doing this, and we're gonna go to the after show and just kind of hang out.
Anyone else got deja vu on that final words comment? Because I feel like he's asked us 3 times if we have any final
I just want to
words.
make sure because I keep talking, and some people may have wanted to
Here's
say
my
something. I haven't
final
had a
word
chance.
for you, Max Liao. Shut the fuck up.
No, I will Minnesota goodbye. I will Minnesota goodbye the crap out of this.
That's for real.
Remember
So
that we
I don't
we
want
must
us all to
unite
get
it.
distracted. We
Go ahead,
cannot
Richard.
forget that in 1966, Al Bundy scored 4 touchdowns in a single game while playing for High Post Panthers against the Andrew Johnson High School.
Well, I have nothing that I can say after that. That's a good sign off.
Well, I have to read a super chat, though. That Puerto Rico spring cries itself to sleep every night. You are probably correct about that, and this 45 has actually caused me a couple of problems that I've had to have fixed. I'm not going to talk about that on stream. It works. Don't try to do anything weird. Thinking that I have a malfunctioning firearm. I don't, but I have had to do a couple of repairs to it because of that. But with that said, Law Dog, everybody on the panel, everybody who jumped in, everybody who's watching, everybody put up with this nonsense. We're down to 30 viewers right now, so we lost most of the folks. But thank you for everybody being here. I hope you all have a great weekend. And next week is Focus on the Fans. Week after is members only. And then we're into January where the full schedule is back up and running again. And I look forward to talking to everybody at that time. Bye-bye.
Bye.